Jacks on the Odyssey app or wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
All righty, welcome in some Rangers extra innings here on 105.3 The Fan. They've done it again, getting the victory 3-2. They take another series, this one in Pittsburgh. You do have Gavin Dawson, Zach Wolchuk, and Eric Chiafalo with Joey Erickson finishing up at master control over there. You will have Alec Medford in before too long in for Lucius. Broadus had a little bit of vehicle issue, okay? So he is frustratingly, I believe, in the municipality right now of Louisville, and he'll be here as soon as he can as we continue our baseball conversation with Mike Peasley. And a good afternoon, sir.
Hi, and I want to say hi to Broadus, too, listening.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Hang in there, bud.
He's hustling over.
Oh, you know how much he hates missing work. Oh, this guy is the biggest, hard worker that I've ever worked with, I think, in radio, and it must be driving him crazy right now. Let's talk about these Rangers, though. And my first question for you, do you think maybe Will Smith could do like 9 innings, about 3 innings, maybe 9 outs a couple times a week?
They
what do we need
should put
here?
down the red carpet for him to get on the airplane tonight, right? The way that he saved everyone's butts there in that 8th inning. He was terrific. And, you talk about some great signings in the offseason. Nathan Eovaldi, we saw what he did last night.
Yeah.
Will Smith here today.
Yeah.
And it was pretty prevalent here these last 2 games, what great signings those 2 guys have been.
How many more relievers do they need before we can be confident that this will be one of the better bullpens going in?
6.
Okay. All right. I love the
really
honesty.
just retool the entire bullpen.
Okay.
Retool it.
Maybe a multi-year project.
I mean, there's 8 guys in the bullpen. You trust one. It's Will Smith.
It's true.
We're back now to Jose Leclerc trying to in a setup role, and that didn't work again today.
Was he the player of the game? Was it Simeon?
Will Smith was the player of the game.
Yeah. Where is Marcus Simeon in your MVP rankings right now?
Oh, in terms of the total league or in terms of the team?
Yeah, total league.
Total league, probably top 7, top 8, probably.
Alrighty.
He's been terrific. Leads the league in runs scored. He's in the leaderboard in terms of RBIs. He plays every single day. And today he committed an error, which is newsworthy because he had gone 40 consecutive games without an error. So he's been so steady, and he plays every day. And as a manager, Bruce Bochy loves to have that, knowing that every single day when he writes his lineup card, he's going to put Marcus Simeon at the top, and he knows what he's going to get from him. He's been great. He's been great.
Yeah, so has Taveras, 1 for 3 with a walk today, hitting .304. That's another thing managers love when young players emerge and are reliable now. Can we bank on this? What do you say?
Yeah, Lito Taveras has been great, and he's a big part of the reason why than Marcus Semien has driven in as many runs as he has, because you've got like a guy like Ezekiel Duran and Leody Taveras hitting 8th and 9th, getting on base. That presents RBI opportunities for your leadoff hitter. You don't anticipate your leadoff hitter to have, 40 RBIs? Is that what he's up to right now after the home run here today? Yeah, Semien's got 40 RBIs from the leadoff spot. That is crazy, and it's because of the bottom portion of the order. Taveras has done a good job out there in center field. Again, got off to the slow start this year. He was hampered by the injury, but he's just been great, and just another guy that you can pencil in as the number 9 hole hitter. And that's what makes this lineup so good, guys, is that there just is no easy out. There's no place for an opposing pitcher to breathe.
Yeah.
No matter where they are in the order, you've got dangerous hitters. Now, today, the Rangers got those 3 runs early, and it looked like they were going to have another big offensive explosion. And then Johan Oviedo found something, retired 14 consecutive men. But the Rangers still found a way to get the win today. It's a really good baseball team.
It is.
What about Garver? He's looming. You get him back. Where do you slot him in this lineup right now? Because it's hard to take anybody out.
Right. He just gives the manager another option. And Garver last night in his first rehab assignment went 2 for 4, had 2 doubles. So good start for him. I think he's going to DH again here tonight, and then he's going to catch the next day. So he's probably, a week and a half away or so from returning. Just brings more depth, gives Jonah Heim an opportunity to get a little bit of a breather. Sandy Leon has done an outstanding job as his role as the backup catcher, but Mitch Garver is a much better hitter than what Sandy Leon has. And again, it just brings up depth that you can give guys a day off and not miss a beat.
Martin Perez getting back and
Yes.
and rocking and rolling now too.
He did. This is now back-to-back strong performances from him. 7 innings, 2 runs last time against Colorado, 7 innings, 2 runs today. And this was the Martin Perez that we saw last year as the All-Star. Ground ball, ground ball, ground ball. 3 strikeouts today, 1 flyout, 12 groundouts. That is the Martin Perez we know. That's when you know
Incredible.
the sinker is sinking. His previous high, Jared said, was 7 ground balls.
Wow.
So he got 12 groundouts today.
And the 2 double plays as
Huge.
well. So, yeah,
Huge.
it's good to see him rocking and rolling. And then after Evaldi, with what he's doing, and again last night, it's just ridiculous.
DeGrom got all the headlines, but when do we need to start talking about Evaldi in the Cy Young race?
He's in the conversation.
He's got to be in the conversation. He's certainly in the conversation for the American League Pitcher of the Month. He's throwing, I believe now it's a little over 32 innings in the month of May and has given up 4 runs.
Was he this good before this year? Is this his career stretch right now?
This is as best as he's ever looked at this kind of stretch before. You've got fans from opposing teams saying, who is this guy? It's like, we didn't get this guy. He's just rolling right now. And he credited Mike Maddox, the pitching coach, for just the detailed game plan. And just reading some of his quotes after the game yesterday, say he's never had a pitching coach that has been so thorough with the details in terms of the game plan of what they want to do against opposing hitters. And he's worked so well with Jonah Heim as well. Those 2 guys have clicked. Really fun to watch.
How much credit does this coaching staff overall get?
Tons. It's a great staff. It is a thorough staff. I've been a huge fan of Mike Maddox even from his first stint here with the Rangers when he was helping them lead to the World Series there in 2010 and 2011. And when they elected to bring him back, I was like, that is such a great move. He is such a good pitching coach. For my money, I think he's one of the top pitching coaches in all of Major League Baseball. And we're seeing it here with what he is doing here with this staff, especially the starters, deserves a ton of credit. And the hitting coaches, they deserve a ton of credit too.
Yeah, the plate discipline for this team is amazing.
Isn't it though? And there was a game just a couple of days ago that there were so many possible chase pitches. Rangers weren't chasing. And eventually the pitcher has to come into the zone, and that's when, bam, the Rangers do the damage. They're just not chasing. Their plate discipline, that's a great point, has been so good this season. So good.
Yeah, it was much better than the umpire, at least on one Semien at bat in the day.
That was ridiculous.
Got a lot of
That
reaction
third
on
strike
social
call.
media. I think strike 2 was bad as well.
Yeah, Dan Iasoni he had a very large zone today, but you hate that situation to take the bat out of Semien's hands, because that 0-2 pitch that he saw with the bases loaded, 6 inches off the plate and down. I mean, it wasn't over, and it wasn't on the zone by any stretch. But still, the Rangers found a way to still get themselves a 1-run victory. And, it's great when this team wins 13-3, This one's just a little extra gratifying the way that they won it today 3-2 to win a close one-run game as much as the bullpen has struggled. But Will Smith, gold star for him.
It felt great. The bullpen comes in and there's, 2 hits and a walk-off Leclerc, and you're like, here we go again. For them to shut the door like that was just amazing.
I mean, Will Smith now has inherited 16 runners. He has allowed 1 of those 16 to score.
Incredible.
Holy cow.
That is an incredible number for a reliever.
What are we waiting for with DeGrom now? Do they know what's next yet?
Yes, bullpen for him tomorrow in Baltimore. He is going to start throwing some breaking balls. He threw a bullpen the first day in Pittsburgh where he threw 17 pitches, then sat down to kind of simulate the in-between innings break, then came back out, threw another 15, threw all fastballs. Everything reported fine. He's going to throw another bullpen tomorrow. He's going to start to mix in some breaking balls as well. So we are making steady progress towards a Jacob DeGrom outing, and I would say, if all goes well, next homestand.
Okay. How about if all goes well with Mark Church in AAA?
Yeah, there's a guy. That's a name to look at. That certainly raised some eyebrows this week when we saw him get promoted from AA to AAA. So, and again, Rangers are looking for internal options right now because it's still too early in terms of the trade market to get guys. So, if Mark Church at the AAA level shows that, he can get those guys out, maybe he's the next guy that gets an opportunity because the Rangers are searching for anybody in the middle relief.
So up next is Baltimore on Friday. How do we match up?
Baltimore took 2 of 3 from the Rangers. The Orioles have played great. Second best record in the American League. That will be a very difficult series, but Rangers got John Gray going the first game, and John has been great. You got Dane Dunning in the series finale with Andrew Heaney there in between. Orioles are really, really good, so that's going to be a really tough series. And if the Rangers somehow win that one, that would be a big, big boost. But nevertheless, the Astros have already lost today, so the Rangers now have a 3-game lead in the division. They got trimmed down to 1 after Monday, but the Astros lost the last 2 days to Milwaukee. Rangers won the last 2, so the lead is back up to 3.
On that note, is there anything else we're overlooking?
Just that this is a fun team.
Yes, sir.
This is a fun team to watch. It's a fun team to listen to. They're just playing solid baseball. And that whenever they have a disappointing finish and a disappointing loss, they shrug it off and come back. Monday night, the bullpen imploded. Nathan Eovaldi throws a shutout. And today, Will Smith says, I got your back. It's the final 5 outs. It's a great team. It's a really good team.
Great baseball vibes here with Mike Peasley. Thank you so much, sir. Have a great afternoon.
Always great talking baseball with you guys.
Yes, sir. It is. All righty. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Rangers win 3-2. And, man, it was awesome. Young had another big hit. Simeon with the home run. And as you heard from Peasley there, Will Smith, the player of the game, his first 5-out save comes in the 8th, 1 out, bases loaded, and he gets out of that remarkably and then gets 3 outs in the 9th inning to preserve the W. Great job by Will Smith. And, that's one of those, that's the guy, actually, Bruce Bochy, was eyeballing, and they made a late addition on, and he has absolutely been huge. I can't imagine where they would be without Will Smith right now.
Me either. Jeez, he's been a savior.
Okay, it's time for Krusty's Corner, but as we told you, Krusty's out. It's perfect, though, because we did not get to the G-Bag of the Day at 2:30 with the Rangers and doing what they did, so it's time now for the G-Bag of the Day. Into the Pimp Cup we go. Here's your substitute pimp, Alec Medford.
Gentlemen, great to be back after a Rangers win and after a Boomer Jacks party with the Tolos. We made it back alive, boys.
Yep, things got a little crazy, a little disappointing, very angry, but it was fun.
Hopefully there was no throwing of trash.
Angry bully, man.
No.
If Walchuk would have been in the arena last night, he would have been one of the subjects for sure.
I wouldn't have thrown anything. I'd have fought those people.
There you go.
He did.
I got some class. I don't have the filthy in me.
Yeah. Oh, good. Because it seemed like a couple dozen did.
It seemed like we were in Philadelphia.
Must be transplants.
Yeah, we can't be doing stuff like that. We need to hold ourselves accountable. Be better fans.
Yes, sir.
So our one-time champion is JJ Redick, going back and forth with Stephen A. on First Take yesterday as he gave his players' perspective, and Stephen A. just said, I don't get any of it.
I mean, I listened to every word JJ just said. I don't understand much of what he just said, but I listened. But go ahead, Whitney.
Well, you didn't play,
you first,
Stephen A.
and then I'll try. Exactly.
You didn't play.
I didn't comprehend. I'm sorry.
You don't understand athletic mortality. 3 games at wherever South Dakota, Winston-Salem State doesn't count.
Yes, I got you. I understand. I got a degree, and I'm here on TV with you. I must be doing something right.
Ooh, got him. That was 2 from Stephen A, 1 back from Redick. So Stephen A did kind of start it, but I think that's the inexperience of JJ Redick. You know, he's got a good popular podcast. That's just a card you don't play. You know, it's undercutting the credibility. Besides, it really doesn't matter. It means, wow, he got me. You know, I feel maybe a little embarrassed, a little challenged here, and this is where I go. You got to kick that one to the side as the former athlete.
You can't let Stephen A get under your skin, and he did there. And JJ was open about it later on in the show. He's like, "Yeah, I got to apologize. I'll let you get under my skin, but hey, come on, hold your water there, JJ."
Yeah, a little bit. But I don't think that mistake will happen again. I think he's a rising broadcaster, though.
I agree.
Yeah, he's definitely a guy that has a good balance of like the credibility and the knowledge with the hot take. And I appreciate his broadcast in Medford. I
do too, and potential head coach too, apparently.
That's right. Yeah, that's a thing.
Yeah,
that's a
thing. It is a thing.
That's a thing that's getting steam.
We'll see.
Something that got a lot of eyes over the weekend, you had a quadruple overtime in the NHL. And the intermission report on TNT got a little wild once you got to the third intermission. You had Paul Bissonnette. He just said there's a simple solution to how we end this game.
What is possibly being said at this point?
Nothing.
They're trying to get
nothing. They're looking at each other and they're saying, "Could someone please just put the puck in the net?"
He's like, "I'm trying to get out of here."
Oh wow. Well, Paul, you can go home.
Was that the night that Gretzky was also like falling over? He almost didn't have the stamina.
The Carolina Panthers PA announcer that night after the third overtime is like, "I am so sorry. It is time for another intermission."
Yeah,
he's apologizing to the fans.
Sorry, fans, you have to sit on your couch and watch these guys skate their balls off and just lay it all on the line for an additional 6 overtimes or whatever it was. Ridiculous.
Everybody loves a good Michael Jordan story, don't we?
Oh, of course.
I'm here.
Air was great. I recommend seeing it.
So Jalen Green of the Houston Rockets, the young sensation down there in Houston, he was on Podcast P, Paul George's new podcast that is fantastic, by the way, a great listen. And he was talking about when he was a little kid, he had his first encounter with Michael Jordan.
Have you had any relationships? Have you ever met MJ?
I got a crazy story. I forgot I was young, like a kid.
Yeah.
I went to a Michael Jordan camp in San Diego, and I'm walking to practice from the dorm. I got like high socks on up to my knees, baggy shorts. Like my swag was terrible. I got Adidas slides on, and he just walked over to me and was like, "You need to take them weak ass Adidas slides off." I look back, I'm like, "What you mean?" He's like, "You need to get some Jordan slides."
Yeah.
I said, "Give me some." So he brought me some Jordan slides.
Almost like, who told us that? He told us Kobe told him why you.
Oh yeah.
DeMar.
Kobe told DeMar.
Kobe just like Jordan.
Yeah, facts.
Like they cut the same first. Like
they cut from the same.
I'm a little ass kid though. He talking about get rid of them weak ass slides. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, Jordan was pretty ruthless, pretty relentless with his smack. I just couldn't imagine sending my kid off to an out-of-town camp that he's got to get on a plane for with Adidas slides and not Jordan slides to the Jordan camp. Yeah. It's not setting your kid up for success, but got him some attention from MJ.
It's true. Yeah, it's true. Maybe it was it was a more of a big picture thinking there from Pops. Like, you're gonna get his attention. Now, don't let him get under your skin. Don't let him show that you're a little bit frightened when he comes after you.
Elite trash talk.
But you're gonna actually garner some free Jordan gear out of this. That was gonna be worth it.
That was good heart from Jalen Green to be like, well, give me some then, dude.
Yeah, it's a good call.
Yeah, it was.
That was a great clapback.
But you know, I turned the page on Kobe. Kobe was my number one hated athlete while he was a player. You know, and it was the team that he played for mostly that set me up to hate him so much. But as he retired and I learned more about who he was and he let people in and said, well, that was, you know, kind of a younger me, and then it became an act, like I wanted to be stoic and cold to people because I didn't want to let them see any kind of weakness. I was like, oh, okay, I see who the real Kobe is now. And he was so big into his daughters, and I'm a huge girl dad guy, so I loved him by the time he was done, even though he ripped my heart out as a fan. You know, growing up as a Trailblazers fan, you're taught from birth, we just hate the Lakers. The Beat LA chant originated there. You know, some epic playoff battles, and they got the best of the Trailblazers the majority of the time. So, and his arrogance was, you know, was peak, right? To me, you know, to be that guy, but it was really supreme confidence that I appreciated later on. But I always felt like he was the same as Jordan because he was doing an impression of Michael Jordan. They're kind of cut from the same cloth, and I get some of those things, but that always drove me crazy that it's like all of Jordan's mannerisms were basically Kobe Bryant trying to parrot it.
Yeah, it's a good point. I mean, even the tongue out, just little tiny nuances to their game. But in terms of just having that clutch gene, like I want to take the final shot, Kobe is probably the next closest we've seen to MJ.
Yeah, oh yeah. When he was at his peak, like after Shaq left in the fourth quarter with 20 seconds left, I was like, don't let Kobe shoot.
ISO.
That thing is going in. And it didn't matter if it was from 28 feet. He was just absolutely unstoppable. Any other nominees, Medford? As Brian Broaddus has entered the studio.
Wow.
Looks like it's been a hell of a day for you, bud.
To get here.
It's great to see it. Can we get you anything? A cold glass of ice water?
No, all good. Thank
all good?
you. Hey,
you got it?
Yes.
Well,
happy to be here.
It's great to see you.
Thank you.
Sorry about your troubles. There is a sugar cream pie for Mrs. Dawson in the fridge if we could get you a slice.
That'll make you feel better.
It's slapping in there, bro.
Out of here.
Let's go.
Thank you guys for filling in. And really enjoyed the conversations you guys had with Peasley about the baseball
good.
team.
Yeah.
And you guys and I. There's nothing better than sitting in a dealership, watching the Rangers game on your phone. I tell you what, and knowing
your brand new complimentary
coffee.
Yeah, knowing that you have a show you have to do yourself. And by the way,
That's
if there's
nightmare
anybody
material
out
right
there
there.
that has worse luck with automobiles other than me, I'd like to meet you.
No, sir, you're on a run.
I'd like to meet you.
You are on a run. Medford, what do you say?
That is all we have time for today.
Let's vote. Is it J.J. Redick going back and forth with Stephen A. Smith? Is it the quadruple OT reaction from Paul Bissonnette? He had a solution. Or is it Jalen Green, Houston Rockets? I'm voting for the hockey man.
Samesies.
Medford?
I'm going to do the same. Paul Bissonnette. Let's do it.
Bully?
Yeah, I'm going to go with Paul Bissonnette.
It's unanimous, Brian.
Yeah,
Would
it
you
sounded
like
like
to
this
cast a
Paul
vote?
Bissonnette had something going on.
It was pretty funny.
He wanted a goal really bad. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he wanted a goal in the third intermission there on television.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, come on.
Almost as bad as you wanted just a quality vehicle.
Yes.
That's a brand new vehicle, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the issue, guys.
Yeah.
That's the issue.
I'd be a little bent right now.
Yeah, I'm a little, but I'm good.
No, you're good.
No,
you're good.
I'm
Have a
good.
great
I'm
show.
good.
Great spirits.
I'll tell you who was
positive.
bent last night was our guy, Wooly Bully.
Oh, Walchuk. That's what I said. I said if Walchuk was at the arena last night, he would have been one of the people throwing stuff on the ice.
Oh, no.
I wouldn't throw
Now,
anything
he
on
says
the ice.
no.
I kind of
He's
feel
got
like
too much respect for the House of the Stars.
I don't know. I feel like Wooly Bully would have been down in the locker room, like swinging sticks,
Throwing
at,
haymakers.
at players and stuff like that.
Yeah, I'd have found Mark Stone, gave him a piece of my mind.
Yeah.
Well, let's talk about that hockey game. Let's talk about the glory of the Texas Rangers. We do have NBA stuff going on. What's going viral with the Mavs is fun on social media a little bit. And some boxing news finally confirmed. We'll talk about all the big stories that have progressed since last evening here and get you our updated thoughts on the stories of the day next year. And the G-Bag Nation, the fam.
Babe Laufenberg here at Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine.
our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. Let's rock and roll. Recap the top stories of the day, Brian.
Let me tell you something.
Okay.
You could be having a bad day.
Yeah.
That pie your mom made.
Dude.
What is going on with that?
I hope she's listening right now.
Miss Dawson, thank you, ma'am.
You got it.
I was not having a great day. I admit it. I was not happy. I'm usually a pretty happy guy. I can be mad at times.
Sure. We all get frustrated.
I went in there, pie, perfectly chilled.
Perfectly
chilled. Crust beyond on point.
Beautifully flaky.
The butter. Okay, I know I'm getting my heart drilled on
yeah, that's worth it.
Absolutely.
Put your smile on your face.
You know what? Yeah, go ahead, Doc. Just kind of get that out of me. But you know what?
Out.
Mrs. Dawson, thank you, ma'am.
Right on. It only took one bite, right? It took one bite for like the entire outlook of my afternoon to change completely.
I took the trash can. I was eating it with no fork. I just picked it up.
Yeah, no, you're a
just
finger.
kind of like Viking.
Oh, just
kind of,
just handheld
at the mead hall.
Just
You know,
an
I just
alpha.
piece of pizza.
And I moved the trash can so if the crumbs, but I was catching the crumbs with my other hand. I didn't want to miss any of the crumbs, but I was worried. My gosh.
Yeah.
Well,
seriously.
2 pieces are down. There should be 6 to 8 left in there. Medford, Carter Freeman, you got to check it out. I told Mike Peasley, I said, buddy, famous pie we talk about on the show sitting there in the fridge. Hopefully he grabbed one.
That is unbelievable.
Yeah.
Seriously, I think you could open a store just on that pie.
Dude, okay, so my aunt sold that restaurant to my cousin.
Oh, is this the Indiana family?
That's right. Nick's Kitchen in Huntington, Indiana.
Yeah.
And my cousin now has to make 30 of those a day to send around the country to people. That's part of his job. He owns the restaurant and runs it, wakes up, does the morning shift on the grill, and then starts baking pies to send around the country to people.
Just doing the Lord's work.
Your family has got this figured
Somebody
out.
get him a Good Samaritan award.
That and the breaded pork tenderloin just keeps him coming nonstop.
Breaded pork tenderloin.
Yeah, we got to get you some of those next
That'll
time.
get the people going.
Okay, we are spending most of our lives.
Thanks again, Miss Dawson. Appreciate you,
I'll
man.
pass that along if she's not listening. She always loves hearing about that kind of stuff. But we are living in a Rangers paradise, guys, and Will Smith was just our hero this afternoon.
Ooh.
Struck his way out of a bases-loaded jam in the 8th, preserved a 3-2 lead after Leclerc had given up 2 hits and a walk to load him up. And then he gets them all in the 9th. And Bruce Bochy said, just forget about it. We ain't taking him out.
No.
First 5-out save of his career. So all hail Will Smith, the one guy in this bullpen who's going to come in there and just take care of business. No questions asked.
No doubt. I mean, you couldn't count on Leclerc there. Things got a little hairy. I'm getting a little tight wheel there.
Mm-hmm.
Things are not fun. And then here comes Will Smith. You might as well ask him to go out there and get the last 5Ks. I don't think Bochy had another option, but a historic one, too. 100 saves now for his career for Will Smith. Thank goodness for him, and thank goodness for Nathan Eovaldi.
Yeah, the thing with watching Eovaldi pitch because I was sneaking peeks, looks between, there at Boomer Jacks between
with the stars
and the stars, and I'm kind of looking at Eovaldi and the way he goes out. The one thing about these Rangers starters, you can count on them to get to the 6th, 7th inning. It's beyond that you're just kind of like, you're terrified.
Mm-hmm.
You're just terrified. And even with Leclerc coming in, and I'm sitting there and, like you said, clenching it up, thinking, please don't lose this game. Please don't, And
he was ready to. He wanted
trying.
to so bad.
He's
trying his rear end off.
He brought a can of gas out there to the hill with him. Here, let's just throw it on the fire.
He was a man with a plan.
Yeah, but okay, I want to say they'll figure it out, and I don't know.
They will. It'll just take some time.
I don't know. I mean, everybody's telling me that it's, hey, nobody's ready to sell yet. I kind of think of it as you've got prospects. You have to overpay a little bit.
You can be over aggressive if you wanted to.
Go.
Sure.
Let's go. Let's not wait till the trade deadline when everybody else is trying to line up prospects, and ship off to somebody else. Oh, hey, we don't want to help the Rangers. They're playing pretty well right now.
You want to strike first and strike hard.
I would like to.
I would like to.
He lives by that.
I'm. You know what? You've got some You got some series coming up. Seattle. You got some series against
this Baltimore series is going to be juicy.
It will be.
It's going to be a playoff preview.
It will be.
Okay, they're asking on the text there that's the sugar cream pie, aka
gosh.
the Hoosier Pie,
Oh.
and the name of the restaurant is Nick's Kitchen in Huntington, Indiana. My grandfather bought it from a guy named Nick in
put tears in your
1950.
eyes. Is that good? I'm
It
serious.
is.
Happy tears.
Yeah, happy tears. I was like thinking, seriously, I was having a crummy damn day.
Yeah, you were.
And that thing, I'm like, whoa, that's a mood changer.
Well, speaking of mood changers, last night 6-1 Evaldi complete game.
Yeah.
And somebody asked Mike about a Cy Young candidacy.
Yeah.
And he's on pace for like 23 wins. He's got an ERA under 3 and a WHIP under 1. That qualifies. He'd be in the top 3 of the voting if those numbers stay similar by the time we get to the end of the year.
And he leads the league in innings pitched.
Yeah, he's the only pitcher with 2 complete game shutouts.
He had a chance to have another complete game in Oakland that one night and carried it in.
Oh, that's right.
To the and then Smith came in and did the job there, but he's had a chance every time
3 complete games. That'd be nuts.
Yeah, he's had every time he goes out there, he has a chance, and I could understand why Maddox and Boach and those guys say, let him finish this thing. No, it's near 100 pitches. I don't care. Let him finish.
Yeah,
let him finish this
even
thing.
one out is not a guarantee.
No.
You're up 2 or 3 runs, it's still dangerous.
No.
Josh Young had a double today in a ribby, and he was 2 for 4 with 3 ribbies last night. 11th home run of the season. He's absolutely balling.
Multiple hit games for him at 7. Now, did I read something like that?
Sounds
Here's
right.
Jared
Yeah.
Sandler listened to him and Hicksey. So, yeah, Josh Young. And we were kind of worried about him a little bit, right? Taking over the third base spot. Maybe not worried. That's probably a bad word. But we were all kind of like, we'll see what Josh does. But, man, he looks like he's more than fit
Living
the
up to
bill.
expectations.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Josh Young extended his streak of consecutive games reaching base at least 2 times
Yeah.
to a career best, now 7 games. That's the longest
Wow.
streak by a Ranger this year.
Yeah.
Longest active streak in the sport, gentlemen.
Yeah, he's certified right now. There's no doubt about it. This guy is the real deal, and he's just getting started.
Still waiting for Jared to drop a welcome to the Youngle.
Okay, I like that.
Yeah, he hasn't done it.
We
He
got
hasn't
fun
done it yet.
games.
Yeah, he's waiting for the right moment.
Disaster for the Stars, dismantled by Vegas.
Yeah.
And Iowa bet
Got
payoff.
got what you deserve.
Yeah, you do.
Not,
I'll tell
you didn't get what you deserve, but the Stars got what they deserve.
When you want to talk about silver linings, after that second period, and it was like, okay,
I checked out.
Before I know
I
you
did.
checked
I
out,
checked
but
out.
it dawned on me that we do have some level of silver lining with the payoff situation here with Dawson.
Well, I was at soccer practice last night, having a great session, by the way, and my phone starts blowing up, like towards the end of the first period.
Yeah.
And it's Twitter and it's text, and the first one is from our guy Victor in Corinth, who texts in here to the show, and he was like, "Sorry about your bet payoff," and I'm like, "What the hell's going on here?" So I googled the score, and I'm like, "No."
Yeah, it was over 6 minutes in.
It was bad.
Otter looked like he was shaving cream last night. They were just firing through shaving cream.
Yep.
Like there was, it's trying to shoulder, top shelf. It just
the last 2 were brutal.
Like he wasn't even seeing the puck.
Well, bet payoff. I was on Twitter, and a reoccurring theme was people were saying I had jinxed the Rangers. Okay. And what immediately
the Stars?
The Stars.
Yeah.
I'm not going to jinx the Rangers.
No,
by
you're
the
not.
way, this team's unjinxable.
They are
but
unjinxable.
I'll steer clear now because I don't like the waters I dabbled in last night. To be honest with you, I felt great about a win. I wanted to go crotch first, confidence, and I was wrong. Of course, I will not be eating crow, but you will be getting a bet payoff for the second time this week. We're heading for a bet payoff. It's coming up Friday at 2:20.
Yeah.
And the Tolos, they want their pound of flesh, Brian.
You know what? The Tolos, they'll call for you. They will call.
So, I threw it out during the break. Of course, we need your approval as well. How about a 16-ounce steak raw? Pound of flesh.
Golly.
Bet payoff.
That's disgusting, and I am totally here for it.
Raw.
I will tell you this, though. It's called cioppino, I believe, is the Italian phrase for it. I believe I'm right about this. You could eat it if you freeze it the right way and slice it paper thin. And I got this sauce I can make for it. It'll actually taste like.
Oh, don't make it taste good, Brian.
I know, but
this is a bet payoff.
I like
this
what
isn't
Brian's
a
doing over
culinary
here.
art.
I got to freeze it?
Yeah, but
Oh, dude, you're cutting that thing up the same way
then
anybody
it's crispy
would.
and it chunks.
No, it's you get it kind of like a little bit frozen, and then you make it like in like sheets,
Yeah,
like
I've seen that.
layered, and then there's this beautiful sauce. that
Okay,
goes
we don't
on.
want the sauce.
No,
Maybe
no.
a little salt and pepper.
No, it's
No
actually.
utensils. This is a barehander.
I'll tell you what. There's nothing wrong with a raw piece of meat. There really is.
Well, we know you like that.
Well, see, I threw it out there. I wanted their reaction. Of course,
what are you trying to say?
Of course,
what am I saying? What am I doing? I don't know.
Pretty. Now, for Spittle, it made him gag instantly when I said
he
it.
got physically ill. Yes.
Yeah, he did.
He's got that reflex. He doesn't like bread, right?
But you're saying it's a delicacy.
Well, he likes bread.
I think he enjoys bread.
Wait, what is it? He's gluten free, right?
Oh, he's gluten free. Yeah.
He doesn't. So yesterday, when I was talking about tofu, he was like, "Oh,
okay."
He was hyped.
Yeah,
that's right. When you said cioppino, I was like, I don't think it's cioppino. It's carpaccio.
Carpaccio. Okay, I knew
carpaccio. Okay,
that's cioppino is a soup.
That's like the seafood.
I'm sorry. Did someone call me?
Somebody texted it. No, they didn't call you out and say. Well, yes, I guess so.
They should.
It's called carpaccio.
Carpaccio. I'm sorry about that, but there's a way to do this. There's a way to do this, and it actually
it's carpaccio. Okay, carpaccio.
So I'm getting a delicacy, not a bet payoff.
No, you're actually. You know what?
It's going to be fine dining. It's going to be fine dining.
At least I knew
that.
You look it up.
No,
it's
you halfway nailed it.
You're killing me with your showing off, by the way.
But I said it wrong, but I knew what it was.
Here's a real bet payoff. You make this carpaccio, whatever the hell it is. Make sure you just stuff that little nitro somewhere in there.
Garnished with nitro.
You don't know which bite it's going to all of a sudden.
You can take a steak, partially freeze it, and then slice it paper thin.
No, see, we're not doing that. We're not going easy way out here. This is a utensil-free situation.
No, I'm just trying to
he's
tell you.
He's going to 5-finger bare hand that raw steak, and he's going to take bites out of it.
I think, honestly, something involving mayonnaise or cream cheese need to be involved.
Okay. That's you re-raise back all in.
You want to the OJ Mayo?
You've got to do the OJ mayonnaise,
or we can do the Will Levis.
I would say maybe a turkey sandwich or something that's been sitting on the hood of a car for maybe.
We're not doing that.
That's a little hot mayo.
Dripping with mayo.
Gavin, don't do that. Just smoke a J and do the whole show that way. LOL.
Wait a minute.
That's not a bet payoff.
Thanks, Lucius. Appreciate you texting.
That's a regular Saturday, Lucius.
What are we doing?
Hey, if Spittle is ready to green light that, pun intended, I would. I would.
For the team, right?
Yeah, maybe one of them Delta 8s or something like that. So it's legal.
I'm just saying, you eating a pound of raw meat is not that hard.
I think it sounds.
It sounded disgusting until you came in and made it sound fancy and delicious.
What if it was instead
What's it called again?
Carpaccio.
Carpaccio. Yeah, I said it wrong again.
Yeah, you did. You find a way to just wedge an extra R in there that's not needed, but it's okay. We appreciate it.
I'm not Italian. I'm sorry.
But
it's a great video to watch, though. I couldn't say it right.
What if it's raw ground beef?
That with an onion would be
tartar.
That's tartar. There we go.
Yeah, that's the French
tartar
version.
Banks.
Ground beef sounds nasty. I think we'd have to really get a high end like butcher or
you'd have to ground it.
Or you could do like a ground bison or something.
Yeah. I'd do that.
That's a lean doggy.
Yeah, I'll eat any meat. Beyond, I don't. Let's talk about this a little bit later on.
Yeah, go ahead and pull that, Alex, so we can just have that for future reference.
Man, I'm on a roll this week. Dallas Stars supporting their captain. He spoke today. We'll have the audio coming up in about 45 minutes. He went full Pat Beverly. That's what that was last night, and it was embarrassing night for the team. I believe the president has come out and apologized today. We'll have the quote on that coming up at 4 o'clock. Stars president. And they're down 0-3.
Yeah.
And the worst part is they don't have a shot because their goaltender is completely fallen apart.
Yeah. And DeBoer said he's going to play.
Yeah.
And they're probably not going to have Jamie Benn. He's about to get suspended, I'm sure. And they're not going to have Dodonov. So you're going to have 2 down on that line. It's just the series is over. And Vegas, hey, I thought that would be a better matchup. I think they're clearly just the better team. But last night was just a complete no-show. I mean, it was utterly disgusting to watch.
Yeah, it was terrible. So we're sorry you had to live through that. It's Colin Cowherd going viral talking about Kyrie Irving to the Lakers for AD. That's a couple of days old, but it keeps popping up, probably because I love the NBA and I keep looking for the Maverick stuff. So he's blabbing on and on about it and says he has a source that says this is going to become a thing in the next month or so. That would be great. You know, I would love to see what Luke and Anthony Davis could do. I think that's the perfect co-star who's just like, yeah, I'll get open, you throw it to me, and I'll put it in. How about that? I don't want the ball until it's time to shoot. That's the perfect co-star for Luka.
Yeah, didn't Kyrie, and he been on social media here lately talking about, you know, whatever people are projecting me or where I'm going to go and all that.
We've got the audio clip. I don't know when we want to play
We can throw it in the rim session if you want at 3:40.
It'd be nice if I'd show up on time for these meetings and stuff.
No, you're good. You had other stuff going on, man. I'm glad you showed up.
Yeah.
Well, I might have just said sorry.
817 says last night was so much fun, guys, and that's awesome. I'm glad you guys were able to make it a good hang for the fellas.
Oh no, they
though,
were the Tolos were
awesome.
so much fun, and I was walking around with like a pissed off look and that kind of thing, you know. And
I was MFing everything.
If I got sports mad on you last night, I'm sorry. You know?
We are headed.
I forgive you.
Speaking of being mad or sports fighting, we are heading for the big fight we've been waiting for with Bud Crawford and Errol Spence. It's now been confirmed July 29th, Las Vegas, T-Mobile Arena. That's something worth going to Vegas for, no doubt.
Yeah.
I think we'll be in Oxnard that night. We will. Oh God, that's going to be cool.
How long of a trip is
that?
Is that a feats of strength? Maybe. Is that a 6 hour?
Maybe 7 from LA at 6. I'd be down. By the way,
I'm down.
By the way,
I'll drive. I wasn't listening, but I'm down too.
Broke earlier. Tina Turner, the queen of rock and roll, has passed on at the age of 83.
Yeah.
While your car was not working, bad things were happening to other people too, bro.
It's a sad day.
Damn.
What's your favorite Tina Turner song of all time?
Better Be Good to Me.
Wow, you are crusty.
Proud Mary. Proud Mary's a good song.
What about the best?
Proud Mary was amazing.
Yeah.
I don't want to lose
her
you.
and Ike and Tina Turner.
I like that.
Proud Mary is a great.
I always
one.
like that. What's Love Got to Do with It?
Yeah.
You know that came out.
What's the one from the What's the one from the Thunderdome? There was a
What's
Thunderdome.
love got to
Oh,
do?
Walchuk's favorite one, Private Dancer.
Yeah, there you go. That's
He
a
is
good one.
private
It's a slapper.
dancer. He came from his other place last night over to us last night. You noticed
Damn
that?
right I did.
Private
Maybe all
dancer.
pregame.
Yeah.
and
Kill
then-
some time. It was 3 minutes away. I had to
Gary,
pop
my
in
man,
and-
Gary. Hey, Gary, if you're listening, by the way, you need to stay away.
Big G.
So
I've had enough of you already.
We're going with that pregame Jay for the payoff. Then
I think we are. Yeah.
And
Okay.
you're,
But you have
going to eat raw hamburger meat after you do it.
But you have to do it like Team Mom style. You got to bring some for all of us.
Okay. NFL news of the day is coming up next. Well, Chuck, where are we going?
Man, we've got the top 5 tight ends according to Tony Gonzalez and some more audio clips. Plus, the Commanders have already suffered an injury. I'll tell you about that next on The Fan.
Nation, time now for the NFL news of the day. The segment's brought to you by Soda, state-of-the-art weight loss. Here's your guy, Zach Wolchuk.
Thank you. We got some news today. The punt god, Matt Araiza, is going to work out for the Jets as they're hosting the ex-Bills punter as he tries to return to the NFL after he was found innocent with those allegations that cost him his job in the league last year. We also had the Steelers sign Marcus Golden, former New York Giant and Arizona Cardinal. He's going to add some defensive line depth. They also brought in their former first-round pick, Bud Dupree, for a visit earlier this offseason, but they decided to sign Golden instead after Dupree signed with the Atlanta Falcons. So there's some news on signings today. But within the division, the Commanders are having their practices, and their tight end Armani Rogers, who the team anticipated to become a bigger part of their offense this year, he suffered a non-contact Achilles injury. He's likely done for the season during the first practice at OTAs today. You hate to hear stuff like that, especially in the non-contact. You know that's just going to end up being the worst-case scenario. And, Armani Rogers now done for the year for the Commandos.
Oh, that's tough. I saw the Achilles injury. It went full tear, huh?
Full
Got
tear.
A first one.
Full tear.
Wow, at this point, that's probably going to cost him 2 seasons.
Dude, I'll never forget watching. You guys remember the Kevin Durant Achilles when he was with the Warriors?
Yes, you saw it like bounce almost within the...
Yeah, you can see it just recoil and everything.
Oh, yeah, it was bad.
Man, heartbreaking.
Yeah, something disconnects from something and it just goes
snaps
flying up into the top.
It's like, bang. Oh, man. Yeah, it looks absolutely painful.
One more time on the...
Bang.
Yeah, I like that.
This is a sad situation. Adrian Peterson just can't retire. He just can't give it up. He told our buddy Clarence Hill of the Fort Worth Star-Telegram that he's not ready to announce his retirement yet. He said, mentally, I haven't officially hung it up. We'll see what happens. My mindset is, if God willing, maybe an opportunity presents itself. Maybe it happens this season. I'll go from there. But if nothing happens this season for sure, I will be hanging it up. Look, Adrian Peterson, one of the best running backs to ever play. Hall of Famer. He's 38. You know, at some point, you just got to realize I'm no longer a capable NFL player.
Him or Zeke?
Zeke.
Is that bad for AD?
Yes. He's 38 years old.
You know what brought us? I'd probably go coin flip on that.
It's funny. I was going to see how committed you really were. You're committed.
I am, yeah. I would take Zeke over AD for sure.
I mean, the last time we saw him play, it was 2021, 2.6 yards per carry.
How many carries?
It was, let's see, the attempts were not very much. It was like 10 in 2021.
I saw he said that if he doesn't get a chance to play this year, then he'll retire.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it was 10 for Seattle that year, but he had on the front end of that year is with Tennessee for 27 carries. So he had 37 carries that year.
And that'll be a fun trivia question if he doesn't play again. Who was the last team he played for?
The answer to that question will be Seattle.
That's nuts.
Wow. Can you name
Can anybody remember him even suiting up for Seattle?
Name the 2 teams before Seattle, and I'll give you $5.
The Saints were one of them, right?
New Orleans.
Saints, one of them?
The Saints are further back. Washington, but there's one after Washington.
Arizona?
Before Tennessee and Seattle. No, Arizona was before the Saints.
Gosh, he played for a lot of teams.
Pittsburgh? It was not Pittsburgh, no. Adrian Peterson, at one point, was a Detroit Lion.
Wow. Oh, that's right, he was. Yeah. Golly, man.
He had 156 carries for them in 2020.
That might have been his last semi-decent year.
Yeah, because he had 600 yards, 7 touchdowns, 3.9 yards per carry.
Goodness.
But this all goes back. This is sad. You're right, because he was also the guy that, didn't he get knocked out by Le'Veon Bell?
He did. He did.
So he's doing the boxing stuff too. Like, this dude's money grabbing. It all goes back to that 30th birthday, Wolchuk, and that's a tease. That's a tease for the hodgepodge at 620.
Perfect.
This Adrian Peterson sadness that we're discussing. Yep. We love him. It all goes back to his 30th birthday party, and that will address all the issues that he's still currently having. By the way, we knew his name AD for all day. Yeah. Did you know, according to Pro Football Reference, one of his other nicknames, Adrian Peterson, Purple Jesus?
Oh, for the Vikings?
Must be a local thing up there in Minnesota.
Yeah.
I've never heard him anybody reference.
Me either. That's got to be, like you said, local deal there.
Hall of Fame handshake, though, from what I hear.
Vice strip. Vice strip, no doubt. We got good news on Brock Purdy, or I should say the 49ers did, as he's going to begin throwing next week. Kyle Shanahan's now hoping he could be ready for week 1. This is a crazy twist to what I was reading yesterday, where they were reporting that Sam Darnold's going to push to start week 1 as he's going to compete with Trey Lance if Brock Purdy is not available. Shanahan saying he thinks that Sam Darnold has untapped talent. Maybe he does.
I wouldn't doubt that. I mean, you know what? I know Sam Darnold has kind of been just bouncing.
He's been in the league long enough to have been tapped plenty.
Let me tell you this, though. What
are you trying to say?
Trying to say that he's been tapped in every possible way, and there's no other way to tap him.
If Sam Darnold was anywhere else, we'd all say this is a busto.
No doubt. There's only two places that you'd think maybe the Rams, the Niners.
Watch him play well for the 49ers.
He might.
Watch him.
He might.
Watch him kind of figure some things out, you know. But at one time, they were playing Dallas with 3-0.
Yes, and that's the last time he was any good.
He looked bad that day. You know, that day against Dallas. Dallas just smashed him.
It was a free fall.
I haven't seen a defense like that. But he can run.
He was leading the league in rushing touchdowns going into that Week 4 game.
If he was on any other team, I would say, ha, ha, ha. But now, the fact that the 49ers are kind of, well, let's take a shot at this guy. You should kind of like, do they going to find something out that we should have probably found out here?
I remember reading about his pre-draft, and the guy's just a winner. The intangibles, the leadership, the way he inspires confidence, all that stuff is there. And I think what Shanahan's going to do is put him in a place that it's easier to make reads. The game's not going to be so complicated. The running game's going to have his back. And I bet if he starts for them, he will be a playoff quarterback.
Hey, maybe he won't be seeing ghosts. He did against the Patriots the week after he beat the Cowboys. I'll never forget that.
That's true. Kyle Shanahan will give him some level of like night vision goggles.
Was that the mono
We'll
game?
be seeing through that stuff.
That was the mono
from
game.
mono and lit the Cowboys up.
It was
That's when they knew they
unreal.
had to shift.
It was to Chosen Anderson.
Yeah, I remember Chosen Anderson
just running right by Jeff
yards or something.
Did he also beat them when he was with the Jets? He beat the Cowboys? Was that
that's what we're
referring to.
Okay, listen to the show, Brian.
No, hey, you're okay.
It's okay. You had car troubles
We're all
today.
guilty.
Oh, Chosen. Okay, because that's the game.
Yeah, he chose.
That's the game they tried to get Cooper ready, and he played like 5 plays.
Yes. That's right.
Amari Cooper. Okay.
Yep.
Needed the tennis ball.
Absolutely.
That day. Yeah.
All right, let's hit some audio here. We'll
Sorry
start
about
off
that,
with Mike Florio. This is actually pretty funny. So Florio, who is a friend of the station, joins the morning show. A lot of people kind of don't really respect Florio. I will say that.
Are you one of them?
Including Howie Roseman. I don't know. I think you've got to take everything that Pro Football Talk reports with a grain of salt, you know, because I do think there's some clickbait that goes on with Florio there. But hey, he's trying to sell his brand. So he has Howie Roseman on, and he's asking about the tampering with their former defensive coordinator Gannon in the Arizona Cardinals, and it ends up having a pretty good back and forth here between Florio and Roseman.
Before I let you go, what can you tell me about how the Jonathan Gannon tampering situation came to be? How did you find out about it?
Yeah, I think for me personally, obviously, extremely appreciative of JG and his contributions to our football team. You know, helped us win the NFC. You know, that was handled, as we discussed before, at the ownership level. And I think the more we look in the past, the less focused we are on the future. And so for me, that's over with. You know, wish him well in Arizona, and we're moving on.
Did you guys actually make a complaint, or was this the Cardinals raising their hand saying, we realize we screwed up?
I'm really appreciative of JG's contributions, helping us win the NFC, and that was handled at the ownership level. And I think we need to move on. And you know, the less we focus on the past, the better we'll be in the future.
You're doing a good job reading.
Did I say that line the same time twice? Because I don't think I did. Can you?
No, you got it. You got it right. Your talking points are on point. But
Thank you.
Do you not realize that answers like that make people like me think there's a hell of a lot more to this than anyone is ever going to tell us, and it was a much bigger deal than anyone ever let it on to be? Don't you see that as a reasonable
If I was making
conclusion?
a list of top 5 conspiracy theorists around the National Football League, you would be on. I don't know that you'd be one. I don't want to appoint you as one, but you would definitely be top 5.
You're deflecting. You're deflecting. Should it not be taken as a surprise that the announcement was made minutes before round 1 began? Didn't you even chuckle at that? Good Lord, they're announcing this to the world literally minutes before the draft starts.
It is possible that's when resolution came, right?
Well, I guess that's possible. Is that when it came?
Again, I don't want to get into any details, but I'm saying there are answers for some of your conspiratorial, is that the word? Conspiratorial theories.
Well, that's good. It's good that I got something out of you. I thought you were just going to read the talking points again. We have about 30 seconds. Do you want to read the talking points one more time?
I feel like there's sarcasm involved in that.
Spicy!
Wow, dude. Nice.
I loved it. Roseman versus Florio, the next pay-per-view boxing match. Let's go.
Let's get that undercarded before Paul and Diaz.
I love it.
Right here in our backyard.
Oh, that's fun. Okay,
Do
now
not underestimate Florio. Even though his headlines are misleading and he is conspiratorial and makes stuff up sometimes, he's a great arguer.
He's a lawyer, isn't he?
He's a lawyer.
Yeah, he's a lawyer.
West
You
Virginia
can
lawyer.
hear that. Like, he wasn't backing down.
No, heck
like, you know,
no.
you can
He
go
was
ahead.
having fun.
He
was
was
like, oh, cool.
Like, fine, all right, I'll push back here, Howie. We can have some good.
I got a feeling, Florio was debate team guy in high school.
No doubt, absolutely, he was.
You're deflecting.
Definitely wasn't football guy.
I got to remember that part.
Deflecting. New Heights podcast, the Kelsey brothers. Tony Gonzalez jumps on the show, and they ask him who are his Mount Rushmore tight ends.
We've done a tight end Mount Rushmore. Every tight end that's come on here, we've asked, who is on your Mount Rushmore of tight ends? No hard feelings, no hard feelings.
You know, I'm in the top 5. Can we do top 5? So I'm not going to go old school. John Mackey, Ozzie, all those greats. Mike Ditka. I'm going to go 90s. I'm not going to put myself on there.
Oh! I like that move. That's a classy move. Well, somebody else did that.
Move.
A certain other tight end up here put himself on.
That was a classy move.
Did you put yourself on there?
He did. He did.
You should put yourself on there. Wait, I'm on there, boy. First of all, I am on there.
That's classy.
But I'm not going to put myself on there. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
You get 5. You get an extra
It's
one.
just a classy move.
4.
It's a very classy move.
So I'm going to put, of course, you're on there. Yeah! You're on there. You got Travis. You got Gronk. You got Antonio Gates. Woo! I'll put Shannon Sharp on there.
Okay.
And I'll put Jason Witten on there.
I'll tell you what, that's an honorary for it, and I'm honored to be on that thing, but you might want to boot me to the side and throw you up there, big dog. I ain't going to lie.
So if Tony G put himself on there, Witten wouldn't have made it. He'd have been 6. But either way, our guy, Jason Witten, making Tony G's top 5 list.
Get the man a gold jacket.
Let's go.
I kind of would have taken maybe Gates off that thing.
Really?
Ooh, okay.
Not a big believer in him?
I would have taken Gates off that. I still think, you know,
Didn't block enough for you?
No, I didn't see with the thing with Witten, you know, I know that we were the staff that drafted him and stuff like that, but you look overall, his career, I mean, what he's done, the number of years he played, and was he all-time leading receiver for the Cowboys?
Yes.
Compiler?
Receptions. I mean, to me, one of the most
Witten was damn good. Don't let the last couple of years go ahead and sour how
I mean,
amazing Witten
honestly,
was.
I will be excited to look at this because I think of Antonio Gates as more of a downfield pass-catching monster.
Yeah.
And so maybe the numbers will prove, but like I want to see their 3 or 4 prime years. I would love to see what that looks like comparatively. Because Antonio Gates strikes fear in me whenever I think about him. And like, if you're playing the Chargers at that time, Tomlinson and Gates.
I was talking Lombardi about what he visited with Belichick because Micah was trying to help me with, you know, what would Belichick, how would he play against, you know, how would he defend the Cowboys? And this is when Dez Bryant was playing. And Mike goes, Bryant, he ain't worried about Dez Bryant. He's worried about Jason Witten. That's who he's worried about.
He was the go-to guy.
He says, he goes, I don't worry about taking Bryant out of the game. It's Witten the one that scares me the most. You know, and I was like going on, you know, Cowboy pregame show. Well, you know, Belichick, and, you know, Mike says, hey, I heard what you said. You know, I said, well, you told me. He goes, well, okay, but it's true. He believed Belichick every time that, and it wasn't a lot that they played Witten. It was that you got to take him out of the game.
Great stuff. G-Bag Nation 105.3 The Fan NFL news of the day with a little Scouts Honor mix in there. As you got a story from Brian Broaddus and his relationship with Mike Lombardi, former NFL GM, and did have a couple of different stints working for Belichick there with the Patriots. We're going to shift gears to basketball, though. A lot of interesting stuff going on in the NBA as we count down to the draft and free agency. Where are we going next, Chief?
Well, Kyrie has words for all NBA fans, I would imagine. Jimmy Butler's worried about absolutely nothing, and Stan Van Gundy has some harsh words for this hero. That's next right here on The Fan. But first, it is Battle of the Brands time. Hot tub swimming.
Classic Chevrolet has the Memorial Day savings you want, just like Texas Classic is doing its part to drive America forward. Don't miss one-time holiday savings to upgrade for less. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
Well, thank you, Alec Medford, in for Lucius. Time now for a little basketball conversation. Here's the Chief.
All right, speaking of basketball, we got to get to that Antonio Gates, Jason Witten thing. That was fun going down the Pro Football Reference rabbit hole. We'll have some fun in the hodgepodge later with the Adrian Peterson 30th birthday as well. What
did you figure out? In his life. Is there certain? Can you throw out the bad years? Throw out?
Yeah, we're only going to look at the good stuff. We're not going to look at the bad stuff. Yeah. I don't want to discuss Jason Witten's 5.3 yards per reception in his final year in Vegas. I don't want to talk about that. I don't even want to
No. We all know that Jason Witten was not the same player, but I wonder when they both were on. But career paths similar? Years similar?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Okay, I didn't realize, honestly, they both played till they were 38. I didn't realize Antonio Gates went that long. Yeah. So that was interesting. But, yeah, there's some fun stuff that we'll parse through on that tight end conversation. But right now, without further ado, we go ahead, we cut the lights out. We put the kids down for that afternoon snoozer. The G-Bag Nation's going all 56 inches around the rim.
Let it ride!
Rain dance!
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion when Kyrie Irving, going into a free agent summer and is halfway a member of the Mavericks, halfway not, has some things to say.
I'm a free agent this summer, but I am in no rush to make a decision. And the speculation around my name from all these individuals that get on TV and have these personalities. I'm on live here. Just give me 1 second, I'll be there. All these people that have, these platforms. And I'm talking about the TV personalities, the sports folk that try to mix sports with politics and lifestyle and like that. Like, when they speak on my name and they're talking about potential teams that I'm going to, can y'all please, I respectfully, I'm asking you, please stop paying attention to that. I am in no rush to make a decision. I know what's ahead of me.
It's our job, man. It's our job to speculate and talk about it and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, I think he's talking to his fans don't listen to these folks. They don't know what I'm doing. But yes, for us.
I think he's specifically talking about Stephen A. Smith because we know they have beef. Stephen A's talked about it. They don't get along, and he was like the talking head on TV that brings politics into it.
Okay, does he bring politics into everything?
They do that on ESPN, yeah.
I don't watch it nearly enough.
Well, Kyrie brings politics into his
which is 100% true.
Okay,
and
I
fair.
see that. But I mean, we
I thought you were talking about Windhorse because Windhorse the one that is.
First take in general, right?
But it's like, hey, Kyrie, you're sitting courtside in Los Angeles, bro. 30 seconds after Windhorse says that's where you're going to be,
it's going to lead to speculation.
That's where you go. You're sitting courtside.
It doesn't make me feel great as a Mavs fan.
I mean, if you're married to the idea of Kyrie, if that's an end-all, be-all, but if it's,
I just hate when people.
Well, they're bleeped if he just says, "I'm going to go sign somewhere else." The Mavericks are left with nothing.
I find it hard to believe that he's just going to punt on all that money.
I do too, but with Kyrie, you can't believe anything.
That is for sure, 100%.
I just kind of feel like that these people that tell me that, hey, we can't talk about where you're going to go or anything like that. I really don't want to listen to you. I'm sorry. It's my job, my job's to speculate on what, and you talk to enough people, you can kind of figure things out. But, if you want to just go through life and, be, shielded from everybody. No, you're a professional athlete, bro. You're a big time athlete. You're a big time player. It's our job to talk about where you potentially can end up. I don't need to hear that from you.
Yeah, I think it's clearly he's waiting to see what the Lakers do. It's not really his choice.
Yeah.
Can LeBron convince the Lakers that you need to go there? Does LeBron still want to do that after seeing how well they played right up in the Western Conference Finals? So I think the real answer is he doesn't know, and he's waiting to see if the Lakers are going to make a move or if he's going to do his fall back, which is to stay with the Mavs at 3+1.
Ooh, LeBron might have just done the ultimate pull here with the whole retirement talk. Only way you're getting me to stay, you bring Kyrie in.
You just nailed it, Wolchuk.
That was part of the negotiation idea of like Kevin O'Connor had laid out a few different routes that LeBron could be taking here as he hints at the idea of retirement. One of them is just a strong arming negotiation tactic of I will hang him up or you're going to get me what I want. So we'll see how this one plays out.
You buying on that one? If you're the Lakers, you buying in on that one?
Yeah.
No, I would not.
You wouldn't?
No.
You'd rather just like have AD not give up anything and just call LeBron's bluff? Because I don't think he's retiring anyway. So
they made a couple of moves. I know LeBron is great, but they made a couple of moves that really turned that team around. That front office, I don't think LeBron helped them make those moves, right?
You know, athletes talk about they always think they can still do it in their head, just like AD in football.
Yeah.
So LeBron doesn't realize how old he's gotten, how much help he needs. You know, you and Kyrie and AD will not do it. You guys will not win the championship like that with the crappy cast of role players you're going to be able to put together. Now, if LeBron's 28 years old and I have 3 years to work on this supporting cast, and Kyrie's younger, then we're in great shape. But right now, LeBron's going to be 39 years old, and you need defenders and rebounders all around him. Not as much as Luka, but close.
Okay, it looks like the Suns have narrowed down their coach search. They want either Nick Nurse, they want Doc Rivers, or they want to go the young up-and-coming guy, which would be the Sacramento Kings associate head coach Jordi Fernandez, or Suns already associate head coach Kevin Young. So it's either two veteran guys or two youngster dudes. I always like the idea of something new, something fresh.
Me too.
I do think Nick Nurse is still a great option and would probably be, unless this Jordi Fernandez due to the Kings or this Kevin Young guy was special when I met with them or what have you, Nick Nurse would probably be the leader for me. But I bet the Sacramento Kings guy, Jordi Fernandez, is probably about to get some serious love after the year that they just had. Now, last night, the Celtics got one. Marcus Smart said, don't let us get one. Don't let us get one.
They got it.
They got one. Any somewhat belief that they get it officially done? Or
no. That thing swings back to Boston, right?
It does.
I think they can win one more, for
they
sure.
Win one more, yep.
I don't see it going
6.
more than 6, though.
Okay.
I think the Heat would win in 6, worst case scenario.
I mean, that was Boston making a lot of shots and Miami going cold. That's not going to happen 4 games in a row.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you there. The 3 ball was not working for the Heat last night. It absolutely was for the Celtics, and Jason Tatum finally looked respectable, and Grant Williams was knocking it down. So I tend to agree with you guys.
Miami might regret losing that game last night. They might.
For the series or big picture when it comes to the Nuggets?
No, big picture of maybe for this series.
Oh, okay, yeah.
You know, they might regret. You had a chance to put them away on home floor.
Yeah.
You know, and this might be one of those. You let Boston get another one, and then don't let them make this a series. I know Boston has been a wreck, and the Heat have been knocking down all their shots, but I like I said, I think I want to believe.
It's never happened, Brian.
I just want to believe.
0-150.
I want to believe that Boston has a little bit more pride. I think they showed some pride last night. I think they showed some pride.
Yeah, the fact they didn't get swept when I really thought they were going to after what happened in Game 3.
Yeah.
They did.
You let them win. You go up and Boston shows well at home and take that thing back to Miami for another game. I would be a little tight if I was the Heat.
You want to pick
tight rim?
Pick the Celtics? Go bet payoff here?
Oh, let me see what happens in Boston this yeah.
If they force a Game 6,
if they force,
you're going to go Team Boston.
Sure,
maybe we'll get one on here.
Sure,
right. I like it. We already got a Dawson.
Yeah,
raw meat payoff. That's going to be exciting.
I don't want to talk about it.
It'd be worse if he had to eat mayonnaise or cream cheese.
I wouldn't agree to that. Those are off the table. Like skydiving's probably off the table for you for a payoff.
Well, because I hate flying.
Well, I hate mayonnaise.
You probably don't hate mayonnaise more than I hate flying.
Well, you have flown. I have not eaten mayonnaise.
I know. I hate flying.
So you don't even know that you hate it, right? You just think you hate it.
I've smelled it.
Okay.
I've smelled it. I've seen the jiggle.
Here's Jimmy Butler after the game, not seeming to have any worries whatsoever about the series.
We're going to listen to some music. We're going to drink some beers back there. We're going to go have some wine. We're going to be in this thing together like we always are. We're going to go get one on the road.
All right,
you got to keep your routine up. Yeah. After a game, we drink beer, then we go out for wine. I love that. All other athletes are talking about, I got to get in my hyperbaric chamber, got to get hydrated, get an IV with some B vitamins coming in here, going to eat a nice meal, sleep 10 hours, take a nap. Jimmy's like, where's the cold beer, man?
Yeah.
That's my guy right there, dude. That's just another reason to love Jimmy. I hate the Heat too, but I mean, Jimmy's amazing.
No, but Jimmy's making them likable.
Yeah,
like I picked him to beat the Celtics, and I've been hoping.
You just hate the
tank
Celtics.
Top just
that's
ripped
why.
at a presser.
I honestly kind of
sometimes doesn't wear a shirt.
I've hated the Heat more than the Celtics, but I love Jimmy Butler. Like I'm rooting for Jimmy Butler to get his ring.
Yeah, I think that's who I'd want to be. You know, if you could drop me into the NBA, I want to be Jimmy Butler. Just take me back about 10 years so I can do it all.
Yeah, he's killing the game right now.
You know what?
On and off the court.
I looked at that picture of Jokic as a kid. That's what I kind of looked like. Kind of big, fat, kind of.
Yeah, but Jokic had the confidence to take his damn shirt off.
No, as a kid, I was as a kid. Yeah, I didn't have that much confidence, but I when I saw that picture, I'm like, damn, I kind of look a little like Jokic back in the 70s.
Maybe I should have taken that shirt off at the swimming pool after all.
No, hell no.
How's your up and under?
Not as good as Jokic.
Court vision?
No. Dude, I'll tell you what, Jokic takes and makes these shots that don't make sense, dude.
The head?
Yeah,
the
goats,
just like shot puts it.
Yeah. The all-time GOAT pictures. Jokic as a kid, Tom Brady at the Combine. Those are the GOATs.
Hey.
Those are the GOATs.
That's a good call.
Like, if you could be like, you could look like those guys and still be the GOAT.
You can believe I can do this.
Yes.
That was one of my favorite shots of the year. Like, if a 6'5" guard has his right foot at the top of the key and jumps back one times with his left foot and nets a three, that was insane what this guy is capable of. He's breaking Wilt Chamberlain's records, and right after his MVP candidacy was sort of denied and blown up in the media, he's the best player right now. Might make a run at the best big man. Might make a run at they got to get some titles going. Like, it's time for him to start winning big time here, and maybe this is the group, if they can stay healthy, that could carry him into that upper echelon of legendary status. Thank you for that rim session, Chief. I always like talking association with you. What happened to the Stars? What does Jamie Benn have to say for himself? What did the team president say after last night's debacle at the AAC? We got to get to that. Then the Wooly Bullies top 10 at 420 is right around the corner here in the G-Bag Nation. I want to talk about a different nation.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. We had Rangers baseball on earlier. They beat the Pirates 3-2. Will Smith was a hero. He got the last 5 outs, first 5-out save of his career. And we're excited about this baseball team. They'll be off tomorrow, and they'll visit the O's of Baltimore coming up on Friday, 5 o'clock pregame. Okay, we do have to talk about the Dallas Stars, and we have Jamie Benn audio coming up in just a second. He will be suspended for this, right?
Think so.
Waiting to hear from the league right now.
Yeah, I think he gets a game. I don't think he plays tomorrow, and that'd be him and Dodonov, who's also doubtful, who left the game yesterday.
If he could have changed his facial expression while he was heading for the ground and pound move to, oh no, I'm falling, he might have had a chance. But you see it in his eyes and his face, like he's frustrated with the dude and he wants to hurt him.
Yep.
Jamie Benn's kind of the bully out there. And, usually he does it legal, but not last night. And that was tough to watch as a Stars fan, especially as your team is losing. To do it disgracefully, it really sucked. So there's 2 years left on his deal. And, I think once he gets clarity from this and realizes how bad it was, hopefully he can begin to repair his legacy. But it was a horrible night for Dallas sports. It was a massive black eye for our town and our sports culture, Hopefully this doesn't spread any further. But here's Ben with the media today talking about it and not talking last night. Here we go.
Just unfortunate play. I think I just need to be more responsible with my body and my stick and, put my team in a tough situation. So, it's pretty unfortunate. It was my first shift of a game on home ice when you're pretty jacked up and down 1-0, so you want to try and get your team going. Emotions are high, and it was just an unfortunate play. Obviously didn't want to take a 5-minute penalty, but the game happens fast. Emotions are high, and obviously would have liked to not fall on him and I guess use my stick as a landing point. Usually don't talk to other players in a playoff series on other teams, but I saw he was okay, so that was great.
So I you could throw him some bail if you want that he's trying to avoid suspension and giving his explanation to the league. It was unfortunate. I was falling. And hopefully when the series is over, probably tomorrow, he can give a better apology. That's where my head's at.
I don't think he's going to apologize.
No, he's not going to.
He apologized. He felt like that he apologized today to his teammates. And they
had his back last night.
Yeah, he took his stick and with 2 hands he went right at Stone's jaw. Went right at his jaw. You see, they're watching in Toronto. They were talking. The refs are saying 5 minutes, and they're watching Toronto and like, nah, get him out of here, get him out of here. That's just damn irresponsible on his part right there. You cannot let emotion and all that stuff get the best of you in that situation.
Yeah, especially as a captain. Man.
Yeah, you went after an opposing player. Hockey's a rough sport. Jamie Benn is a smart enough player, and you mentioned it, Gavin. He has a way of kind of getting under your skin, the way he plays around the net, the way he can interact with you in the corners, behind the net. He gets away with a lot. Every once in a while, he gets rid of that face rake. Gets in a little bit of getting a scrum, and he rakes some guy's face. That's the kind of stuff that he does. But that right there, that's as violent and malicious as anything that I've ever seen.
Yeah, they usually don't get into scum unless they have a game in Philadelphia, but usually it's your standard scrum.
That's good. That's a good call.
Yeah, but my when I saw that, I'm like, get him off the ice.
It was a clear cross check.
Get him off the ice,
falling.
Right to the mouth.
He wasn't using his. Jamie's got to do better. He's got to be better, and I don't love the way that he answered that. You're the captain of the team. You've got to take accountability. and recognize, hey, I was wrong, and we're going to move forward.
I'm okay with being a red A in defeat and not having the best sportsmanship, especially if you really hate the other team and you just can't do it. But you can't let that go to trying to hurt them. That's Andrew Bynum against J.J. Barea in the 2011 second-round playoffs. And it sucks when your team is that one that they can't handle the loss and starts going about, that could have been really bad. That could be broken jaw. That could be windpipe, depending on how that stick comes across the area.
And not only the stick, but then the head going into the ice.
Yeah.
Like you're wedging the dude's face and head into the ice right there, and that seemed like it was a pretty big impact as well. But probably one too many pregame Red Bulls there for old Jamie Benn. And
Domi's check was bad too that he got tossed on.
Well, Domi also got fined for a slash on Mark Stone that he wasn't called a penalty for. So it's like, hey, the Stars fans, like, I get it at the AAC. You can be frustrated with the refs. Your team didn't play well.
Hell no.
The way that our fan base,
the agitator,
the way that our fan base responded was disgusting.
Yeah.
And if you don't think that was out of line, man, you need to probably go ahead and have a deep conversation of sportsmanship.
You don't need to show back up tomorrow night.
Like, come on now.
Yeah. Captain set the tone for what this was going to be. It's going to be a dirty, nasty night.
A lot of good text coming in. How's that not criminal, says the 469. What an F up, says the 817. 214, it was dirty, but it happens in hockey, and more than you guys think.
It happens, but it doesn't happen where a guy is on the ground and you literally dive with your stick into his jaw. There are things that happen. Yeah, there's slashes and we've seen goaltenders like take those goalie sticks and hit guys in the back of the legs and violent stuff like that. But that right there, that's as malicious as I've seen somebody attack another person with a weapon. Like that was
Marty McSorley.
That's McSorley when he took a two-handed swing. Rick Tocchet. I mean, guys like that. Hey, come on. That he got what he deserved, and you know what? Their team got what they deserved by the way they played last night. And if he doesn't play tomorrow night, and the season's over, then hey, we're not going to all look back and say, well, that was the reason, because Vegas has outplayed you.
Yeah.
Vegas has found a way to outplay you in this series.
903 bleep Vegas. I definitely understand that sentiment. And 214 take his C away. I don't know if they'll do that. But maybe he's up there and you have better players on the team now.
If that was one of our guys, if that was one of our guys that was, on the ice like that, we'd be losing our damn mind.
Well, how upset were we after the Pavelski hit?
Yeah.
Right.
In the
that
Minnesota
was much
series.
less malicious.
Yeah.
That was much more within the run of play. Fans in the arena reacted to the ensuing penalty, throwing water bottles, food, and other items onto the ice. Extended time needed to clean up the playing surface. That was after the Domi hit, right?
Yeah.
Officials sent both teams to their locker rooms early for the second intermission with the Knights up 4-0. And that's just brutal because right as the television coverage starts, it's just like, there's just no way to avoid how poorly some of those fans acted. And I love the passion in that arena. I think it's probably the most passionate, consistent environment. But that's
you're
not
better
what we
than
want.
that.
Yeah, it's not what we want.
Stars fans, the one thing I always appreciate, I don't go to a lot of hockey games, but I do enjoy when I get the occasional one or two a year to go to. I love the Stars fans. Last night, I didn't recognize you.
I was shocked.
Folks. I didn't recognize you folks.
No, they were livid because their team laid down.
Yeah,
in the refs.
Yeah.
Hey, you can take it out on the refs. We did it game one against
you weren't
Minnesota.
scoring anyway.
Refs, you suck. Yeah. You can chant. You can boo them. You don't need to throw stuff on the ice. We don't need to do that.
I don't recognize you.
Okay. We got an organizational statement here from Brad Alberts, President CEO, on behalf of the Stars organization. I would like to apologize to the Golden Knights and the National Hockey League for the actions of a few of our spectators. Their actions unacceptable and put the safety of the players and fans at risk. We take pride in providing the best experience for everyone who enters our arena. The action of those individuals certainly do not reflect our great city, organization, and loyal fan base. Thank you, Brad. Okay, in the game itself, we're not holding out any hope at this point, are we? This thing is done ski. Even if they get one, I think, you should have the best goaltender in the playoffs. It's clear he's not there. He's playing like a jobber. He keeps getting pulled. sometimes athletes go on a long run where they can't make a three, they can't strike a guy out, they can't hit a pass if they're the quarterback, and we just happen to hit like the worst 2 weeks of his career that he's ever seen at the least opportune time. So hopefully this doesn't happen again next year, but the idea of Jake Ottinger standing on his head and stealing a game from you is dead, and that is exactly what you would need to win four in a row. And the lack of composure last night, when you have breakdowns like that and can't get up for a must-win game, what that tells me is internally we're done. We have no chance. We're outmatched. We're outgunned. So I think, unfortunately, there's no hope in there. And, this team is great. They're going to have a great run ahead of them. There's a lot of reasons to believe long-term, but now the conversation starts to turn towards more of, how does this team get better for next year? Is the coach to look at here? As Vegas has one of the best coaches, if not the best coach in all of Las Vegas. You got DeBoer, and this is, kind of his reputation that eventually it's going to peter out. And hopefully that's not what we're witnessing right now. What do you guys think, after the dust settles, or are we still going to be optimistic about what this team can do in the future, or does it need some sort of a makeover?
No, I'm optimistic about the future. You got a lot of young talent. Wyatt Johnston, Rope Hintz, Miro Heiskanen, Thomas Harley. I mean, the list goes on. Niles Lundqvist, who hasn't even played, that you traded a first-round pick for as a defenseman. They've got a lot of youth and talent. They got some more guys coming up in the AHL. So, I think they'll be okay. I do think I'd like to see Dodonov get re-signed in the offseason. I think that they're still going to be a contender in the West, but this is definitely extremely disappointing after the run that they've gone on.
Yeah, they just ran into a hard matchup for them. They just really did. I mean, the way that Vegas has played, the way that Vegas defended home ice, and then to come on the road, Vegas has been really good on the road anyway. So that just kind of shows you that they're the better team in this series. And if they polish this thing off tomorrow night, wouldn't surprise me one bit. They have been the better team throughout. They've gotten the better goaltending. They've gotten the timely goals. They've found ways to take rebounds and punish you for that. They haven't let your power play completely kill them in any way. They play with much more discipline than you have. Yeah, there's a lot of things that Stars fans can be disappointed about this series. I don't think that takes away from the season and what lies ahead for these guys.
All righty. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. You do have Cowboys. Is this OTAs or minicamp? I keep seeing it go back.
This would be an OTA.
Okay. And it'll be open for the media to look at tomorrow, and we'll talk a little bit later on about some of the top storylines. Is there any buzz going on right now coming out of the Star, Brian?
No, I'll be there tomorrow. I don't know about my other guys. I don't know.
I'm going to try and go
Okay, well then we'll have a report tomorrow, though. Krusty's Corner, we'll be out on the road at our spa place.
But, Southern Leisure Spas, Flower Mound.
But looking forward to talking about nothing buzzy coming out right now. We'll get over there and figure some things out.
But Cowboys fans asking for McManus at kicker. I wouldn't be opposed to that just because I don't think we have anything nearing a reliable deal.
Well, it's a good question for tomorrow. I mean, I'm going to do some scouting around. There's some things I need to kind of figure out. I'm looking forward to seeing where they're lining up some of these cats. When you get the veterans with the rookies together and you'll see, okay, this guy's playing second team. This guy, they're kind of moving him to another position. We'll get some answers tomorrow on this.
And our OTA coverage and minicamp coverage is presented by Bosch. Gavin's always negative, says the 214. First season with a new coach, already talking about the coaching situation. I'm a fan of Pete. His Game 7 record kind of speaks for itself, but that's what I keep hearing, is that you're going to love this guy at first, and then it's going to go bad, and it's like he's not going to have the answers anymore. And sometimes that can happen in a moment. Happened to Joe Mazzulla with the Celtics.
Sounds like old Petey and Jason Kidd or the Spider-Man meme.
Hey, we got to run. Wooly Bully's Top 10 is coming up next, brought to you by the Alma-Ted procedure, only available at EliteSkinCenter.com. Well, Chuck, where are we going?
National Brothers Day. I got the top brothers in all of sports. Who's your favorite? That's next on The Fan.
All right, let's chat Diamonds direct. G-Bag Nation. It's time now for Wooly Bully's Top 10 segments brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers, put them in a big truck, should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Franklin Frankel. Consultation's always free at truckwreck.com. The Bully is brought to you by the Almatet procedure, only available at EliteSkinCenter.com. And there is some Stars news, isn't there, Zach, with an H?
Sure is. Jamie Benn has been suspended 2 games for his cross-check last night, and that was against, of course, Vegas's Mark Stone, so he's not going to be available for Game 4, or if they're able to win tomorrow and force Game 5. To me, I think this is probably the end of the season for Jamie Benn, but a 2-game suspension. I thought he'd probably get 1, but the NHL said, you know what? We're putting 2 on this. We can't have that in the sport.
Soft league.
Well, I guess that's, a little bit of tough medicine for some of these texters. I think they must have been drunk last night, and they're just carrying over their drunk opinions into sober today because they're still frustrated about the loss. But they're like jumping all over us, calling us P words and saying we're soft and all this for being tough on Jamie Benn. The league just suspended him 2 games.
Yeah.
It's a violent sport. Physicality, bad hits happen all the time.
He's the first player, I think, in the playoffs to get suspended more than 1 game. So they obviously thought in Toronto that his actions and intent doesn't measure up to what hockey is really all about.
And I honestly just think it was dumber than it was dirty. It's just like, you're the Cavs.
It's a complete brain fart.
I think it was
dumb.
I think it was extremely dirty. I think it's extremely dirty to take a like a bat or a stick and go after someone's head the way he did. Yeah, that's beyond dirty right there. It's it's a rough game. I get it, but it's not meant to be played that way where you take your stick and just cross check a guy's jaw. No. That and you even mentioned it, his head, the way it hit the ice.
That
bouncing
was
it off the ice a couple times.
It was a terrible play
on, man.
from Jamie. So he's suspended 2 games. We'll see if the Stars are able to extend the series tomorrow night. But they're going to have to definitely change up the lines because you had Pete DeBoer say today Dodonov is unlikely to play. So your second line now is going to be without 2 players.
Knee?
Lower body. Okay. That's all we got.
I was trying to determine it. It looked like to me he got a low, took a like a body shot into that thigh knee area, and I was trying, and it must have stiffened up on him with the knee and stuff.
I'm sure at the end of the season they'll end up. They'll explain that it was like just a full-on. He's going to need knee replacement. He's got quads that have ripped apart from each other, and he's playing with 2 broken hips. He's internally bleeding every single time he's on the ice, but he's a damn warrior. That's what hockey players do. That's
built different, absolutely built different. So we'll see. Hopefully, the Stars show up and the fans have something to cheer for tomorrow night at the AAC, and we
Stop
can
wasting pretzels. By the way,
not throw popcorn
throwing
and
a
beer
delicious,
and
hot and ready salted AAC pretzel onto the ice.
What are we doing? You want to be
that
Philadelphia?
That is a good item to throw, though. It's got good weight to it. You can flip it. It's not going to hurt anybody.
No, I guess that is a fair point. It's a good counterpoint that I hadn't considered.
I mean, the soda over the top, that's going to splash on your fellow fans. You might get beat up for
and
that.
those beers are expensive.
That's a full-on hand grenade if you're throwing a soda.
Burger's
like that.
going to disperse. I don't know if there's a better item to throw. But beyond the idea that it's delicious,
what about
you don't want to just throw it away?
Yeah. Now, are you cheesing that thing up before you throw it, or are you going to go dry on it?
Yeah, you take a bite. You take a bite, then throw it.
I think you got to at least take 1 bite of the pretzel.
Absolutely.
Yeah, take a bite, then throw.
Now, are you tomahawking that thing, or are you going Frisbee style? I think I'd go Frisbee.
You got to go Frisbee. I think if you tomahawk it, you risk getting the top spin, dropping it down before it hits the ice.
Yeah, and then you look like the biggest jackhole of all. Like, you didn't even make it, bro.
Yeah.
Now you're just literally wasting the pretzel. Or like alley-oop style, maybe somebody down low can like catch it and try to dunk it over the glass
in their mouth.
for you, but I would
feeding each other.
If I was out there and I had the opportunity.
I know you would. I'd know you
first
would
on that pretzel.
Oh hell yeah, you would. All right, let's slide right into the top 10. It's National Brothers Day. Make sure you shout out your brother out there.
You're my brother.
I know, honorary. Love you, bro.
And you're my sugar.
Love you, bro. So I got the top brothers in sports. I've compiled this list. This is a me list.
This is a Wooly Bully exclusive.
And the ordering of which I did have a bunch of trouble with this. And there's one set of brothers that I didn't really watch a lot, but gosh, their accomplishments are outstanding that I popped them in the top 5.
The Holes?
Von Erichs.
No, I love the Von Erichs. The Von Erichs are honorable mentions. Those get texted in all the time. So let me know yours.
Dude.
Chris and Kyle Long, You got Corey and Kyle Seager.
Are you going OLIs?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a lot, man. I went 20 deep on this sucker.
Did you
21,
really?
actually.
I'm impressed with that.
Yeah, no doubt. We got
where you got the Hammocks,
the balls. Oh, Troy and Darren.
Darren.
No, I didn't put them on there, but that's hey, I'm overlooking some. I'm sure there's some I'm overlooking here.
I'm just kidding. Yeah.
How long did you meditate on the balls?
The balls, you know I love to get a good ball meditation. It's especially on a hump day.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm going
You're known
for.
for that.
It's your wheelhouse.
It is my wheelhouse.
Yeah.
This is where I am. And
we love you.
I wasn't sure where I wanted to put LaMelo and Lonzo. I left LiAngelo off.
Oh, so you didn't even consider LiAngelo when meditating on the
What's
balls.
he done?
Big LiAngelo Ball.
Yeah.
What has he done?
What has he done?
I think he's made waves in the world of dating. I think he's got.
So he deserves to be on here?
I think he's got a baby mama situation.
I need to slide a LiAngelo Ball into the trio there.
Well, I think it is your obligation.
Juggle some balls.
He is.
All right,
he is one
LaMelo,
of their
Lonzo,
brothers.
and LiAngelo. You
But
get an honorable mention.
It does weigh them down. If you were only considering 2 of the 3 balls, I think they'd be higher on your
They
list.
could have cracked the top 10, maybe.
No way the balls are cracking the top 10.
I don't think so either. Although, I mean, look, LaMelo has looked damn good. He's just been hurt this year, so we've kind of forgotten how good he was.
That's true. That's true. And then Lonzo has been hurt.
No, you're right. Lonzo's bringing him down too.
I don't even like his knee situation is one of the weirder ones ever.
Dude, is he ever going to play again? I don't know.
The balls have bad knees.
They got bad knees. Jason and Devin McCourty, the twinsies, they're good. Oh, Cal and Billy Ripken. That's a great mention from the 682.
One clearly better than the other.
Yes,
right?
absolutely. Absolutely. We've got Brooks and Robin Lopez.
Yeah.
Justin and BJ Upton.
Hey,
good.
Shout out to Brooks, though. Brooks is a 3-point shooting giant human. He was not that when he came into the league. He looked around and was like, oh, I guess we got to shoot threes now. That dude can shoot a dang 3.
And the hair.
And he can protect the rim.
Outstanding hair.
I think Robin was the hair guy.
Okay.
And
I get them
remember, 'cause
confused.
he's got the goatee. Can you imagine just having looking in the mirror and deciding, yeah, I'm going to go with the goatee.
There's
That's
nothing
gonna be my
better than
thing.
you getting talked out of something.
What?
Like, oh, that's it? Oh, okay.
Oh, I mean, I flipped them. They're twins
Yeah,
for a
they're
reason.
twins.
I don't know. I think they both had good hair at one point.
National Brothers Day,
They
bro.
basically share a head to head.
But hold
a
on.
hair ahead. Hair head. Head hair.
No, what are you saying over there, Chiafal? Does nobody go goatee anymore?
People do go goatee, and it's rare. It's hard to pull it off, but when people do it, it looks
You
outstanding.
know what? I will say, former pitcher and brother of ours here at Odyssey, Alex Hitchens.
He can do it.
That's a guy who's rocking a goatee, but that's a professional baseball player, or former at least.
Yes.
That's a guy who can get away with
mean,
things.
Was that the guy we
athletes,
met
yeah.
one time? Was he here? Like, was he the guy
On
from the
Flag
You
Giants?
probably met him once.
Yeah.
I've met Alex on more than
Wasn't
one
he
occasion.
at when we were watching the basketball tournament? Was he the guy?
Yes,
he was
came
at Twin
out.
Peaks,
Yeah.
yes.
He was also with us at Fat Daddy's.
Okay. All
Yep.
right.
When
Yeah.
we
he
were-
loves
we were
in some fat daddies.
Chugging some what was it? Johnny Walker Black Label out of the Straw Dogs.
The Straw Dogs.
Yeah.
Oh, I
How
remember
about
that.
how about Jamie and Jordy Ben? Says the text.
Jamie and Jordy Ben.
That's what I was thinking, too.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Way to
Not
bring
today.
it in. The Currys, Steph and Seth, the Sedin twins, former Vancouver Canuck teammates.
Canuckers.
They were very good. And then how about the Jones, Chandler, Arthur, and John? I didn't have them in the top 10 because John's clearly the best of the bunch, but we did have a Super Bowl winner in there as well. I mean,
Chandler's great. Probably 2 Super Bowl winners.
Did Arthur win? Arthur might have won one with the
I
Ravens.
think Arthur was on that Ravens.
He might have won one with the Ravens, but he wasn't very good.
No, for sure. But
The Klitschko's are at 10, Vladimir and Vitaly, and badasses, man.
Pretty
UFC
boxers.
dudes or
They're
boxers?
boxers.
what,
Pro
what about
boxers.
the Kleckos? Didn't
Dan Klecko?
Dan Klecko didn't.
I think it was his son and father situation.
Oh, my apologies.
I don't know if
Was
they
it
were
Joe
brothers
Klecko?
there. Yeah, Joe and Dan.
Okay.
Well, one of them played for the. They might have both played for the Patriots at some point, but one.
What was it?
caught,
Joe Klecko was a Jet.
I thought it was the Kleck Bros.
The Kleck bro. Yeah, the dad was with the Jets, and I think the son was with the
Colts.
Patriots.
Okay.
The Colts.
Yeah,
and
Peyton
the
Manning.
Patriots.
Okay,
Peyton Manning to Dan Klecko was
Yes.
a great big man touchdown.
We have the Diggs, Stephon and Trayvon. And that might have been biased. I made to put them in the top 10.
Some video of them. They had
But
like a basketball
I'm
tournament.
All pros, baby. You're telling me they're not top 10?
I think Trayvon was putting the clamps on Stephon on the hardwood. They had a celebrity basketball tournament. I saw.
Did you see Gilmore rocking the 21 too? The practice photo. He looks good.
Does it look good?
Oh, it looks good.
All right.
Yeah,
See
he
you
looks
tomorrow.
ferocious.
Stephon? Stephon Gilmore?
Yes. The Cowboys corner.
He's rocking 21?
Yeah.
So did we already know that?
We did.
Yeah.
So he's got the Zeke number.
Yes.
Look at that.
Yeah. We had a whole conversation about like why I didn't think Zeke was coming back because they
What?
gave away his number.
That's huge, man.
Big deal, right?
Breaking news here on 105.3 The Fan. That's a BetQL sponsor.
Harbaugh's Jim and John both coached in Super Bowls, and hell, I mean, one's also been a fantastic college coach as well, and the other one won a Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
The Watts, and gosh, I thought about putting the Watts higher. JJ, TJ, and Derek, but Derek's bringing them down.
Now, when you're putting these brothers' lists together, because this is an official Wooly Bully
Don't
list,
ask me questions.
I want to know.
You just nod and comply.
The formula.
There is no formula. I'm jotting people down.
There's no formula.
I didn't have measurements or measurables here. I don't need numbers. You're killing everybody with these numbers. You don't even know what the hell they mean.
Was it like their on the field court performance?
Yeah,
or was
for the
it like
most part.
the impact they had on you personally?
No,
as
it's
a
mainly
sports
just
fan?
like what did they do? What their accomplishments.
Okay.
Yeah. Less about me, except for the Diggses. I do love them.
The balls.
The balls. The balls are
a lot of thought on the balls.
Definitely considered what they were bringing to the table.
Yeah.
And it's not much, especially LeVar.
Oh.
All right, the Molinas. And they get disrespected. Benji, Jose, and Yachty. Gosh, the Molinas were fantastic. They come in at number 5. Number 6. Number 5 is Tiki and Rondé. And I didn't want to put him that high because I really hated Tiki, but Rondé's so good.
This is the biggest surprise of the list for me. Walchuk's putting a giant.
I know the Giants up there.
I know, but Rondé was really good.
Yeah.
I mean, they both were good, but Rondé's better.
One was great, one was good.
Here's the ones that I was like, I didn't really watch them a lot, but their accomplishments are fantastic. Bob and Mike Bryan.
Oh, the tennis dudes.
Tennis dudes.
Good doubles partners.
Gosh, they were dominant.
They're not that good. You never heard of them.
Are you kidding me?
Did you just
Look them up, man?
I've never heard of them.
Yeah, you should. Read
Bob
a book for once,
and
all right?
Mike
You go down
Ryan.
these brother rabbit holes, all of a sudden it's outstanding what the Bryan brothers did.
They are very
You
hard
don't
to
wanna
beat.
know what
Doubles
rabbit holes
tennis.
I've been
Very
down.
accomplished.
Yeah.
I know what rabbit holes you're going down, you freak.
Bryan brothers, identical twin brothers, Bob Bryan and Mike Bryan. They sucked and shouldn't be on Walchuk's list. That according to Wikipedia.
No. You just wrote that in.
Quickly. They have overrated chance, actually.
No, they were damn good.
I'm seeing it
We've
here.
also got the Sharps, Sterling, and Shannon. That got texted
Yes.
in. Love
very,
them.
Very good list, yeah.
The Gasols come in at 3 for me, Powell and Mark. Both
Yeah,
champions.
that's good.
They're good.
They were good.
Number 2, how about Travis and Jason Kelsey?
There's some dang good
Okay, so
players.
we got a giant and an eagle.
Super
on
Bowl
the
champs.
Wooly Bully top 10. Brought to you by the Wooly Bully.
Yeah. Number 1, though, it's pretty obvious. It's not the Jonas Brothers.
Mannings.
It's the Mannings. Peyton and Eli.
That was a guarantee situation right there.
I didn't
wasn't it?
love it because Eli can go bleep himself.
So we got
but
2 giants and an eagle on the official Wooly Bully top 10 list. I did not have that on the G-Bag bingo card
and he
today.
buried the Diggs. He just buried those
Hey, I put the
guys.
Diggs in
They
top
did.
10.
Yeah,
You look at a lot
he
of
put
these
the
lists.
Bryans up
They're not even
there.
mentioned.
Put the Bryans.
I know.
You
What
just
was
don't even
that?
know who they are, you uncultured
100%
swine.
I don't know who they are.
Golly,
if they were,
be a
worth
sports fan.
knowing,
You call
I
yourself
would
a
have
sports
known
host.
them.
You don't know a damn thing about sports.
I'm sure there's some twins dominating a little league somewhere that nobody knows about.
Hey,
what about them, Walchuk?
That's
They
the
probably went
measuring
undefeated.
stick.
I'll go find them. I'll recruit them to join your soccer team.
You watch
Hey.
Bob Bryan and Mike Bryan. You're a real sports
And it's National
fan.
Brothers Day. I can't put the Williams sisters on there.
Ooh, the Giambi brothers. That's awesome.
Oh, Nick and Nate Diaz, absolutely. In fact, I probably should put them at number 1 just in case Nate's still
I
around.
paid
No, that would be
attention.
disrespectful to Bob Bryan and John Bryan.
They were 4.
the two
I
tennis
paid
players.
attention.
That no
I
one's heard
cared
of.
about this segment today.
Thank you very much. You did a great job. Eric, though,
I did.
I'd like him to leave the room.
We got
Should have done a top 9 so we could have gotten rid of these Bryan bros.
Well, I would have had to do a top 3.
great list,
Can't
Walchuk.
believe you had him at 4.
Yeah.
Did he mention the Boses or the Watts?
No, I skipped over the Watts were in there. I skipped over the Boses.
Good for you.
Really, go believe themselves.
Speaking of football, the numbers say Dak is a top 3 player. So where is he in the most sophisticated analytical rankings available? Plus, I'm hanging on to 60 seconds on soccer, and it's next here in the G-Bag Nation. I have a message for you about
Stories, exclusive podcasts, video content, and much more 24/7 at 1053thefan.com.
Classic Chevrolet has the Memorial Day savings you want, just like Texas Classic is doing its part to drive America forward. Don't miss one-time holiday savings to upgrade for less. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
Thank you, Alec Medford, in for Lucius. We have all 32 starters ranked by the Pro Football Focus folks. This is Sam Monson, who joined us on Radio Row. It was tense. He was stressed out. He also kind of hates Broadus. I definitely would like your thoughts on that, Brian. Does Sam Monson hate you, Pro Football Focus?
I think so.
Yeah.
Steve was a good guy, though.
Steve is great.
I think they all hate me because when they first started, I questioned, like, how are you grading the tape? This is when they first started. This goes way back to the ESPN Dallas days for me. And I remember when they first started, and I'm like, how are you evaluating this tape? How are you grading all these players? And they were doing it off TV copy. And I was thinking, you can't see all the positions.
Can't do that.
So here you are grading players, and I
So you got off on the wrong foot. They've improved a lot since then.
Oh, I think they have. I think they have improved to the point where they're the way they get their film and the way they evaluate their film. I think there's some things that they kind of get stuck on, but they've gotten a lot better. But initially, Monson was not a fan of mine at all because I called him out. And I'm like, bro, how are you grading these players when you can't even see them on every play? They didn't have all 22 at the time.
No, they did not.
And so I was like, you're kind of like fudging this thing. Yeah. I guess is the word.
They were doing something to it.
Fidging and fudging.
Fudging, kind of, the whole thing. So,
well, I think the most interesting thing about the article, they do have Josh Allen above Joe Burrow, saying he can beat you in so many ways. It'll be interesting to see if Josh Allen continues to run like that. On Dak, their point is they got him at 10th, by the way. That's a non-story. He's somewhere between, 5 or 6 and 12 or 13, depending on how you value him. But they say he's shown himself to be one of the most sensitive quarterbacks in the league with changes in his supporting cast. His overall grade has ranged from 71.8 to 85.2 over his career. Those changes tend to go hand in hand with the level of receiving help and blocking in front of him. Prescott's turnover-worthy play rate has been above 3% in each of the past 4 seasons. You talk about, should that have been a pick? Was that a pick? How many picks does he have? Oh, that was his receiver's fault. They measure how much danger you're putting on your throws. How many guys are in the area that could turn that ball over? How many times do guys have it in their hands and drop it? Over the last 4 seasons now, he has had an alarmingly higher turnover-worthy play percentage at over 3% for Dak. But I think that's the point that I'd like Cowboys fans to pay attention to and try to hold the front office more accountable for. I believe their philosophy is that if a quarterback is in their prime, he's going to elevate the players around him. They didn't start building the offensive line for Tony until he started to get older and hurt, right? I think they believe young quarterbacks, old quarterbacks need more offensive line help. Right now, they're asking Dak to make up for the mistakes of the offensive line. Do you think he can do it?
I don't It's tough. I think versus the great teams, it ultimately becomes he's not good enough to put it over the top. So I think you do have to have some level of, whether it be your receivers or your offensive line, they have to be cream of the crop top. There's a couple quarterbacks that could overcome, hey, your offensive line's not great. You're going up against a great defense. You can still find a way. Dak is not that guy. So ultimately, no, I don't think he's able to pull that off.
But do you agree what the numbers say, that he's kind of only as good as his supporting cast?
I think that's fair to an extent. I think he raises the supporting cast at times, but sometimes what he's raising is like below average players, and now we're making him average at times, right? Like when it comes to the offensive line and needing help, I think he does need plenty of it, and he's good enough to be a winning quarterback and get you to the playoffs with this kind of team. But if you're talking about winning a Super Bowl or even getting to a Super Bowl or a conference championship when the defense has become legit, I don't think he's good enough to overcome just an average set of skills or offensive line and skill sets.
No, especially not against an elite defense like San Francisco. That's been proven. Now, he can shred Philadelphia, who we also thought was a good defense, but he plays them twice a year. There's a lot of familiarity there. When he's playing against a top 5 defense, you've seen, I think, overall throughout his career, pretty much consistent struggles, and he's not able to raise the level of play of those around him. I think he's definitely good enough to get you 10 wins, get you in the playoffs, but to me, it's always come down to, now in the playoffs, are you going to be able to be that guy? And as much as I've rooted for it and hoped for it because I love him, he hasn't been.
Man, he was brilliant against the Buccaneers.
Sure was, but that wasn't a good defense either.
And I mean, I don't know. Maybe that was the one thing that was kind of holding the Buccaneers together. Brady was kind of falling apart.
Maybe.
And stuff like that. I don't know. To me, some of the throws that he makes, I understand why he makes them. I do. I mean, he has that kind of confidence in his ability as a player. He might not always have the understanding of like, what is on the line if I make this throw. Sometimes you have to have that ability as a quarterback to drop back and say, okay, I can't turn the ball over here. I've got to,
got a good defense. We can punt.
I got to make sure those plays that happened before half. I can't tell you how many times that we were, there at AT&T Stadium and right before half, and we're waiting to go on for the halftime show, and they have a shot to get a field goal or maybe score, and then you get the interception to the ball that goes down the middle. And you're thinking, man, you can't do that. You can't do that. And I think he has unbelievable confidence in himself as a player.
Yeah.
I just don't think he always has the skill to pull it off.
Yeah.
And that's what gets him in more trouble than anything.
The skill set that, like you mentioned, Dawson, about making the guys around him better, that is the skill set that I think he lacks. Like when you're comparing him to the great quarterbacks, that's one of those where he doesn't have the capability to do that.
I will say it's a very short list though of the guys that can do that, and it might be maybe 3.
That's my frustration. He's good enough to win a Super Bowl and multiple playoff games if you give him the line and the receivers.
Yep.
And they want to try to preserve the ability to make the playoffs every year instead of go for it one of these years. And you'll be home well before the middle of January once again.
But he had opportunity. He had, you say what you want about Gallup and Cooper and those guys a couple of years ago, and they fell short.
Yeah,
they fell short in the playoffs.
Well,
offensive line
was falling apart a
little bit. But to me, I mean, it's not going to be perfect for him. It's never going to be perfect. Trying to build the offensive line, I don't think is. You hope that that Tyler Smith turns into what he is.
They need Awesome Richards. They need a day 3 pick.
It'd be nice if they could hit on one, like the Chiefs did with Trey Smith.
Yeah, Awesome Richards needs to be a better Terrence Steele.
Well, thank you guys for those thoughts. You did manage to filibuster enough to avoid 60 seconds on soccer.
Gosh dang it.
For now.
Thank you.
Okay.
That's a threat, boys.
Well, the 4th hour is coming up here. We got the C note, best kept secret on every roster. Who is the Cowboys? Let's keep this conversation going as the Stars were just so frustrating and maddening. We'll talk Rangers and we'll talk Cowboys as their OTAs continue. Coming up next here, it's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Do have some amazing news.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. It's hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation on a 105.3 The Fan. We're about to kick off the C-Note. Wolchuk was going to have the first story, but he's AWOL. The woolly bully, he's had enough. I think he and Brian got into a pretty heated argument there in the halls, a continuation of that last segment. He might have to walk it off, Brian? You tuned him up pretty good?
I just wanted to make sure that he knew where I was coming from on that subject.
You guys had a little DAC off?
Yeah, a little bit. And he's got some good points, but not good enough to make me change my mind.
And his blood's still boiling. You can see it on his face. A lot of it has to do with some of the decisions he made last night, but he's wearing that Stars loss in a very, very
Hey, by the way, thanks to the people at
way.
Jacks. Super nice folks over there. I'm just sorry the team played like crap.
For sure.
They got a great setup with all those TVs, and the food was excellent. I had the chicken pesto sandwich.
You did, man.
Really good.
You crushed that thing.
Yeah.
I was proud of the way you hammered that home.
I did.
I went with the burger with the brisket and an extra beef patty on there.
It looked good. It looked good.
Let me give a little bit of love to the Rangers as well as that sandwich. Just an unbelievable performance today from Will Smith, getting the final 5 outs, his first 5-out save of his career when the bullpen was doing nothing. They brought in Leclerc, and he instantly started a fire, loaded the bases at the 8th inning of a 3-2 game. Got 1 out. Will Smith said, "Give me that ball." And he got 2 out, got out of the 8th, and then shut him down in the 9th to preserve the 3-2 win. RBI double from Young. Tavares with a hit in his 5th straight game. Modest hitting streak for him. He's back over 300. And Marcus Semien, he hit a bombski yesterday in last night's game. They won that game as well. So back-to-back wins really in between editions of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. And I mean, if they're this good without a bullpen, guys, we might be looking at the best Rangers team of all time by the time we get into, I'd say, a spring training of next year.
And this is the best. We're also looking at legitimately, and it's funny when you look at some of the names in the lineup, but the best offense in baseball history, like with the runs that they're putting up. It is just ridiculous that we're sitting at a place here now where, you're talking about maybe one of the best offenses in the history of the sport. And that's how you can win as many games as they've done with as bad of a bullpen as they have.
Yeah, so they'll be off tomorrow and in Baltimore on Friday, pregame at 5 o'clock right here on your home of the Rangers. Dallas Stars was unfortunate. We're not talking a ton about it because it's just so painful, but we do want to pass along. Jamie Benn did get a 2-game suspension. And I took a bet payoff loss last night. I put it on the line without a wager. I felt that confident about it, and they let me down in a big way. And that hurt, but I understand some Stars fans on Twitter's frustration with me. Maybe I jinxed them. I don't know, but I'm willing to give you your pound of flesh, literally, almost literally. I'm gonna eat a 16-ounce steak raw on Friday's show, and we'll be putting that show down from 2 to 5.
I'm really, really looking forward to that. Do you know what cut of meat you're gonna go with? Thicker the better on this one, right, gentlemen? We agree.
I think I think I'll probably do 2 filet mignons.
Oh, you're gonna go 2?
Yeah, nice try.
I'll add them up to 16 ounces.
Okay. We need that tomahawk. I want you eating this thing off the bone.
Go with like a porterhouse.
Did you see what he just did? You see what he just did?
He peeked over at you.
When he said it, he looked over at me and smiled.
Don't throw me under the bus again.
You did. You looked at me like I'm about to have a brilliant dinner.
Yeah. Is Brian going to let me get away with this?
Heck no.
Brian, you need to be the one. You need to say you're going to prep this.
You're doing a dang ribeye.
And just shove that little nitro gummy in there somewhere.
The problem is the non-melted fat on like a New York or a ribeye or something.
Yeah.
That's going to be very difficult to eat.
Yeah, it is. It is going to be difficult.
No, it's not supposed to be easy to eat,
all of a sudden, the payoff's a little bit difficult. Who'd have thought? That's crazy. I'll tell you what's difficult, having 9 million Scoville in your body, in your mouth.
You're right. You're right. My bad.
Try getting your back waxed.
It was so funny, though, really, when he's like, "Oh, I'm going to have filet mignon."
A couple filet mignons. What do you think? Have lobster mac and cheese on the side.
Choose a steak to eat raw, it'd be filet mignon, wouldn't it?
If you were going to choose.
I think I would probably.
Why don't we go to sirloin from Walmart? Let's go Russian roulette style, okay? Or we'll draw it out of a hat. We'll have 5 different cuts. And then we'll pull, and whatever Destiny says is what Destiny says.
I'm in for that.
I think I do the
We're going to
strip.
have to go to a fancy butcher or a chef, though, or something, because it can't get contaminated. If it's not like
a couple of worms never hurt nobody.
Well, E. coli. He gets sick. If he dies, he dies.
You trust me to prep
salmonella.
it? You trust me to prep it?
I would trust Broadus. I'd absolutely. Can I get a green light from you guys on that?
Yeah, absolutely.
What are we
Get that
prepping?
damn
It's
gummy
raw
in the
meat.
meat.
I don't understand.
Well,
What's the prep?
Well, you could cut it up unless you want him just to gnaw on the steak, the whole steak.
I want him picking it up with his 5 fingers and biting it like a
giant piece of beef jerky.
Yeah.
Yes, that's
like
what
a
I was
true
envisioning.
old school
Yeah.
alpha male living in the caves and
Blood coming off my elbow.
Yeah.
That's a show
I want you
right
licking
there.
the blood off your
That's
elbow.
a show. Okay.
Like Broadus does the grease from his cheeseburgers.
Dances with wolf style. You're eating the heart.
As a chef and a culinary teacher, I wouldn't recommend it. LOL. Okay, get a Wagyu strip, prepare it like tartar. I can't do that.
No,
that
there's
would
no
be cheating.
preparation.
Yeah.
Okay, let me do a little bit of research. I definitely don't want to get salmonella. Here's Zach Wolchuk with to kick us off on the C note here. Every NFL roster's best kept secret heading into the OTAs. Wolchuk, what do you got for us?
All right, who do you think the Cowboys' best kept secret is?
Ooh, it's a good
now,
question.
To us, there are no secrets because we know this team so damn well.
They're probably going to say Jake Ferguson.
To you guys, it would be Michael Gallup because you think he's horrible.
I don't think Michael Gallup's horrible. Quit projecting on me. I just don't think he's in wide receiver
See how
one.
You're deflecting.
See how defensive he's getting there?
Yeah. Good answer.
Yeah.
I don't think Michael Gallup's horrible.
They're going to say Jake Ferguson.
It's not Jake Ferguson, but
Bland.
It's Deron Bland.
Ooh,
Deron Bland is
okay.
the Cowboys' best kept secret. And they wrote, unless you're a Cowboys fan, when you think about rookie corners from the class of 22, it's Sauce Gardner, it's Tariq Woolen. Those are the ones that immediately come to mind. Maybe even a Derek Stingley, if you think of the highest rated corners coming out of college. But Deron Bland was second among all rookies with 5 interceptions on the season. And those interceptions weren't just products of the ball being tipped in the air and falling into his hands. He proved his ability to work as both an inside and outside corner. He has strong hands with the ball in the air and in a role as a 5th-round pick. And now he can actually be your starting slot because you add Gilmore. So you feel like you're good on the outside with Diggs and Gilmore, health willing, and now Deron Bland can really just be your nickel slot corner, and he proved to excel when he had to fill in for Jordan Lewis last year in that role.
Yeah, I love Deron Bland. I'm really excited about him. Hopefully there's no sophomore slumpage, and he just continues the trajectory that he was on from his rookie year because he's the real deal. I would take it one step further. I think that's a fair national secret. I understand where they're coming from on that one. I think locally it's McQuamu, and I keep going back to the McQuamu well. I think very, very highly of him from a versatility standpoint, what he can do for the back end of a defense, and also playing around the line of scrimmage as well. Sure tackler. I like McQuamu. I think he's the best cap.
Could Osa Odighizuwa be?
I think absolutely nationally, I don't think Osa Odighizuwa is on a lot of people's radars. And then I've been saying it, and I think the Mozzie Smith pick is going to help him tremendously. I think he's in a contract year. I think he's going to ball out this year.
What about Biotish? He made the Pro Bowl, right?
So Biotish, I don't think is I think Biotish is kind of, people know who he is. Now, people probably don't give him credit for being as good as he was last year.
Yeah.
But yes, I don't think he's a secret.
Tyler B, I agree.
No. For the Giants, they've got wide receiver Isaiah Hodgins.
Ooh, he
sneakily had a good year last year.
Yeah, he made some plays.
Yeah, he was a sneaky good year last year. Milton Williams, the defensive tackle for the Eagles, is their best kept secret.
I do like the idea of a Wooly Bully top 10 list, top 10 sneaky good years.
We can't have Milton break out, man.
No, that would be an absolute pain in the rear. And for the Commanders, it's Fedarian Mathis, another defensive tackle. Are you telling me they got another bleeping guy in here to add to Deron Payne and Jonathan Allen and Montez Sweat? He had 9 sacks, 10.5 tackles for loss his final year with the Crimson Tide, and they think he could end up being a stud for them in the middle of the defense.
Thank you, Wolchuk. There it is, Deron Bland for the Cowboys, and a look around the division as we continue the C-Note Cowboys news of the evening. And we have another medical professional. As a nurse, I'm begging you to at least warm it up. Okay?
No, sir.
They're trying to kill Dawson. It's like Stephen Jones is in charge of the show. Okay? That was an emotional bet, General. You can't do that. I know, but I felt like it was a lock. They'd lost in overtime twice. I felt like, man, desperate team theory coming on home.
Yeah.
This arena is going to be on fire, and it was on fire, but in a different way. Okay, ESPN has done their FPI, their Football Power Index, updated today as we go into the OTAs, and Chiefs are number 1 overall. Cowboys come in 8th. Chances to win the Super Bowl is at 7%. They have the 6th best odds. The Eagles currently have the best odds. Even though the Chiefs are the better team, they just feel like the Eagles' path to that victory is easier, obviously, because they're in the lighter conference. Cowboys at 7%. Would you go higher or lower than that, boys?
I can't go more than 7%. I've been hoping they'd win a Super Bowl for the last 27 years, and it hasn't happened.
Are they the 3rd best team in the conference?
Yes, I think so.
I'd have to go higher then.
But I mean,
I know, but I've been talking about the quarterback situation, stuff like that.
And I get what you mean, but that's to get to the Super Bowl. How many AFC teams are you going to put ahead of them? Bills.
Oh, I'm trying to get them to the
Bengals.
Super Bowl. Oh, you're talking about winning the Super Bowl.
That's what it is, right? 7% chance to win the Super Bowl.
That's right. Win. Okay.
Yeah, we care about winners around here.
Yeah.
It seems doable.
Just the AFC is stacked. It's a gauntlet.
If you would take this Cowboys team and put the roster anywhere else, I'd be like, yeah, sure, that team could do it. But being here is just so hard to believe it at this point.
They're going to play one Super Bowl contender out of the AFC, right? They got maybe
Buffalo.
Well, they've got the Jets,
Buffalo.
Bills,
I'm not Miami and Buffalo might be their 2 toughest ones.
Yeah,
right?
well, I mean, I'm not.
Two
I think
potentials.
Aaron Rodgers, the
Yeah.
boogeyman with the
The
Jets,
Jets,
assuming he's healthy.
The Chargers, maybe. Chargers in that mix.
That's the one that I'm very, very excited about. I think the Chargers have worse odds than the Cowboys, partially because they're in the AFC. And it's like they're going to be fighting for second place in their own division. They're not winning that thing with the Chiefs in there. But that Chargers game is going to be a really, really fun game, and the lead up to it with the Kellen Moore stuff. I'm curious. I know your answer brought us about what concerns you more. Is it some of the actual players on the roster offensively, or is it the coaching? I think a lot of the issues when we talk about Dak and all these things and making people around him better, I think a lot of it would help if he had a better man on the sideline, master man on the sideline running things offensively. It's Jason Garrett, it's Scott Linehan, it's young Kellen Moore, who's getting talked about like he's some offensive wizard. He's done nothing at that moment in the sport, and now we see he had plenty of shortcomings. I think, to me, even more so than whatever roster inefficiencies we want to talk about, wide receiver or offensive line, I think it's the coaches offensively that is more concerning.
This season will be make or break because of the offensive coaches. That's my here we are in late May, early June opinion before camp. If the Cowboys have success this year, it'll be because of their offensive coaches.
Yeah, I agree.
If they're a 9-8 team and don't make the playoffs and all that, I think it's just too much turnover on the offensive side of the ball.
I'm with you because I think the roster's pretty solid on paper right now. Now, we'll see about the depth if that gets tested, but you got 3 good receivers. Tony Pollard, assuming he's back healthy, you got a good running back, and I think the starting 5 offensive line, if you have Tyron, you feel good about it. Now, inevitably you won't, so how do they shuffle it?
817 says, this is a buzzkill. Something happening in the workplace as a bet, eating something against FTA standards could actually be an OSHA violation if you get sick. Well, we can't do that. We can't get spittle fined and thrown off the air. We can't put the company
We're
at
drinking
risk.
scotch through a hot dog.
Yeah, we're just a couple of men.
What are we doing here?
Manly things.
Are we calling us out for?
There's a very slight chance they get sick. These doctors and nurses are paranoid. There's like a 2% chance they get sick.
Yeah, and he already said you're good to go earlier, so you're good.
People are eating raw meat. I mean, Dawson won't be the first of its kind. I mean, people are cracking open pounds of ground beef and eating that thing.
Tartar.
Yeah, whatever. I mean, I think you're going to be fine.
Bring me a living cow and a knife. I'll show you how this is done.
That's right.
Cut it right out of them. Okay, I look up at the clock. I realize there's plenty of Cowboys conversation to be had, and we will continue that coming up in about 8 minutes. But it's time for 60 seconds on soccer. That is right.
There you go.
Ronaldo says the Saudi Arabian league he's playing in could quickly become a top 5 league in the world. We're much better, and the Saudi league is getting better, and the next year will be even better. Step by step, this league will be among the top 5 in the world, but they need time, players, and infrastructure. But I believe in this country has amazing potential. They have amazing people, and the league will be great, in my opinion. Ronaldo scored a stunning winner on Tuesday as Al Nassr fought back to beat visitors Al Shabaab 3-2 and put Al Ittihad's Saudi Pro League title celebration on hold.
All right, now you're just making up names.
I'm not. I think I hit the pronunciation pretty good, too.
I think you hit them all.
Dates for the summer transfer window in Europe have been confirmed June 14th to September 1st. Okay.
All right.
Could have Pulisic on the move and others. And heads up on a local team playing next weekend on Peacock. It's the soccer tournament. $1 million first prize, 7-on-7 in North Carolina. It's going to be streaming on the app next weekend. Dallas United, coached by Dylan Vidral, taking on West Ham United June 2nd. They'll also hopefully get a piece of Dortmund. Wrexham is going to be there. And Mia Hamm, Landon Donovan, Jermaine Jones, Clint Dempsey will all be there with different teams. So that should be a fun one. If you get a chance to, you have the Peacock next weekend. Be on the lookout for that.
That's that thing they have in basketball, right? The college basketball, the tournament. Is that what we're calling it? Yeah.
I think it's former NBA players too.
Well, there's a lot involved too. I think like Syracuse puts up a team. Like the Boeheim has a team name over there. So
Jimmy McNamara out there.
All those old Syracuse guys get together and play.
We'll hit the expressway. 35 minutes of uninterrupted content coming up next here. It's the G-Bag Nation 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat about the Frankels before we do that, though. Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. Time to hit the Expressway. 35 minutes of uninterrupted content. Yeah, man, we got the Expressway coming up. Well, we got Expressway now, but LA Live's coming up here at 5:40, 5:45. And Alec Medford, for the first time, has agreed to host it. I think you're going to get AM on the FM, his weekend bit in place of LA Live. He's filling in for him all weekend long, so Alec Medford fans, you can look forward to that coming up here in about 15 minutes here in the G-Bag Nation. Got some good audio. Spencer Dinwiddie on how Luka can improve. That should be great. He's always so honest and thoughtful. And then Jamie Benn's thoughts on the major last night, and he has been suspended, by the way, in the wake of it. And we'll get to that here in just a second. Do want to do a little bit of celebrating on your Texas Rangers, baby. Last night it was Evaldi, and today it was Will Smith, an absolute pitching star. Martin Perez as well. We cannot overlook Martin Perez, who had a great start, and then Will Smith gets the final 5 outs after, Leclerc loaded the bases. But the Rangers got the win, and so many things are going great. I saw Jeff Passan with this tweet. Did you see this, Bully?
No, I did not.
For the first time since day 5 of the season,
the run differential.
The Rays do not lead MLB in run differential.
Let's go.
I believe in run differential. How bad you're kicking other teams' ass is, over a long sample size, is a direct reflection of how much better you are. Rangers number 1 at plus 111.
Well, that's what happens when they gave up 20 runs yesterday to Toronto.
Mm-hmm. Rays are now at plus 107. Dodgers at plus 57.4. The Braves at plus 54. And the Astros at plus 52. What are your expectations for the rest of this summer in October?
I think they're a playoff team. I think they're going to be competing with the Astros for the division. I think it's really going to come down to Houston and Texas.
3 games now. They lost today and last night. Houston did.
Today was a good day. Ain't that right, Jared? But yeah, I think that they're going to be competing for the AL West pennant. In worst place, they're going to be a wild card team. And if this rotation can be healthy, I think it's going to be tough to pick against them in a series, man, when you've got DeGrom, Evaldi, Gray, Perez, Heaney, that's a situation where you might only need 4 guys, and you can even kick Heaney to come out of the bullpen for you if you wanted to. So the Rangers are super exciting. They're playing even better than I thought they would when you line up the pitching and the lineup and how good this offense has been. I think they're absolutely a playoff team, and I was thinking, man, if they could at least be competing for a wild card, I think it's a shoo-in. They are a wild card.
We talk about run differential and stuff like that. With Marcus Semien leading off, he just put him out there. You guys were talking with Peasley about him and what he's able to do every day, go out there and be as steady as he has. Had an error today, but it was 40-something games in a row where he didn't have an error. The fact that he's scored 44 runs and he's driven in 39 of them, 39 runs, that just tells you how good this Ranger lineup has been with guys in the bottom of the order, guys at 6, 7, 8, 9, getting on base. That's what you got to have a lot of confidence. Like the number of runs he's driven in as a leadoff hitter, that just tells you how well this team has played from 1 to 9. That they get on base, he drives them in. And then when he gets on base, he gets driven in. So I have a lot of confidence. The fact that and again, you guys were visiting with Pease about DeGrom, and Mike walked you through what it's going to look like, and he said, "Oh, maybe the next homestand." And now I think you have a little bit more options of what do you want to do, with your rotation. Putting DeGrom clearly back in the lineup, and then kind of shuffling some things around. But man, you've as a team from top to bottom, they've been outstanding. They'll figure out that thing with the bullpen.
They've also just been unbelievable when hitting down 0-2 in the count, and they've come.
They
up with
work a lot
runs.
of counts. I was sitting there watching that, and watching on my phone, and and I'm following the pitch tracker thing, and it's just amazing. It seems like every at bat, 6, 7, pitches, 8 pitches. Seager gets up there 9 pitch, and then gets a base hit.
They're making them work.
Yeah, it makes them work, and you're like going, man, that we never talked about a Ranger team being able to work counts. Even Adolis, has done a good job, and his road power numbers haven't been great. Everything has been really good at home,
Yeah.
It's nice to see him in this series against the Pirates get a couple of big hits.
And certainly the players have to execute that, but it's the coaching staff that deserves the credit because Chris Woodward was trying to implement this last year.
Mm-hmm.
He was all about guys, the approach. You need to be more patient. We can't be we're trying to walk. We can't be giving up walks, right, from a pitching standpoint. They've completely flipped that from what was challenging this team for the last several years. Chris Woodward wasn't able to do it.
Yeah, Bochy and his staff really have gifts for explaining things in ways that not only make sense, but inspire confidence and give insights that other coaches don't. As important as Chris Young has been for this front office, the coaching staff might actually be more important with how so many guys have either blown up or are reaching new heights in an already good career.
Yeah, well, Evaldi was even talking about in what Mike Maddox has done for him. We haven't seen Evaldi, and he's been. I mean, he was a big game pitcher,
World Series champion.
Yeah, big game pitcher there in Boston. But to the level of where he's at now, he's he's borderline ace.
Yeah.
When you start to talk about the best pitchers around Major League Baseball, and you said, "Hey, I got to have a guy to go out and get us a game."
He's playing as good as anybody right now.
Evaldi's at the top of that list.
You could put him on the mound, and you're thinking, "Damn, this thing has a chance to be a complete game. It has a chance to maybe be one walk. He ain't going to put people on. He's not going to give up runs. You get 2-3 runs for him. He's putting this thing to bed."
Yeah. Okay, we got some updated text on the idea of eating a pound of raw steak. Stars fans want their pound of flesh for me possibly jinxing the hockey team last night. 972, nurses and doctors aren't paranoid. We're the ones who clean up the mess after you yell, "Hold my beer." That's fair, but there's like 999 other people that yelled, "Hold my beer." Nothing happened. Okay, you saw the one who had the bad night, right? 806, Liver King eats raw meat every day. You'll be all right. 469, Liver King seems to be doing okay. He eats raw meat all the time. I do not know this Liver King, but he might have an iron stomach, or he might just be the exact test case that we're talking about here.
Is Liver King like the guy like Joey Chestnut kind of guy? Is he a competitive eater?
No,
dude? Who is
no,
Liver King?
he's super buff.
Just a steroid guy.
Oh, is he? Oh, okay.
He's
okay. All right. I didn't know that.
But there's a way to do this appropriately, okay? And the internet is very clear about this. Foodauthority.gov. This is a legit spot. This is educational.
Here we go. I appreciate that because Spittle's getting anxious now.
I know he is. And so his anxiousness is making me anxious because I want to see you eat a raw steak right in front of my eyes over the course of a show.
Quit being sissy ninnies.
You got to make sure it's just fresh meat. Buy it from a reputable butcher who understands how the meat will be consumed. Like, hey, Mr. Butcher Man, I'm eating this raw. I need your cleanest piece, please. And then just prepare and consume as soon as possible after the slaughter. So I would say you pick it up on the way in on Friday, and then boom, that thing, you're eating it 2 hours later.
I think we're on it. We're going to be fine here. Okay. Are we going to be fine with the updated top 50 MLB prospects? According to Kylie McDaniel, Rangers have number 11 and Evan Carter. I don't see another Ranger on the list. Are we inflating or overrating their prospect list, Wooly Bully?
No, I don't think so. I think they've definitely got an abundance of players that teams would be interested in. But you have had some of your guys that have dropped. Like Cole Winn used to be really highly ranked. He's struggled, right? Jack Leiter's bounced back nicely this month, but then in his last start yesterday, the walks became another issue. Rocker's obviously hurt now. Yeah. I still think they've got, I bring up the infield all the time. Like, they're not going to be able to have these guys move up to the big league level and play, whether it's, Foscue, Wenzel, Acuna, maybe even a Josh Smith is a guy that's playing really well.
I would throw him in on any deal.
I think Josh Smith's a guy that, because to me, I'm not moving Durant. Like Duran is the guy I'm not trading.
You can't trade. They don't trade picks, right? Like they can't give up the fourth pick to somebody for a player.
Think so.
You don't trade like that in baseball, right?
No, the draft picks rarely are part of that. It's like cash considerations.
Exactly,
maybe you throw something like that in there.
You go. Yeah.
Well, they'll be off tomorrow, and they'll get back after it Friday in Baltimore.
Do you have? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to ask you this, and I will. But do you have the list of the other?
Aaron Zavala, that's another name.
No, the list of the other teams in front of the Rangers on that
players.
On that of the teams.
No, didn't get a team list.
Yeah, that have a better farm system.
I can try and find something for you.
I'd have to take a look at that. My bet would be Atlanta and Tampa.
I'm curious about those teams who of the team above you would need bullpen help. You know what I'm saying? What's the teams above you that are going to have to ship off prospects to get bullpen help? And it's somebody that has a much better farm system than you.
Orioles right now have the best one.
Okay.
Then you've got the Dodgers, who are always up there. The Diamondbacks, surprisingly, but that's because of Jordan Lawler.
They've
Corbin
had a lot.
Carroll,
They've been bad. They've
Drew
had a lot of
Jones.
picks.
Yeah, they have.
Yeah.
The Guardians, which is interesting because that might be a team that you end up trying to make a deal with.
Yeah.
And then you've got the Reds and the Rays. Those are the teams ahead of the Rangers.
Okay, so those are teams that really aren't looking particularly for bullpen. Maybe the Dodgers are. I think the
Dodgers probably would be.
Always look for bullpen help. Yeah.
All righty. Elsewhere here in the Expressway, Spencer Dinwiddie is on a podcast. Now, this is the Gilbert Arenas podcast, talking about how Luka Doncic can improve. Here is the former Mav, just got traded at the deadline.
What does Luka need to do to make the Mavs a legit championship contender? Like, what does he need to do personally as a player to help get this team right?
Get in shape. Ooh, well.
I don't know.
I mean, I think that's tough. That's my guy. And I love Dallas too. I think defense, obviously. I think he does give effort to a degree on that end, but like it can be higher level, and you want to get to a space where they're not like hunting you, obviously, because it's never good when your best player is getting, you know what I'm saying, targeted on defense. And then I just think like whenever the right roster gets around him, he's probably just gonna have to, you know, probably change play style a tiny bit. Yeah, that was it. I mean, you know, BJ got his opinion. Listen, get in shape and stop bitching.
You think he's out of shape?
Yeah, stop bitching. Why are you always crying to the ref?
That's what the players do.
Yeah, but God, but like it's 4-on-5 every time. Like,
I don't like that. Like, if you're gonna yell, get up the court, and then wait till like a dead ball because or something. But yeah, and not to compare. But you don't think he's in shape?
Is he in shape?
I don't know.
All them beers?
I don't know.
I just wait. I mean, I think to his shape, I think he's in shape. But if you're talking about that elite level, I can be at the rim every single time and defense, or like, you know, when we talk about Giannis Bron type of like shape, well, no, but he can hoop though. And you always say guys training, like guys aren't training to go to the like, so that's why I'm saying you're not in that type of elite shape.
You know, and it's crazy when like the outside world listen to, they'll see a player, he's playing 37 minutes, and then
you can hide in the game.
And then you be like, yo, you're not in shape. And they're like, how can you do it? He's one, like, if you trust me,
you can hide in the game. Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I think a lot of his frustration is from fatigue. His frustration with the refs, I believe, is directly tied to it. Like the human ability to process emotional situations, once your cardio is up and you're exhausted, it's totally shot. You don't have a good chance at all. There's actually some police departments that say if you have to run to chase a suspect, you can't also be the person that's like cuffing and stuffing and handling that dude, because you're going to be exhausted and pissed, you know? So we need you to emotionally take. I think the same thing is happening to Luka. Plus, it's why he doesn't get back on defense, because again, he's tired. They're mentioning the cold beers. They know it's not a secret anymore. He's got to find a way to get in that Dirk mode. Remember the Dirk Steve Nash pictures down at the Loon? Yeah. They're hammered. Yeah. And Dirk spent like the first 5 years of his career having fun on and off the court. At some point here over the next 2-3 years, if Luke is going to hit that level, he's got to transit. You don't have to be Kobe. You know, you don't have to be up at 5 a.m. outworking everybody with 3 2-hour workouts a day, but you got to get on at least the Dirk level, you know, and fairly soon, because whatever athleticism he has to stay in front of people is not going to get better after about 27 years old.
It's also clear the usage rate, right? It's just been crazy high. And that's why for me, I don't think, you just add another superstar to pair him with. That's going to help. You need more role players. You need other people that can help take some of that workload off. Because I think we saw some of that with Harden this year in the playoffs, right? Now, ultimately, Philadelphia got bounced. They didn't reach their goal. But we had moments where James Harden, it was like, holy cow, here's the MVP Harden again. His usage rate was down. Usually he would get to the postseason, he's completely exhausted, he's a shell of himself, and he would always just go ahead and choke. Well, this year he actually played well in the playoffs, and he wasn't asked to do as much in the regular season because of Joel Embiid and the talent that they had there in Philadelphia.
Why do you think the players that he was talking with were surprised that Luka was out of shape? Sound like they were kind of.
I think they were being sarcastic.
Do you think so?
I think they were like, "Oh, really? He's out of shape." Like, I think it's pretty obvious to anybody who watches him, even if you're not watching him play. If you're just seeing him stand there, you're like, "Okay, this is not a top line." Ripped up NBA player.
I think that's so telling right now, what he just said. I think that's very telling. And you know what? That's if you're one of these guys or gals that, and we all love the Mavs, but if you're sitting there defending Luka all the time, That's a former teammate of his. That's a guy that every night went out there and played ball with him and is talking about that he needs to be in better shape.
He knows.
He knows. And so to me, is that now on Luka?
Yes.
Is that some?
No, it's definitely on Luka.
He got in shape for the international ball last year. It's what he prioritizes.
The thing I would worry about is the Mavs and somebody from the Mavs coming up and saying, "Bro, you like if Spencer did what he was like the general manager." I would feel better now because I think Spencer would say, "Bro, you got to get in better shape."
Yeah,
maybe they did because he did hire nutritionists.
Who over there is going to say that? That's the thing that I mean, it's funny. It has to be former teammate having to say.
But that'll be the true test of a competitor. It always goes back. Oh, Luka's such a competitor. That's why he's always yapping at the refs and all these things. Like no. An actual competitor is the guy who's willing to be disciplined enough to put the work in to put himself in position to be as successful as possible.
100%.
So it's like he wants to talk about how much of a competitor he is, and that's the crutch he leans on when he goes on one of these technical foul spouts and he's in the ear of the referee. He's just a competitor. He's a competitor. No, I don't want to hear about that. You're a competitor when you're locked in all the time on being the best you can possibly be and putting the work in on the front end of an actual game or a season, and the consistency factor that you can lean on I'm a competitor. You got to prove it with your actions.
Dinwiddie knew the team is fatally flawed, though, as well, and said whenever the roster gets right, play a different style maybe. And I think that's coming from Luka. I don't think he plays this style because it's the only style he can play. If you watch him play with his national team, it's much more ball movement, player movement. But you have to have 5 guys on the court that have the ability to scan and make reads and make accurate passes and throw with anticipation and stuff like that. And I just don't think that would be an effective playing style for what the Mavs have put around Luka Doncic. Jamie Benn, a major penalty. His reaction today, he did talk to reporters today. Is this bull bleep, or do you like what you hear from your captain? Here he is, Jamie Benn.
Just unfortunate play. I think I just need to be more responsible with my body and my stick, and put my team in a tough situation. So, it's pretty unfortunate.
Pretty unfortunate is what Jamie Benn said about what appeared to be intentionally driving his stick into the face of a competitor. He has been suspended 2 games for that, and it's not a huge surprise. Long discussed welterweight showdown between Terrence Crawford and Errol Spence Jr. is done deal.
Hell yes.
It has been tentatively scheduled July 29th at T-Mobile in Vegas, but will not happen unless both boxers sign their contracts. BoxingScene.com confirmed neither Crawford nor Spence has signed it. Date could also change if they don't finalize the deal. They've been going back and forth on this thing. I know it's tough to get the right agreements, and you have decades-old rivalries there amongst promoters, and it can be difficult to slot in there. But we need a unified welterweight here before too long. I think it's pretty clear what we're looking at with Ja Morant. Doesn't this sound like depression to you? Early today, he posted some really cryptic message, including one that said bye, like he was saying goodbye to his family. Police conduct a welfare check. He was okay. Told him he's just going to take a break from social media. This is a bizarre situation from a guy that had a pretty clean first 3 years in the league. All of a sudden, he can't keep anything on the road. So that's tough. It is time now, though, for LA Live, and we go into that Pimp Cup where Alec Medford is standing by for his rendition of the segment. Sir, you have the floor.
Yes, sir. You guys are usually accustomed to LA Live with the one and only Lucius Alexander, but if you're unfamiliar with our weekend programming here, it's time for AM on the FM.
Please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Now, reality can be whatever I want. Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it, because I promise it's going to be a fun time, and you guys are going to be involved. Everybody in the studio here with myself and the Tolos, the G-Bag Nationals. You can get involved on the Twitch, Dallas Fan Cam on twitch.tv, or the truckwreck.com text line is 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053 to get involved in the conversation. I always start off this segment. It's a little bit of a relax, a chill thing, but I like to put you guys on the spot here with a question of the day, sort of akin to what Lucius does in LA Live. So, the question of the day today. I'm going to bring back the first ever question of the day that I did when I debuted this with the Get Right, because I think to this day it was the most controversial, it was the most fun that we had. So if you get in the car, let's say you guys are out in Oxnard, right?
Yeah.
Driving in a minivan.
Yep.
And someone puts on the aux. You start rotating the aux cord. And there's that one song that comes on that you have to explain yourself. What is that song that you are just totally embarrassed that comes on your playlist? And you're like, guys, I have a reason. You just got to hear me out.
James Blunt, You're Beautiful.
That is great.
And I love that song.
Beautiful. I'm in a bad spot with the music. I find myself right now jamming to the new Miley Cyrus song. I can buy my own flowers.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It plays so much.
Talk to myself for hours.
You made a reference to your enjoyment of Jonas Brothers as of late as well.
I like the Jonas Brothers song.
Yeah, I'll be going to that concert.
You're in a bad place.
I've
right
totally
now.
lost it. So yeah, I think what they've done with pop music in the last 5 to 10 years has been outstanding, and I've never been a big pop music fan, but right now I'm jamming to it. It's less teeny boppy, like when the Jonas Brothers were kids. That was trash. But now, like what, I don't know who started it, Robin Thicke or one of these other dudes who's in love with The Shape of You, but they made it more sophisticated now, and I'm rocking to some pop music.
Macklemore.
Like an Ed Sheeran.
Let's go thrift shopping.
Yeah, Ed Sheeran.
Yeah.
Yeah, it might be a Justin Bieber banger for me that would pop up, and it could be a handful of those Justin Bieber ones. You know how that one goes, Medford. Miley Cyrus, Party in the USA. I don't even know if
that's a great song. You shouldn't be embarrassed about that.
There's no guilty pleasure there. That's fine.
No, that's just
full on
that
fire
song's just fire. Yeah.
Good.
There's a song from the 70s that I listen to all the time, and it's by the group Edison Lighthouse, and it is Love Grows Where My Rosemary Goes. You ever heard that song? From the 70s?
That sounds corny.
It is.
Where does your rosemary go?
Well, if you ever listen to it, it's Edison Lighthouse. It's from 1970. But I find myself, like, I'll be driving along, and in the rotation, it pops quite a bit in my thing. So
and you just listen to the whole song.
I listen to the whole song.
Oh, we're gonna have to hear it sometime.
Yeah, give it a listen.
There's something about her hand holding mine. It's a feeling that's fine, and I just gotta say, she's really got a magical spell, and it's working so well that I can't get away.
Yeah. I'm a lucky fella, and I just gotta tell her. Yeah, there you go. That's it. Yeah. Sometimes you could hear it with TikTok. People have used it with TikTok stuff before.
Okay, here's why I like these crappy pop songs. Jonas Brothers and Miley's Flowers, both written by Arlington, Texas's own All Day, a.k.a. Greg Hine. So we got a Texan cranking out the...
Oh, okay. Yep. Everything's bigger in Texas.
We got lots of agreement with Dawson on just the pop music in general. I'm seeing some Maroon 5, seeing some BB Rexa. 903 saying the Miley video is fire. Haven't seen the video. Let's see. 817, definitely not embarrassed, but I have all of Gaga's music loaded.
Oh, I'm a fan of Gaga. What about
Poker Face?
Adele.
Yeah.
Adele.
Yeah.
She had that James Bond
Skyfall.
That
amazing.
That was a winner.
I'll tell you the other jam, that Unstoppable song. I'm Unstoppable Today. That one I just turn it up. I'm like, I love it.
Oh, Sia, yeah.
707 Nights in White Satin. That's Moody Blues
That's
for you,
Moody
Brian.
Blues.
Go way back.
No, I love Nights in White Satin. It's actually Bobby knows. Bobby says he knows this song, and he goes, "It's a banger."
Okay.
Bobby said it's a banger. Tim Collins.
You got to cue this up.
Tim Collins said, "Yeah." Tim says, "Sad to say yes." Tim Collins knows the song.
Too Short 817. Too Short. Don't Fight the Feeling. That's David Tolo from Hazlitt. Some of those old Too Short songs are just incredible. Nothing to be ashamed of there. Turn it up.
Can we get a little Colby Calais bubbly?
Ooh.
Anybody going to be upset about that one?
That's a great song.
I don't even know if I don't think that's one I have to explain.
Katy Perry, I Kissed a Girl, and I liked it.
Yeah.
I was proud of you that one time you did that.
I bring up music because there is some music headlines here. Wolchuk and Chiafalo probably heard of this guy. Fetty Wap, the rapper.
Of course.
Is he blind in one eye?
Yeah,
He
he's
just
actually
doesn't have an
he's
eye.
missing an eye.
Okay, well, I was close.
If you are unfamiliar,
I'm impressed by that, Broadus.
I just have to play one drop and you'll probably remember him.
I'm like, hey, what's up, hello?
Yeah, that's all I have to play. So,
seen your pretty ass when you walked in the door.
Everybody knows.
Yeah.
Just got to hear 1738 and you're good to go. But he just got 6 years in federal prison today.
What? Oh no.
Yeah.
Tax evasion?
A drug trafficking scheme. So
was it marijuana?
Yeah, he was.
Was he on that Sam Hurd?
He had a role in a large-scale drug trafficking scheme that saw narcotics shipped from the West Coast and sold in New Jersey and Long Island. So, we're not going to see him for another 6 years.
Well, yeah.
Apparently, it wasn't just lyrics.
Yeah,
I didn't see him.
It's a bit of a lifestyle. I have a weird story with Fetty Wap. I actually saw him in Mansfield one time.
Did he see you?
That's a great question.
Did he acknowledge you?
Yeah, he gave me the head nod because
What's up, Lil Red?
I was at an intersection.
Were you on his right or left side?
I was on the left side, which is good because I think he's missing his right eye. I might be wrong, but I was sitting at an intersection going to get some food. I was like 16, just got my license, and I hear a really loud motor come up next to me, and a Lamborghini pulls up, all blacked out, and then the top on it drops. I look over, it's Fetty Wap. And he just he sees me like in the corner of his one eye looking at him, and he just looks at me. What's up? And then he peels off on the green light. I'm like,
so great.
I just saw
Did you
Fetty
offer
Wap.
some food? Like, here, dude, want some food?
I think he's set. I think he's set.
Not all of us are driving around with food ready to offer.
Well, that's what he said. He was getting food, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Fries.
He was on his way
Here,
to
got some
the
curlies for you,
drive-thru.
buddy.
Like Jack in the Box taco.
Yeah, 16-year-old Alec was not in any position to be giving handouts.
That's understood.
Did you know immediately, Alec, that it was Fetty Wap, or was it?
Yeah,
did
because
you have to notice the eye missing to be like, oh, okay, it's Fetty Wap.
the hair, because that was right around when he was popular.
Yeah.
Because I was in 8th grade at that point, so
You were driving?
Or no, that wasn't 8th grade. That
No,
was
you were
9th
16.
grade.
Do you
That
remember what he was
that
listening
9th
to
grade.
when he popped the top? Did you hear? Did you hear
Ninth
the
grade, 16 years old.
No, it was 9th grade. Yeah. It was like summer of 9th grade. So going into it, had a birthday in June. You know, one of those early birthdays.
No, I was the same way. I had my license
So
freshman year.
he had like one of those insane bass systems that I could not even tell what was playing.
That super bass.
But yeah, he had someone else in the passenger seat with him, and I was just like, I'm not even going to try to say anything. He gave me the head nod. I'm going to call it a day. There.
Where are you guys at? That's a great story, but with like movie scores. Because I do have some like Star Wars, some movies like Indiana John Williams
I have some
stuff.
John Williams stuff.
Pirates of the Caribbean, I think, is a banger. Like I do have some movie scores on my phone and that'll go through. And if I'm on shuffle, they'll pop up and play.
If you pop up like a Les Mis musical song,
That'd be a no-go?
I'm probably gonna
Fast forward. Yeah.
I might have that on.
I'm gonna call you some names.
I got
too.
some music. I got Hamilton on there.
Hamilton is fantastic. I need to stop down and watch it.
I loved Hambone.
See, from the 214.
I'd rather listen to
Tales from the
a
Bathroom.
radio highlight reel of Josh Hamilton bombskis than hear whatever the hell it was you just mentioned.
Eric Nadell calls one after other.
Yeah, dude, just all the Jimmy Jacks,
That's
that Hamilton. Gosh, that'd be fun.
See, we're getting more in from the truckwreck.com text line. Alicia Keys, Superwoman. Al Green, Let's Stay Together. Let's see, Skater Boy from Avril Lavigne.
Oh, that's
And,
terrible.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a good one, man.
That one's
That's a good song.
It's a good song. One that hasn't been played. Someone said anything from the Backstreet Boys. Celine Dion, My Heart Will Go On. I don't think that's guilty pleasure. That's just one of the all-time greats. WAP from Megan Thee Stallion is a interesting one. 214.
That's a fantastic song.
That's an
Wings and
interesting
pizza.
one.
Yeah, just ask Marvin Lewis.
Let's see. Also on
Hugh
the
Jackson.
Hugh Jackson.
on the music topic.
One and the same. Coached together for many moons.
We've been talking about Jimmy Buckets and how interesting of a character he is.
Yeah.
He was on a podcast recently talking about, it was on the Aloe Yoga podcast, talking about how he developed his love for country music. And it basically came from anytime he had a bad game, he would go to the locker room and just to keep his teammates away from him so they wouldn't bother him, he would blast country music because they all hated country music. And the bit just stuck. And he started falling in love with this music. So now his playlist is just full of country music.
That's fantastic.
I respect it.
Yeah, it started as a bit, and now he's actually a fan of the music, man.
All it takes is to be exposed to it. If a lot of people like it, the music producers, they know the formula to make people be like bobbing their head and tapping their toe or whatever. And for me, it was going to all the baby dolls. We would do Monday Night Football baby dolls and UFC baby dolls. And the next thing you know, there's like 15 songs from there that are in my playlist, and it went from there. Next thing you know, I'm downloading Charlie Robinson albums and just jamming the whole way through.
Boffin said Baby Dolls is a trendsetter.
Yeah.
Well, it's funny because Jimmy Butler was walked into the losing locker room last night singing "No One" by Alicia Keys.
Alicia Keys, she's fantastic.
I like that "Girls on Fire" one.
Yeah, me too.
Oh yeah,
that was great.
Absolutely, dude.
Another headline that came across from Pro Football Talk, we heard from him earlier, giving Howie Roseman some grief for the tampering stuff. He put out an interesting non-football related piece about Shaquille O'Neal. I don't know if you guys have seen the saga that's been going on with him in the FTX lawsuit,
Yeah.
He's avoiding that at all costs.
Yeah, he was avoiding it at all costs, and it caught up to him today. He was served his papers. So he had been eluding the process servers for months, literally just not answering the door when he's at home. They tried to serve it to him at the TNT set, and he has avoided it for months on end, and he has now been served the lawsuit. So we might hear something in the next few months about this FTX thing.
He was a spokesman, if I'm correct.
Yeah, paid endorser.
Yeah. So
Yeah, I can't wait to hear the details on how they finally got him, because he's been elusive for the last few months.
Yeah, he's a hard man to hide too, but he did a hell of a job.
Yeah.
Let's see, an attorney working the case tells Pro Football Talk that O'Neal was served on Tuesday night during the Heat-Celtics game.
Oh,
they
went
caught
to
him in the arena.
which was formerly named the FTX Arena, which is pretty amazing.
Yes.
I wonder if he served back with some Jabberwocky dance steps.
Oh, Jabberwocky.
Some DJ Diesel stuff, yeah. That would be great. But
CU817, that Mickey Avalon song is a good one.
I saw Mickey Avalon live one night. It was
Did you
awesome.
really?
It was a great party.
Heck yeah.
There was tons of hot chicks there.
Yeah, and seeing some Jonas Brothers too earlier on the text. Wolchuk, you mentioned you're going to the Globe Life Field one. My sister is forcing me to fly out to Orlando to go see it
I'm
at the
being
Amway
forced
Center.
to go to this one too. But I did think they did a good job at Thanksgiving at the Cowboy game. I was very
Yeah.
impressed by them. So
Are you going with your boo? Who's forcing you, or is it your sister?
No, it's her.
Okay.
We'll see if
I was
it
thinking
lasts.
it's a boo thing, or it's sister that's dragging you there.
No, it's the girl.
Do you think she's kind of getting the picture?
She's obsessed with the Jonas Brothers. I don't know if she's getting the picture.
Sounds like she's obsessed with you.
Does she have a Jonas Brother fat head on her ceiling above her bed the same way you do a Emmett Smith fat head above yours?
No,
Okay.
she doesn't.
All right.
Lucid Dreams by Juice WRLD. That's a jam, dude.
Yeah, that's a
That is.
smacker.
Let it go
RIP.
from Frozen. I can't listen to that song anymore. My sister ruined that one
it's
for me.
played out.
It's
Let it
overplayed. But that's my time. Appreciate it, guys.
Thank you, Alec. Alec Medford in for Lucius Alexander this week here in the G-Bag Nation. There's a rendition of LA Live. I think it's the only one. No, you'll get another one tomorrow. And then Friday we have the early start. Okay, it is time now for the one segment of the week where you get to compete against your fellow Tolo for the best call of the night. That's right. It is time now, thankfully approved by Zach Wolchuk, for the 6 o'clock sound off. 877-881-1053. You can sound off on the Stars. I know you're ready to. Maybe you're ready to move on. You want to sound off about how awesome the Rangers are, Cowboys, whatever you want. Anything is open for conversation. The only rule is that, you bring it. There's a couple others. We'll reset them all on the other side and begin with your phone calls. 10 lines open now. Let's get them filled up with your best takes and bring it next year. It's the G-Bag Nation, the fan. I want to chat DNM. Here we go, hour 5 of the G-Bag Nation, and the phone lines are open for you at 877-881-1053. Is that our defending 6 o'clock sound-off champion on hold over here on line 2? Is that Kathy from last week who lit the world on fire with her calling out Cowboys homers? It might be. I'm not sure, but it could be. And if so, you're in for at least one good sports phone call here in the sound off. Now, thankfully, Zach Wolchuk has approved we do this for a 3rd week in a row, but it's never a guarantee. If the calls are pathetic and soft, he'll shut this thing down, okay?
Shutting it down.
Jamie Benn's been suspended 2 games. Do you think that's egregious by the NHL? Do you think they've gone soft? Is it the behavior of Ben himself that makes you embarrassed? You want to call him out? Is that a C on your chest, bro? You can't do that. Or is it the behavior of the fans that has you jammed up with how they soiled the reputation of DFW in our sports scene once again at 877-881-1053? You also got the Rangers. You got the Cowboys. Got a number of NBA playoff topics you can sound off on. Please take this where you would like. There are only 3 rules. First of all, you got to bring it. You got to sound off like you got a pair. Number 2, you have 30 seconds. And the 3rd rule, we cannot tell you. But if you break it, we will be forced to hang up on you. Now, you can't call back. You can call back. Yeah, it's a pretty firm rule here in the G-Bag Nation 6 o'clock sound off. Is there anything you guys need to get off your chest before we start taking these phone calls?
I'll tell you what, Carmen Electra is on television right now.
Carmen Electra, yeah, from The Last Dance.
She has aged well.
Yeah.
I saw that saliva come down your lip a little bit. I didn't know what it was. I thought it was another one of those Burger King commercials.
She's still a smoke show.
Yeah, all right.
Aged well. I'm glad you got that off your chest. That felt therapeutic a little bit there, Broadus.
I feel good about
pitching a tent over there. You need to stand up.
No, I'm good. Okay, we're good.
Wolchuk, Chiafalo, Carter, Alec Medford, everything good with you guys?
Everything's good for me. I keep getting inundated still with the Trayvon Diggs stuff. Every time Trayvon Diggs anything, he's locking up Stephon, his brother, in a basketball tournament. People are tweeting at me about how Stephon Diggs is an alpha stud and he's a Cowboy for life. And I'm here to hammer home the idea. Or excuse me, Trayvon should not be a Cowboy after this year. I just that's my main thing.
They're going to end up overpaying.
Yeah,
a guy who really struggles in coverage, bails himself out with a pick every now and then. I'm not going to fight you too hard on that, but as long as you go take that money into the free agent market or the trade market and bring back another corner, because I think it's going to be tough to find better than Diggs. I just don't want to pay Diggs like he's the best corner in the NFL.
He'd be the first one that they've paid. They have not really done that with secondary people.
It's a good point. Maybe since T-New.
Yeah.
Maybe
Anthony Henry.
Been a while.
And this Pirates series with the Rangers just re-informed me on the low quality that is the overrated Pittsburgher. Maybe one of the most overrated culinary items in the history
of the fry sandwich or whatever the hell it is?
Yeah, fry burger with the thinnest, crappiest looking patty you've ever seen in your life as the quote-unquote burger. Just they should be ashamed of themselves.
Stars really just broke my heart last night.
It was lettuce, bread, and French fries, and then like somewhere in there, if you dig hard enough, you'll see the thinnest beef patty, quote unquote, that you've ever seen.
Sandler said they were good though, but yeah,
no, he's talking about the Reuben. I think he made a good call on the Reuben.
No, he tried both.
He tried the Pittsburgher.
He talked about it with KNC earlier today. Before
if you like bread, fries, and lettuce,
I do.
Then
that sounds like my ideal burger. It might be the only thing I like about Pittsburgh.
Really?
The Pittsburgher.
I've never done it, so I'm not going to knock it till I try it. But.
You know, Chiafalo, you like a high meat to bread ratio.
100%.
I like it closer to bread. You know,
okay.
I feel like I won't want a thick chicken sandwich. You know,
I want symmetry.
Yeah, it's just gotta. I'm a bread guy. You know, I think that's a big part of the deal.
I'll try not eating it.
So, I run into one of those greasy fried burgers with a thin patty. That's right up my alley,
like
especially
the
dive
burger.
bar.
You like one of those smash burgers where they're just like
smash burger.
They're trying to. You got to try that local spicy cowboy.
Oh, that smash burger's good. Founded by a couple of former Cowboys, right? That was the huge guy.
Leonard Davis,
yeah,
and the rock and roll guy,
Mark Colombo,
Corey Proctor.
Corey Proctor,
yeah,
that too, yeah.
Proc Daddy
at 877-881-1053. Proctor's a great dude. Both those guys are amazing.
What was that?
I don't know what that was. The drums. That was the
you were
drums.
drumming, okay.
Yeah. They rocked out. He and Colombo, they rocked out quite a bit. Okay, we'll take all of your phone calls. We'll take little notes so we can remember, and then we'll pick a champion at the end, and we start on line 1 with Tim in Carthage. Tim, you're in the G-Bag Nation. Sound off like you got a pair, buddy.
Boys, I told you last Friday to leave that bullpen alone. 5 out of 6 games now. You need to hear the truth. But you can't handle the truth.
Oh.
Son, we have a bullpen, and those men have uniforms. And those men have balls, baseballs. Every time Will Smith goes out to that field before the 9th inning, they get pissed off. Who's going to do it? You won't, Chuck? You, Gianfalo? I don't have the time or the inclination to explain to you. Otherwise, you just need to leave them boys alone. And if they can't do their damn job, take that uniform off and get a beer tray. This is Tim in Carthage.
Thank you, Tim.
yeah,
Good
Tim.
call to get us started. He
By the
said,
way-
son, we have a bullpen.
Yeah. By the way, Tim had the winner at the Preakness.
He did.
Last
National
week,
treasure.
He gave us
Congrats,
national
Tim.
treasure out of the one hole.
Horse and baseball. That's what Tim in Carthage does.
It's a horsey ball.
I appreciate how Tim punctuates his sentences and gets some spicy words in there, just to dress his take up a little bit.
Yeah.
He's a showman.
He's really got the knack of this thing down. I wouldn't be surprised.
The
if he wins
inflection,
again.
I think, is really the key in this segment.
That's right. We go to line 2. It's Kathy in Dallas. You're in the G-Bag Nation. Now, Kathy, before we get started, are you our defending champion?
No.
Okay, you're a different one. Okay.
We think so.
Well, thanks for calling in anyway. Go ahead, Kathy, and sound off like you got a pair.
Okay, I'm sick and tired of the Debbie Downers in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. They can't root for all of our teams, the Mavericks, the Cowboys, the Rangers, the Stars, which, you know what? They've made it this far. Let's grow a pair and let's root for them no matter what. If you don't like the city of Dallas or our teams, then get out of town. The traffic here sucks, and I'm tired of all these BS people talking shit about.
Oh, you gotta go, Kathy. That's
yeah.
another. That's rule 4. We usually don't have to clarify that one, but no swearing.
I love the passion, but
Kathy,
we can't
good
drop
job.
the S-bomb
nice
there,
job.
Kathy.
Nice job, Kathy.
I'd say she still qualifies. She got enough for that call in.
No, it was the last second.
No, it was a strong
That was a
call.
quality start.
Yeah.
She's sick and tired of the Debbie Downers. And, a hardcore sports fan, once it starts to go bad, you're like, oh, hell, this thing's over. Flush it or whatever. You're frustrated. You're spouting. Another branch of the fan base, they ain't going anywhere. And they take it as a sign of pride that even in our worst moment, I'm going to stand here and applaud you because that's the kind of fan I am.
Yep.
And I think it takes all kinds of fans to make the world go around. Greg in Cedar Creek Lake, you're in the G-Bag Nation. Sound off like you got a pair, Greg.
Hey, Zeus, Brother Mary, Snakes Alive. Can we get one?
I don't know what that was, Greg.
Wow. Got a bad sell, Greg. Maybe
might be on the lake itself.
Yeah,
I do appreciate you. You can call back, Greg.
If you're on the lake fishing, good luck.
Bad cell connection, more like. I don't think bad cell phones really exist anymore. They're all pretty dialed in.
Yeah.
But you just, you can't be in a spot.
Call back.
There's a spot in Studio G I can't get to.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I was on a call this morning. And
Bobby Belt has some really bad connection, too, sometimes.
It's those androids, man.
So Sean Sharif is about to move into my new neighborhood. We were also neighbors in our old neighborhood.
He's following you?
Yeah. In that house, old neighborhood, no cell would ever work. I tried everything, and it wasn't until Wi-Fi calling that came along where you could click that little icon or whatever that it was finally opened up. But that was one of the main reasons I left that house. I love that house though. Line 4 is Dominique. You're in the G-Bag Nation. Sound off like you got a pair.
So, General, you actually gave a lot of good topics that people can sound off about, but I'm actually use my 30 seconds here real quick to actually say thank you to 105.3 The Fan. You guys are awesome. You guys do a lot of great things, and it seems like every single day on one of the shows, something happens and everything just goes completely off the rails, and it is complete radio gold. So thank you for making the travel and all this traffic that the other lady actually got kicked off of, making that travel a little better. Go Cowboys, go Rangers, go Mavericks, and need the Stars to make some history. It starts tomorrow. Go Stars. Woo!
Thank you.
That's
That's good call, Dominique.
Good call. Like that.
Yeah, that's a nice path to victory.
By the way, a couple people, 469-903-214, think that Kathy got booted for the sucks word.
No, it was the SH
no,
word.
The other day.
Yeah, you didn't hear that part.
You can say sucks.
I think if you were listening on stream, you might have got the full picture.
Yeah.
In fact, Walchuk encourages it.
Yep.
Line 5 is Chris and Denton. You're in the Nation. Sound off.
Hey, man, I just want to say I'm so sick and tired of these Dallas Cowboys every year. Get our hopes up, lose. Go to the playoffs, lose. Oh, we have such a good roster. They're going to go deep in the playoffs, and we lose. We have a great roster, right? We have all those great players. Everybody says we're elite. We're not elite. We're not elite. We can't go to playoffs every year and lose and call ourselves elite. That's all I got to say.
Hey, it's the 6th best team in the NFL, Chris, and don't you forget it.
Yeah.
Not elite, he's right. But one of these years, average-wise, like they're going to have to break through.
Hey.
Law of averages?
Yeah. Just nail a couple of drafts. Eventually they will. I mean, all growing up, Boston and the Cubs couldn't do it, and the floodgates opened on that. So just got to buy our time a little bit.
Bro, or else, I don't know.
You'll see one. We'll check. Keep the faith.
I'm trying.
Mike in Colleyville, you're in the G-Bag Nation, 6 o'clock sound off. Have at it.
Guys.
Yeah.
I'm sick and tired of watching the Stars, the Mavericks, the Cowboys, the Rangers, their front office, their coaching staff. They get just good enough to crap out at the end of the season. Why? Except for the Rangers. The Rangers have never been relevant since back in the 90s. Why? Why can't we get above like other cities, other states do? They got good teams. We're the only one that just barely get there, and then we lose, we crap out.
That's your 30, Mike. I share your frustration, man. I just wish the Rangers could make back-to-back World Series. You know, that even if they didn't win one, that would just it would be amazing. But you know, I think it's bad luck for the other teams. For the Cowboys, they do it to themselves. You know, the other teams, they're pretty much fighting with every resource they have. The Cowboys are ignoring a league-wide trend, and that's why they can't get it done. And they like to pretend that Dak Prescott's Patrick Mahomes at the same time. What was that, Stephen Jones last year? Yeah, Tom Brady, Dak Prescott, you know, similar characteristics. We got line 8, Rodeo Ron here in the G-Bag Nation. Sound off like you got a pair, buddy.
You always remember.
Whee! Can we get some more teams in Dallas? The Stars? Where are the Stars at? I don't see no stars on the hockey ring no more. The Cowboys, y'all got to go. The Mavericks, you got to go. Hey, we have a chance with the Rangers, but can we get some more Renegades? At least they brought a championship to the city of Arlington. Can we get more Renegades? And remember, if you're not hanging out with Rodeo Ron, Drake and Jim B, where the F you at, baby?
Yeah, Ron. Dang it, Ron. I love you, buddy.
Brought the Renegades in there. I like it.
Hey, shout out to the Renegades.
Run-of-the-mill, hammered 6:15 phone call from Rodeo Ron on a Wednesday.
Man,
Clockwork, baby.
These people are these people are sick and tired. They want more teams. The only person that's has not said sick and tired is Kathy, who was sick and tired of the Debbie Downers.
Yeah. Yep.
She's sick and tired of the people in Dallas, though. The traffic.
The traffic.
Yeah, she's sick
we
of
got
the
all
traffic.
these people coming from all other states.
Yeah.
Nick in Dallas, you're in the G-Bag Nation. Sound off like you got a pair, sir.
Well, I mean, I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired. But I'll tell you this right now, though. I'll play devil's advocate on this. You know, those fans that threw all that stuff in the arena last night.
Yeah.
Maybe some of these teams around the sports city should take notice of that. These fans are tired of seeing this crap every year. Give us all this hope, and all of a sudden, bam! You ain't got it no more. You're just suck the life out of you, man. You know, when the Niners came to town a couple years ago and crap was getting thrown on the field, I'm not going to lie, I was happy. Maybe Jerry should have noticed that. Cuban needs to notice that. Like, y'all need to start putting a good product out here, man. People spend their hard-earned money for these things, and you just keep putting out a mediocre freaking team, man.
Thank you, Nick. That's a pretty good point. I like that.
That's a good call.
You know, those fans last night, they had their hopes up, and I think the moment they realized that this was not going to go their way, it broke their hearts, and expectations are the beginning of suffering, and we saw that in a big way last night. I just ask that you don't throw stuff during the game or at the officials.
Yeah. We just don't need our teams to issue an apology for our behavior.
Like I said before, I think the Stars fans, when you go and watch those games in the arena with those people, they get it. They get it. But, man, last night, folks, I didn't recognize you. That ain't you. That ain't you. I know you're frustrated and pissed off. Feel free to call in like you have been and be mad. But you don't need to be throwing stuff on the ice. You know, that ain't you.
Well, we'll get two more here in the sound off. What do you say? As Greg in Cedar Creek has found a better sell spot, and he's called back in to sound off like he has a pair. Greg, go ahead.
Jesus, Mother Mary, and Saints Alive, can we get one somewhere in the DFW, please? Go Rangers.
You got it, buddy. Yeah, I think the Rangers clearly our best shot right now. This front office is going to put a bullpen together, and I think Rangers Braves World Series is probably the most likely scenario that's going to play out. That's even if DeGrom doesn't even need to get healthy. If DeGrom's healthy for the entire playoffs, it's a wrap. Here's James in Fort Worth. Sound off like you got a pair and finishes up strong here, James.
We got the Byron Nelson, the Colonial, and I look at the field and I'm like, who are these guys? Where's the Tiger Woods? Where's the Dustin Johnson? Jordan Spieth is all we got. I mean, I'd love to go to the field tomorrow, but what do you guys think? Can we get some better golfers? Can we get a better course around here? Have a good night, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you, James. I tell you what's happened is a lot of the celebrity golfers now are making so much money off their endorsement deals, they don't have to really play the tour. And they all know the majors is what's going to define their legacy. So that's my take on it. I guess we got the Block guy out there.
Yeah,
that was cool.
Block's playing this week. The thing about it, the problem is the PGA, for as great as the Nelson and Colonial have been for donating to PGA charities, PGA continues to screw them over on dates. They put them in front of majors or after majors. They put them in front of or behind of these tournaments that they earmark that you have to attend. So the Nelson doesn't become an attended event. It's a shame. It's a shame. And if you're driving around the PGA and you're listening to me talk right now, you should be ashamed of yourself, what you've done to Colonial and what you've done to the Nelson and what the people in this city have done. And I mean, people have put their hard-earned money into helping these tournaments, and then you get the benefit with your charities, and you're screwing these golf tournaments on these dates. Be ashamed of yourself there in Ponte Vedra, Florida.
Thank you, Brian. I said you sounded off like you got a pair. You might have just won the event.
Brian in Dallas just brought
I'm
the
voting
fire.
for Brian.
Okay. And we do have James in Fort Worth who got that golf take started.
James was good. I like
James. That was a solid point there, James.
Who are these guys?
Appreciate you, James.
But it's not the player's fault. They have tournaments. Rory McIlroy got fined $3 million for missing a tournament. It was earmarked as a tournament at Harbor Town. He said, "No, I'm not playing." It was after the Masters, and he said, "Oh, I'm not playing." $3 million fine. Okay, he's like, "Fine, at $3 million, what? I don't care. But that's the problem. You got to think about these tournaments, and you got to think about the fan bases. We got all these
too many tournaments.
Yeah, we got all these golfers that are. We got some of the best golfers in the world live here in Texas, and we can't get a suitable date for our tournaments.
These fans are frustrated, though. I mean, I know the Rangers hadn't made the playoffs since 2016, but they were in back-to-back World Series and then looked very good just 7 years ago and fought off the Astros with a hell of an effort. And the Cowboys have made the playoffs 2 years in a row. The Stars keep making the playoffs. They're in the Western Conference Finals, where they just kind of ran out of gas here. So, I mean, your goaltender's not playing well, but I think the front offices of those teams are doing a great job. James in Fort Worth on the Nelson, Greg in Cedar Creek, Jesus, Mother Mary, and the Pope, please give us something. Nick's sick and tired of being sick and tired.
Yeah.
Can we get some more teams in Dallas? Rodeo Ron had a good call. Sick and tired of watching the Stars was Mike. Chris was sick and tired of the Cowboys every year, getting our hopes up. Dominique wanted to thank 105 through the fan. Kathy in Dallas was sick and tired of the Debbie Downers. And Tim in Carthage said, "Son, we have a bullpen," which I loved. I'm going to go with James in Fort Worth for my vote, GFL. How about you?
I'll go Tim, riding that bullpen.
Alec Medford in the Pimp Cup.
I will go Tim in Carthage as well.
Bully.
Give me Dom.
Thank you to 105 through the fan, said Dominique.
I kind of like what Nick did. Nick's sick and tired of all the crap.
Yeah, goes to Kathy.
It was embarrassing.
Yeah,
I admire a good S-bomb.
By a score of 2-1, 2-1. And once again, your 6 o'clock sound off champion. It's your guy Tim in Carthage. Looks like he might have sent a bottle of booze to Lucius as well.
Yeah, he did. Did we get it?
Yeah, he's I believe it's in Tim Collins' office, so might not be here for long. Hurry back, Lucius. No, he doesn't like tequila. I was talking about it.
Ooh.
Okay.
Well, I think Tim's a vodka guy.
Yeah.
I had a sippy with him once before.
He is. Okay, it is time now at 6:20 here. We're coming up on the sports hodgepodge, Giafalo. What kind of hodging are we doing today?
All right, we got the Gates versus Witten tail of the tape. Let's see how shocking this is when we reveal the numbers, the box score, the resumes, if you will. Gates versus Witten. We have an argument against Dalvin Cook to the Cowboys, and the real reason we're all being made sad by Adrian Peterson. That's next right here on the fan.
We do have to talk about Welcome back, Nation. Time now for a little sports hodgepodge with your guy, Eric Chiafalo. Segment's brought to you by Window Nation. Go to windownation.com for a double deal. And it's brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers, put them in a big truck, should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Franklin. Frankel consultations always free. Truckwreck.com. Here's the Chief.
We stumbled into Antonio Gates versus Jason Witten earlier in the program, and so we did a little bit of digging here to get to the bottom.
You did a little bit of digging.
Yeah, I did. I absolutely did.
Can we trust it?
So much digging.
Absolutely, you can trust this.
Pro Football Ref. Okay.
Ooh, okay.
Pro Football Ref. Now, Jason Witten on Pro Football Reference does not have a nickname. And I found that to be interesting because Pro Football Reference does a great job with the nickname stuff. So much so that Adrian Peterson, we found out earlier today, I guess some people called him Purple Jesus while playing for the Vikings. I'd never heard that, but Pro Football Reference heard it. We got nothing for our guy Witt. I guess that's all it was. Witt.
I've always
82.
heard it. I've always heard Witt.
Okay. Well,
and then it was like GOAT.
Hard hitting Jason Witten.
Yeah.
Jason Witten played
Geezer boy.
What was that?
Oh, that was late.
That was late. Yeah.
That was a rant I had.
Yeah.
He played 271 games. Antonio Gates played 236. This is more than I thought. Antonio Gates had himself quite the career. Went from 2003 to 2018.
Witten probably should have played the same amount of games.
Yeah, they both stopped playing at 38 years old.
Yeah.
So they both had a dang good run.
I think we drafted Witten. He was 21, or he was 20. He might have been 20.
Right. I remember that story.
Yeah.
I guess when you were drafted, probably 20, but then when the season started in 2003, he was 21 officially.
Yeah.
But he must have a summer birthday or something like our guy Wolchuk.
Fact checking Broadus. What are you doing over there?
Now, what you'll find is
That's a real jerk.
You have Jason Witten.
Only on days ending with Y.
The compiler numbers Jason Witten has won for the most part. The receptions and the yards. Yeah. He's got over 1,200 receptions. Antonio Gates has just under 1,000. So, Jason Witten has many more catches over the course of his career than Antonio Gates, as well as the yards. You have Jason Witten, 1,300 yards, basically right at 1,300 yards. Pretty dang impressive. And you have Antonio Gates just shy of 1,200 yards. So, hundreds of more catches for Jason Witten and a little over 1,000 more yards in total. Now, what stands out to me, if I told you, and I already hit this with Walchuk, so you can't answer. I don't know if these two guys were paying attention to their commercial break earlier. If I told you that Jason Witten had 74 touchdowns in his 271 games, how many touchdowns would you assume that Antonio Gates had in 40 fewer games throughout the course of his career?
I'm going to say he had more.
I'm going to say he had more.
I'm going to say he had more.
I wasn't listening. I'm going to just randomly guess about 113.
Okay, that's a really dang good guess. Jason Witten had 74 touchdowns. Antonio Gates had 116.
Yeah.
Holy smokes.
That was kind of the start of his career, right? Being a red zone threat, the outstanding boxing out, the basketball type of stuff. he was a touchdown machine.
And I don't think he had the receivers that Witten played around.
No, Vincent Jackson probably was one of the best that he played with. But yeah, you had T.O. that was a touchdown machine during his time. Then Dez ended up being a touchdown machine.
Yeah.
So
Definitely.
that makes some sense.
Yeah, that's fair. I think Antonio Gates was like the Travis Kelce, where it's he's
absolutely.
the tight end, but he's really the number one wide receiver. And then, of course, they had LT, and it was fun. But, yeah, Antonio Gates has a ton more touchdowns, and he averaged 12.4 yards per reception for his career, and Jason Witten was 10.6. Now, that does include his final year, Jason Witten, where in 2020 for the Vegas Raiders, he averaged 5.3 yards per reception, which is very, very sad.
Yeah, but Antonio played at the same age.
That's right.
Longevity counts if you're evaluating a career.
And Antonio Gates never had a year where he averaged less than 10.3 yards per reception. So, he was consistently in the 12, 13. At one point, the high, you're talking about 2010 Antonio Gates, averaged 15.5 yards per reception.
Couldn't tackle him.
10 touchdowns.
No.
Took two guys.
That was crazy.
Okay, we've got some corrections coming in. It's 13,000 yards, right? Not 1,300.
Oh, for the career?
Yes.
Yeah, my apologies.
Okay.
The numbers.
And honestly, I knew what you meant. So, but we got some of the Twolos are
That's
asking.
good clarification. But yeah, I think I understand either one of those. You could say which one you'd rather have, Antonio Gates was a guy that pushed the ball down the field a little bit more and found himself in the end zone a lot more. But Jason Witten was Mr. Reliable in terms of, I mean, he's got all the catches. He accumulated a ton of yards. And
he was a very good blocker for a long time.
For sure. And he definitely has the edge over Antonio Gates in that regard.
He'll go wham the nose. He didn't care. He'll take on a defensive end.
I'll never forget watching him break his jaw as a rookie. He walked right over. I mean, because our seats with my grandparents are right above the Cowboys tunnel. So I think that was like the only game he missed.
Arizona.
Lacerated spleen, played the next week against the Giants.
That happened in a preseason game against the Raiders, right? That lacerated spleen.
Helmet off. I mean, but in his prime, I think very worthy of a top 6 selection for the greatest tight end ever.
Okay, so we also have the Dalvin Cook situation, and all signs are pointing to him being released, I guess, after June 1st for these Vikings. So we'll see who picks him up. I don't imagine the Cowboys will be in play if teams are going to be spending anything more than, like $2 million or something.
I wonder about the Bills.
I think the Bills, they already have his brother, right? Yep. And they could use more backs, I would think. That could make some sense.
Watch the Eagles.
Bill Barnwell
that would be an Eagles move.
Oh, yeah, the Eagles. I didn't think about that, where they just got like a bunch of veterans.
And dump one,
This guy can't stay healthy, that guy can't stay healthy, so we're just going to throw a bunch.
4 old guys, they'll all give us 4 or 5 games, and we'll make it through the season. That could make some sense. Dalvin Cook, though, rush yards over expectations. The next-gen stats model shows that he was minus 41 rushing yards over expectation. So he didn't meet the whatever the analytics would say the total yards he should have had for the season. He was 41 below that. Just 34
average then.
34 and a half of Dalvin Cook's carries last season gained positive yards over expectation, which was second worst amongst running backs with 200 or more carries. So just one of those things to look at. Like, we know Zeke was a poor reflection on Zeke was this metric. A very positive reflection is Tony Pollard in this metric. His yards over expectation were second best in the sport, I believe, over the course of the season. Almost 500 more yards over expectation. So just something to keep in mind on Dalvin Cook. He definitely still had some highlight moments. I think he can still be a solid contributor, but certainly something to look at. Like, it's trended down over the last few years, his yards over expectation. But he's a weapon out of the backfield. And
that I'll never forget against the Colts during that comeback. He was incredible. That one screen pass he took to the house.
Yes.
Holy cow.
Yeah,
I mean, he can definitely make some crazy plays for you.
For sure. The right role, the right amount of usage, I think there's definitely a place for him, but he's not like a bell cow anymore.
You got to pay attention to this, though. I don't think this is something you just gloss over if you're a team. I don't think there's a team dumb enough to be like, we get Dalvin Cook, here's a good contract. I think it's going to be a huge prove it year, and more than likely he's done being an above-average player.
I agree with you. I do look forward to seeing what type of money he will command if he does end up getting cut from Minnesota. Because, the running back market...
Nobody got over $8 million.
Yeah,
it was like that's the cap, $6 to $8 million.
Very, very low. And even $6 to $8 million seems like a huge overpay for Dalvin Cook. I mean, I'd make the argument for almost any running back.
I don't think he's as bad as you do, but I do think he's probably on the downward.
Hit a low of yards per attempt in your 6th season. It's over. Next year's going to be even worse.
Okay, you say it's over, but if he signed with the Cowboys for like $2-3 million, would you be okay with it?
I think about $2-3 million.
I think Dalvin Cook is like with him and Pollard and
Vaughn and Jones.
I'd move on from Jones. I'm not married to Jones.
Sure.
Yeah, no, he's better than Jones.
Yeah.
Okay, so Adrian Peterson, we noted earlier in the program, we were all made sad by the idea that Adrian Peterson is not mentally retired. We know physically he still probably looks amazing. Dude's built like just a Greek god. He really is.
Prototype.
Yeah, and he's the guy that bounces back from an ACL injury in his prime and goes on to be the NFL Offensive Player of the Year. Or maybe
never
the
forget,
MVP. I don't know.
You guys probably saw him play before I did, but his first game at Oklahoma when he breaks like that 80-yarder or whatever, I was just like, holy crap, here's the future.
He was a freak.
This guy, he was a different breed. So dominant, but not the case anymore. He's 38 years old. And so the idea that he would still be hinting at the idea of wanting to play, would a team give him a chance? He just got knocked out in a boxing ring by Le'Veon Bell a few months ago. We were made sad by that. Like, why are you getting into these rings? What is it about it? And I think it goes back to his 30th birthday. I think that these are all money grabs. Like, this isn't like a desire to play, I'm such a competitor. This is, I need every dollar I can get. Because if you consider the idea, if this is just one moment that's symbolic over potentially the entire course of his career, this was a dude that was quite frivolous with the cheddar that he earned. The details from his 30th birthday party, it's a yearly event. It was throughout the course of the nosebleed seats. Whenever it was his birthday, we'd revisit this. But think about how insane this is. Adrian Peterson, for his 30th birthday, made a list of 320 friends and family members. He sent out invitations with an embossed signature logo. He bought his guests, all of them, all 300 plus, first-class plane tickets to Houston, booked them first-class hotel rooms. That's the first thing. 300 plus people. He's flying them in first class, and he's putting them in 5-star hotels. They found a lemur, right? That's the animal?
Yeah, lemur.
Yeah.
Found a lemur available for rent, and a python that would drape like a scarf over Peterson's shoulders. They imported a snake charmers out of Dallas and world-renowned belly dancers from New York. There was an elaborate tent city in Peterson's backyard, Moroccan couches, velvet drapes, ice sculptures bearing Peterson's initials, imported trees, and a throne on which Peterson alone would sit. The cake designer baked a royal palace flanked by a fondant camel and elephant. He made his entrance with a python around his neck, and he's riding a camel. That's how he entered the building. There was elephants. Wale, the rapper, agreed to perform. Jamie Foxx was the DJ. In the final hours before the party, more than 100 workers rushed to set up exotic dancer poles and a hookah bar and a cigar humidor in a tent called the Man Cave. This is an all-out party like you've never seen before. Quote, even the porta-johns were over the top with silver sinks and shiny floors. You would have thought you were going to the bathroom.
They're not better
at
than
Ruth's
the Jerry Porter-John things out
That's
there
true.
at Oxnard.
Those Jerry Porter-Johns will go toe-to-toe with anybody.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Peterson entered by a path from the front door of his house toward the main tent. Another parade formed in front of him to lead the way. First, the fire breathers, then the sword swallowers. Walchuk's favorite part. Then the snake charmers and the belly dancers, and finally a camel rented for the night from an Austin zoo. By the camel's side were 3 men dressed as humble peasants, their eyes glued to the floor, and atop the camel was one man, Adrian Peterson, wearing a bejeweled Arabian headdress and a gold sequin jacket and a python around his neck.
How much do you think he made during his career?
Just an NFL.
This is just NFL earnings. This
NFL
does not
earnings.
count endorsements.
I would say, because wasn't he drafted in the world before there wasn't the rookie wage scale?
Yes, he was drafted 7th overall.
So he made probably a ton there. I would guess
$43 million.
$90 million.
90?
I guess 80.
$103.2 million.
Yeah, that's pretty dang good.
He made a crap ton of money.
He made a
43.
crap ton of money.
I'm like, whoa.
And he spent a crap ton of money
But
just on his 30th
That was
birthday.
expensive as hell.
The Man Cave opened a little past 2:30 in the morning that night. Men played video games on a PS4 while a group of women referred to themselves as, quote, pole magicians, danced in lingerie at the center of the tent. The caterers brought out milk, cookies, and then cereal. Sometime during the night before the first guests began to trickle out at sunrise before Peterson left with a handful of friends to continue their party elsewhere. That's an extravaganza.
I heard it was like $1 million party.
$1 million party.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember talking about that at the time. Like, how old's this story? 8 years?
Yeah, 8 years old.
8 years old, something like that. Yeah, that was quite a throwdown. You know, I think for some people, if you've made 103 and your fortune is light, you're like, well, should I try to invest this last $1 million or should we go out with a bang? And maybe he chose option B.
Oh, he went out with a bang.
Yeah. Yes. It's just, it's pretty amazing. And
I hope guys that find themselves in this unfortunate situation, whether they are frivolous with it or they get scammed by an investor, I always hope they have enough celebrity to become an endorser. And obviously he's got charisma. He's going to find other stuff to do. So he's going to be fine. But it's tough to see. You know, I think Mike Tyson was the first one to go from the penthouse down to the outhouse. Now he's gone back to the penthouse with a post, career renaissance really for his career. But that was tough. Pride of East Texas out there, Adrian Peterson. At least he had a hell of a party to go out with. And it appears he's going to retire, although if a team picks him up, he says he wants to give it one more shot. All righty. Thank you, the Hodgepodge here in the G-Bag Nation. It's time to chat with the Get Right. See what they have. You get back-to-back Get Rights. Reggie and KG throwing heat in the bullpen, and they'll join you next year on 105.3 The Fan. Let's chat about Twin Peaks.
Classic Chevrolet has the Memorial Day savings you want, just like Texas Classic is doing its part to drive America forward. Don't miss one-time holiday savings to upgrade for less. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
Thank you, Alec Medford and for Lucius all week long. We'll have a full show tomorrow, and we're going to be over there with Chiafalo's buddies at Southern Leisure Spas. Last time we did a remote there, we had a great time. We made a mess of their lobby. Thankfully, a bunch of Tolos came by and bought like 14 hot tubs that day. It's a great place to get a hot tub.
Best place, especially right now. It's the best sale in American history.
You cracked the egg on your head that time,
I
right?
did.
And Eric puked in the parking lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
Straw dog.
It was legendary. So we'll be back tomorrow with less of a mess, but hopefully just as much fun. And we do have a big bet payoff coming up on Friday. Pound of flesh that the Stars fans want for me jinxing them, guaranteeing a victory. I put a bet payoff in the line, and I'll eat a 16-ounce raw steak on Friday, assuming HR doesn't block it. Yeah, how you doing, guys? The get right here in the house.
I was doing better before
until you said that.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Are you guys wouldn't block that, right? You guys would let him.
Hell yeah, I would block that. He got kids and a whole family at home, bro.
Yeah, 2 kids.
Yeah,
should have thought about that before he, put everything on the line.
What would you mind when you decided that the raw steak was going to be the move for you?
Pound of flesh, and then it just jumped in my head, and I was like, "Yeah, I'll do that." I mean, I'll eat a little bit of raw steak as I'm preparing it. Just cut off a little sliver, just to kind of see what it's like. I googled it today. Apparently, there's 3 different kinds of bacteria that could get me some. Some salmonella, some E. coli, and one other, but it's pretty rare. And they say as long as you get a good source piece of meat, you should be pretty good, pretty safe.
So you're gonna do the whole 16 ounce. You're gonna eat
that pound of flesh.
I'm gonna pick it up like like I'm a caveman and just gnaw on it throughout the deal.
I love it.
That's gonna be fantastic.
Well, you'll be some extra prayers for you.
Yeah, man. Vaya con Dios, bro.
Yeah. Good thing it's a 3-hour show, because if I do start to get sick, I won't miss out too much while they're rushing me to the hospital.
Well, I remember the time that Chiafalo took up a second residence in the bathroom during a show. I feel like these guys will pick you up.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they got this.
Yeah,
we'll be fine.
We're ready.
So OTA's going on with these Cowboys. What are you hoping to hear about, or what are you hoping to see if you're going out there over the next couple weeks?
Hopefully no one gets hurt. That's the main thing.
Always good.
You shouldn't be able to get hurt.
I would like the training activities to, in fact, be organized.
Yes, very organized, very disciplined activities. I'm interested to hear, about Mozzie Smith, just to see and hear about his progression and how he's feeling and getting comfortable in this.
It's funny that you said that, and I guess he's a first-round pick, so it makes sense. But we had a whole conversation about the best case and worst case scenarios for your draft class, and when we were talking about Mozzie Smith, the idea of the pass rush obviously keeps coming up, and I don't know how much you'll be able to tell if those things are there, but the idea that the pass rusher getting upfield is coming along or looks further along than some folks could have anticipated early. I think that would make me feel good, because the idea of him being able to have that portion of the game early on would make him the starting type, player that you really want and hope for with this draft pick.
They think he can do that, man. They do.
They will, and they were right on Micah.
They were, and when we talked with AD and Dirty, their defensive line coach, man, the look that he got so excited. I mean, his face just lit up when I asked him about the pass rush capabilities. They really think he's got some untapped potential there.
I would say I'm not expecting it. It would be icing on the cake. And if he just dominates on first and second down, I'd be thrilled. Mm-hmm. But if he can rush the passer too, I would just be ecstatic. Would you do Kyrie for AD or Kyrie for their role players if you're talking trade over there with Mr. Rob Lowe lookalike?
Yeah, give me AD. I'm sorry. I'm going to fall for the high-level player every time, especially considering it seems like he's gotten to a place where he's more apt to put it together. And if you have him on this team, he is capable of being the number one guy, but he does not have to, which seems to be some of the balancing act that you've needed to figure out with Anthony Davis. Plus, oh my God, the defense changes entirely. That is one of the best defensive anchors that you have out there. And that definitely changes the way that this thing can go about for these Mavericks.
Yeah, the defensive upside is where I would go with that, yeah.
I saw his numbers and how much better they were than the defensive player of the year. It's significant. He couldn't play all the games. Maybe he didn't qualify or the voters didn't think about him. But analytically, he was the best defensive player in the league. What's coming up on the show tonight?
We're going to kick off the very top of the hour with Kyrie Irving, who apparently is unbothered by what y'all got to say about him.
There we go. I love it. Yeah, and advising others to not listen to it. So thank you for sticking around and getting those takes. And here comes the Get Right. Reggie and KG, 7 to 11 tonight and tomorrow. For Carter Freeman and Alec Bedford and Eric Chiafalo and Zach Wolchuk, Brian Broaddus, I'm Gavin Dawson. Till tomorrow at 2, you're going home with the G-Bag Nation at ease.
from our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's time for the Get Right on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number 1 of the Get Right. We're Reg and KG on 105.3 The Fan. Kevin Gray, Reginald Atatula.
What's happening?
Larry D. Flores hold it down for you here on your Turn It On, Leave It On station. Appreciate you joining us on Odyssey and the Odyssey app. The text line is 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053 if you want to get in on the conversation with you for the next 4 hours here on your home of the Cowboys and Texas Rangers. At Kevin Gray Sports, at Reg Atatula if you want to get at us on Twitter. Got a lot to get to on this Hump Night edition, RJ Choppy, of the Get Right. We're also live on Twitch at twitch.tv/DallasFanCam and on YouTube as well, 105.3 The Fan on YouTube, where you can subscribe and watch any of our terrific content that we have there available for you on 105.3 The Fan. As I mentioned, plenty to get to. No Stars in action tonight, but there was some news with respect to the Stars, which we'll touch on here in just a second. Kyrie Irving was talking today via IG Live, what he had to say, because he is clearly unbothered by what y'all have to say about him and his particular situation. We'll have that piece of audio here in just a moment. But I say, what's up, Reg? What's going on, man? You doing all right?
It was a weird day. It was a weird day.
Weird day?
Not a lot of stuff going on for me personally.
Mm-hmm.
Day kind of went a little funky. Got to doing the work of this show early.
Yeah.
And sometimes the show plans itself. Sometimes the show takes
sometimes
a little bit
doesn't.
A little bit of effort. Today was an effort day, which I'm never going to complain about. But
most of the time anyway.
Never going to complain about publicly. And actually, that's not true. But no, it was just kind of the show. We're going to do our show.
Yeah.
But getting to it was like, oh, this is kind of a funky day.
I will say I like the situation that you got going on here. You give me real, vacation-y type of vibe.
Oh, that's because I'm counting down to vacation.
Okay,
like,
I figured.
It's
you
very
got the
intentional.
collar with the palm trees on the shirt.
That's right.
Yeah, I like what you're doing there, giving me real, beachy type vibe here. When vacation's coming for you real soon.
Next week. Yeah, I'm not even finishing out next week.
Just gone.
Next Thursday, you got a UNCA show.
That's right.
I'm letting you know right now.
On a beach.
I'll be out there, brother.
Well, Kyrie, the way that he was talking today sounded like he was on a beach on his own island, his own private island. That's because, Larry, Kyrie decided to jump on IG Live and to let y'all know he is completely unbothered by what y'all have to say about him and his free agency situation. Take a listen.
I'm a free agent this summer, but I am in no rush to make a decision. And the speculation around my name from all these individuals that get on TV and have these personalities, these platforms. And I'm talking about the TV personalities, the sports folk that try to mix sports with politics and lifestyle and shit like that. Like, when they speak on my name and they're talking about potential teams that I'm going to, can y'all please, I respectfully, I'm asking you, please stop paying attention to that. I am in no rush to make a decision. I know what's ahead of me for the rest of my career in terms of what.
So remember that exit interview that he didn't give at the end of the regular season?
Yeah, I was going to say, how am I supposed to remember it? He didn't give one.
Well, that's the exit interview right there.
Okay.
It sounds like he decided that he felt good about his situation, good enough to jump on IG Live and let us know that he is going to make a decision when he is good and ready to do it.
All right, so there's a few different things to do here. First of all, I personally, and I am okay admitting this, the only parts of that IG Live that I have heard were the ones that you have now just heard on the radio. So that is the full context that I got to it. KG, you being the more intrepid reporter of the two of us, you did a little bit more listening. Is there more context to add to that to help us better understand what he's saying?
Well, first of all, I'll couch it like this. That's about 30 minutes I'll never be able to get back.
Wow.
Number one.
Don't do that.
Well, that's the truth.
Okay.
Number two, what he did have to say, among a bunch of other things, love, peace, and harmony, and everybody's a god these days.
Blessings.
That, look, he knows exactly what his situation entails, the conversation around it, the visibility that he has garnered because of his situation. That's right, showing up at Crypto.com Arena for a couple of these games for the Los Angeles Lakers during these playoffs.
Which, mind you, I get where we get to this place where we're like, oh, is he trying to court some level of, deal or something? But it seems like there are a lot of players for whom when the season ends for them, they're like, all right, I just want to get away from this. There are also then another group of players that just seem to continue to watch basketball and even show up to these games, because we've had guys sitting courtside or sitting in those arenas during the Eastern Conference Finals as well that are not playing for either of those teams, or well, clearly, but right, like that wouldn't have like a direct relationship that you anticipate. So no, sometimes guys just go to these games. That is a possibility here.
And he has always been a hooper's hooper, if you will, not only playing the game, but as you mentioned, loves to go and watch the game around the NBA as well. But to me, this is a player who knows exactly what's going on here. He's a free agent. He's got decisions, whether it be with the Mavericks, whether it be with the Los Angeles Lakers. How many years is he going to re-up with the Mavericks or go somewhere else? For context, he is eligible for a 5-year, $272 million contract. The Mavericks do have his bird rights that can pay him more than any other team that can in the NBA. And the teams that do have cap space don't seem to be necessarily interested. So all of this to say is there are only a handful of situations that you look at, Los Angeles, that would make sense, but the situation for him to get there would be fairly complicated. In the Lakers case, he would in essence have to force his way there because of all of the contracts that the Lakers would have to renounce in order to create the necessary room to do it. And that can take a while. And plus the the NBA season hasn't even concluded as of yet.
All right, we're getting deep into our parsing little words bag. Welcome to May 24th, right? It felt like he says, I'm in no rush, but at the same time, I know exactly what remains for my career. And I feel like those are those like combating philosophies or thought processes, do you think? Because the idea that like I have no rush, I'm gonna take my time on this decision, or is that I'm gonna take my time on this announcement and I already know exactly where I'm going to be?
I tend to think it's the latter, that he knows where he wants to be and that he's in no rush to let the rest of the world know what he's going to do. For all the things that Kyrie is, mercurial being one of them, he does seem very assured of himself, of who he is as a person and where he is in his life, to where he is not necessarily going to be rushed or bothered by what is the outside noise with respect to his decision. And I think he does know within himself what he wants to do. It's a matter of when he decides to let the rest of us know about it. And I think there is a good chance that he does come back here, but there's also the chance, this is what you get with Kyrie Irving, that we have no idea what he wants to do.
Sure. With all of that being said, Kyrie, I think this ask is kind of unreasonable, dog. Like, you kind of understand where
there
we
is
are.
also that,
man. Like the idea of, yo, don't listen to this speculation. It's kind of the job here, man. And it's not,
unless you're gonna get out here on IG Live every single day and let us know an update or refute everything that we hear and see, whether it be in print or on television. Unless that happens, well, what else are we gonna be doing?
We work off the information that we have, and also like, I understand his point with the idea of reckless speculation.
Yes.
Right? Like people that are being unfair, that are, attributing things to him that we do not know. But the idea of, if you are making fair speculation just based off of this is entirely speculation, these are the things that could happen, parsing all the different possibilities, I think that's fair game. And I get why that might be frustrating for Kyrie from his position, but you got to understand this is the name of the game. And as long as people are being respectful, which I think for a large part of folks has been like fairly respectful, it's just like, these are the options. These are the various different timelines that we can go down. That's kind of unfair, dog. Like, and you understand this. You've been in these places where you have been incredibly heavily covered in the media. And I feel like Dallas has been pretty kind to him. Like Dallas media in particular has been pretty kind to him in the way that it's been done.
Yes.
I'm sure that there's still there's still the national media component to this.
Mm-hmm.
But it does not. Let me ask you this in a question. Do you feel like the Kyrie coverage has been toxic in the ways that it has been previously?
Here in Dallas?
Just in this instance, right? Because he's speaking to this instance, so I want to speak to that. In this instance of talking about how Kyrie, possibly either re-ups with Dallas or ends up somewhere else. Do you think that conversation has been toxic? Not nationally, locally, what have you?
Nationally, a little bit, yes.
Okay.
Here, no, because one thing that was made abundantly clear when he got here was that he was going to dictate the narrative of how this was going to go with respect to talking about his free agency status during the NBA season once he was here, and the media not necessarily delving into that. And that was respected to a high degree around here, so much so that we were waiting at the end of the year when all the players are made available to be able to talk about it. And then he decided not to do that, which was left with a lot of confusion around here, if you could imagine. But here's the part I think where it is a little bit toxic is this.
Mm-hmm.
One, the NBA playoffs are not over with. The amount of speculation and how much has been driven by certain individuals for the last, maybe 15 months or so about where he has been wanting to, where he may want to go and how that would look getting there. Because let's face it, the last 15, 16 months, what has been the overwhelming conversation about where Kyrie ultimately wants to be at?
Playing with LeBron?
Playing with LeBron James.
Sure.
And nothing has dissuaded any of that, even with him being traded to the Dallas Mavericks. Because the way that I've started to think about this, I'm not going to lie to you, I do ultimately think he is going to come back to Dallas, but I would not be surprised if this, last couple months that he was here in Dallas was just a through point to get his way to Los Angeles by the way that he comported himself here. Think about it. Kyrie was on his best behavior, model citizen, didn't make any trouble, and balled out to quell whatever maybe controversy was surrounding him coming from Brooklyn. Which, if you're the Lakers, that would give you confidence. Oh, Kyrie's turning over a new leaf.
I don't even know if that's specifically for the Lakers' gaze, but I hear what you're saying, because I do agree also. My thought is the end point is just a little different. My thought has always been he's been that model citizen, and the point isn't even the trade deadline. It's before the trade deadline. When he comes back to the Brooklyn Nets, he's on his best behavior, and what is he asking for in that time? He's asking for the extension. He's asking for the contract. And when the Brooklyn Nets don't seem to want to give him exactly the contract that he's looking for, which is, fair negotiation. He says, well, if we're not going to be able to make that, then trade me somewhere. That's how you end up with the Dallas Mavericks trade. So I think that the end goal for him, and maybe you can say the best behavior, is all in point to getting the contract. And I think that, and I've said this before, I think that if that is indeed his goal, clear caveat, right? If that's indeed his goal, Dallas is probably the best place, maybe the only place where he can get the money that he probably would like while also being in a kind of a good situation. Now, does that mean he'll see out the contract here? I am not certain, because I am out of the game of predicting exactly what Kyrie Irving wants and is trying to achieve, as apparently he wants us to not do.
Right.
Now, if that is a waypoint to I eventually want to get to the Lakers, okay, I could see that. I could see that as a possibility as one of the endpoints on this timeline. But I still think that the logical case, which is all I can operate in without knowing people's hearts and minds, is he remains in Dallas with the idea that maybe there was an understood agreement before, or even if there isn't, it just seems like all of the parties benefit from him re-signing here, at least in this moment.
Yeah, I think for me, what this starts to come down to is not necessarily the money, because the money is going to be the money. It's about the years and what kind of security that will offer him, whether that be 3+1, where there be the 3 years guaranteed and then a player option in the fourth year, or if he gets 4 full years guaranteed, or if he gets the full 5 from the Dallas Mavericks, which is the only team that could offer him such security when it comes to years. The other part that only matters to me when it comes to the discussions around him is whether or not the communication is clear between he and the Mavericks front office about what the intentions are, whether for him to stay here or to move on, and how quickly that can be facilitated, because the Mavericks have to operate with the idea that with or without Kyrie, they continue to build around Luka Doncic, which they hope to continue to keep regardless of whether or not Kyrie Irving is here. As long as that is the case, I don't care what he does until he decides to make that decision. As long as that communication is clear between Kyrie Irving and this organization, that's the biggest part here.
Yeah, and really the communication point, which is a fantastic one, KG, is really more talking about the front office, which is funny because, again, that brings us back to the way that the media and the fans have taken to Kyrie and all of the discussions around him since he's been here. A lot of the ire for this situation has not been on the Kyrie end. It's been on the organizational side. And I think that that's really where a lot of the urgency for folks to see or figure out what the resolution is. People are looking at the team as in, you have lost assets. You have had assets trickle out of your coffers, And this could be like a straw that breaks the camel's back in a way. If Kyrie Irving walks out after making this deal, someone on the YouTube, fan 123 rather, says, how do you trade for a player without some kind of agreement to re-sign, right? With the idea of this, possibility that they had a handshake agreement before the trade gets done. Desperation. That's the word, is desperation. You were in a place where you're like, oh, finally there's an opportunity to get a star player, and you try and bring him in under the idea of, well, we haven't been able to get one of these. Let's get him in and see if we can recruit from within. It's something that we saw with the 2019 Toronto Raptors.
Yeah.
2018, 2019
Let's just get
Toronto
him
here. Get the star here, and maybe he enjoys what's happening here. Maybe he likes it, and then you can do something from there. Kawhi did not want to stay in Toronto, but they won a championship, so it all worked out for them. I think that was the idea here, if there was not an agreement in place. But what that still, again, points to is the idea that this organization has been operating from a place of desperation. And so the idea that people are hanging on every word of this, or, waiting with bated breath to see how this unfolds, is because people have some real questions and concerns about the organization, not Kyrie himself. So I do think that maybe he needs to chill just a little bit on how hard he goes here.
Last thing I'll say on this is the Mavericks cannot afford to have happen to them what happened just a year ago. And that is a free agent walking out the door for absolutely nothing. If Kyrie wants to go somewhere else, fine. Find a way to work out a sign and trade to get some kind of assets here to continue to build around Luka. Otherwise, you cannot allow him to walk for free, because 2 years in a row of that, you talk about the confidence being eroded in this front office already as it is, that for Mavericks fans would send them in a completely different direction if that were to happen again. But Kyrie, unbothered today on IG, as he says, keep my name out your mouth when it comes to my free agency decision going forward.
Thanks for the segment, partner.
Appreciate you, Kyrie. It's the Get Right with Reggie KG right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next on your home of the Texas Rangers, they took 2 out of 3 from the Pittsburgh Pirates. The Rangers have a potential first-time MVP candidate who's been balling. Who that is, according to Major League Baseball, we'll tell you next on 105.3 The Fan.
The more you listen, the harder we cry.
Find new roads.
Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-817-333-3333.
It's the Get Right with Reggie KG on 105.3 The Fan. Kevin Gray, Reginald Atatula, Larry D. Flores holding it down for you here on this Wednesday. And I appreciate you joining us on Odyssey and the Odyssey app. The good guys take 2 of 3 from the Pittsburgh Pirates, and they've got a legitimate AL MVP candidate. We'll discuss that here on your home of the Rangers here in just a moment. At Kevin Gray Sports, at Reg Atatula, if you want to give us a follow on Twitter. Coming up here in 16 minutes, we'll go around the National Football League, get you caught up on the latest news and notes in and around the NFL, where Todd Monken's feeling pretty good about his offense in Baltimore. How good, we'll tell you here in about 16 minutes. But, Reg, the good guys today get a win on the road. They take 2 of 3 from the Pittsburgh Pirates. That's because, Larry, at the very top of the game, Marcus Semien got the Rangers off to a terrific start, and they did not look back from there.
The next pitch is hit high and deep down the left field line. Reynolds peeling back, looking up. It's gone. Second pitch of the ball game. Semien deposits it into the left field seats to give Texas a 1-0 lead.
Texas would tack on 2 more runs in the top of the first. That is all that they needed today. Martin Perez, 7 innings, 2 earned runs, 3 strikeouts. He gets the win to move to 6-1 on the season. Your first place Texas Rangers now 31-18, 15-10 on the road after a 3-2 win over the Pittsburgh Pirates in what was Will Smith's 100th career save today for the Texas Rangers.
5 out save, mind you, because once Martin Perez comes out, Jose Leclerc, it's your time to get up here and bases end up loaded, right? Like he gets 1/3 of an inning of work, and I hate to harp on the thing that everybody already feels not that great about, but oh boy, like it really felt bad because I was watching very intently what was happening in this at bat, and you've got Leclerc out here with fastball changeup, right? And the stuff is good. Like the fastball, when he hits it and puts it in the place, it feels good. But it did not seem like anybody was any level of scared when he's throwing in these pitches. I remember specifically he has the at bat with Brian Hayes, throws high heat, right? Fastball, probably about 95, right at the top of the zone. Right on the line of the strikeout box, of the K box that we get on the broadcast. And Brian Hayes just levels out that bat, sends it right back at him, right into the gap. Nice base hit. And it was just very obvious that teams are not afraid of him. And I wonder how much of that is like just the command and like the confidence, because it was tough. I don't remember if he faced only 3 batters, if he had, if just the minimum or he had just a little bit more. But it was very evident that Bochy, was going to give him a little shot, but once it started looking shaky, he cannot, trust him. It's only especially a 1-run lead. You saw Bochy start, kind of making his slow trek out to get him out of the game, and you have to go immediately to Will Smith for a 5-out save. Like it's really tough that Bochy does not have a lot of options here, and this is against the Pirates, who not a terrible team this year, but this is not like the cream of the crop. So it's a little frustrating, but it is good that you have, one, the offense still doing what the offense is doing, the defense by and large doing what they need to do, starting pitching, right? All of these things, we cannot simply look at the bad. We got to appreciate the good, but there's still just a little bit of frustration there when I look up and I see that outside of Will Smith and your starting pitcher, you got a third of an inning, and it was dicey.
It has been a struggle for this bullpen, and that will continue to be the story for this team until they were able to get some additional resources to help out with this bullpen.
Yeah, I mean, you just got to tough it out. But from the 6-8-2, Leclerc has the face of a man who knows the stuff isn't good enough. But that's the problem, is the stuff is good. So it feels like it's between the ears, and that's the thing that I feel like is the most difficult. If it's mechanical, that's something that with tweaking you can figure. Confidence is such a tough thing. I was actually reading a really interesting piece on CBS Sports, and unfortunately I was not able to finish it, but I started reading it about how MLB teams are adjusting their approach to mental health, and just obvious like the stigmas that exist in the in the clubhouse. It started with an anecdote about how for the Colorado Rockies, a gentleman named Ed Chavez was in the clubhouse and kind of asking, okay, if you have an injury, who's dealt with a physical injury this season, and everybody, raises their hands, and it's like, all right, well, who's dealt with a mental injury? And you could see the guys in the locker room or in the clubhouse rather, just kind of tentatively, some people put their hands up, some people not sure. And like, there's a natural stigma around mental health issues in general. And I wonder if this will even rise to the level of like mental health issue at large. But I think that's also an issue. A problem of this is like, well, my thing isn't actually like a mental health issue. It's just a little thing, right? And all of these things are important because and ultimately, if they affect the end product, then it's some level of problem. And I don't know what needs to happen, whether it's just, I don't know if you can send him down. I don't know if it's like give him a little time off, or if it's just keep, having your confidence in him and eventually he comes around. But that's such a tough problem to deal with. And I mean, I believe entirely in Bruce Bochy and Mike Maddox and their ability to figure something out. It's just like, oof, because that seems to be the issue, at least with Leclerc for me, is that he has the stuff that just the confidence is withering.
I mean, the game is so much physical, but it's also mental as well. And the confidence that you have to know that your stuff is going to be good day in and day out. And even when your stuff isn't good, mentally working through that to be able to have the kind of toughness to be able to work through situations, to be able to help your team. Those are the types of things that separate the goods from the greats. And right now, this bullpen is nowhere near good or great. But Will Smith, give him credit for bailing out his teammate and helping him out and helping this team be able to get the win to continue to build their lead in the American League West. Before we get to some of the MVPs that could be first-time MVPs this year, got to shout out the youngster, because
there it is. I was waiting for it.
I mean, Josh Young, he continues to be the story for this team at third base and contributed, Larry, again in the first inning today to help the Texas Rangers.
Here's the set by Oviedo in the pitch, and a line drive over Hayes as he tried to make a leaping catch down the left field line. Lowe comes in to score. Garcia digging for third, sliding into second with an RBI double is Josh Young, and the Rangers lead it 2-0.
And Jonah Heim has the other RBI in this game to make your 3 in the 3-2 final. Also, this was a note from Mike Peasley on the postgame show. Will Smith, your closer at this point, or de facto or otherwise, has now stranded 15 of 16 inherited runners.
That's huge,
including the 3 that he inherited today in the 8th.
You want to talk about bailing out your teammates. So that's a terrific stat to illustrate how Will Smith has been able to pick up his teammates in tough situations. He gets his 100th career save today. Texas now has, as of right now, a 3-game lead in the American League West as they are 31-18. Which gets us to some potential first-time MVP candidates that we're looking at.
Yeah, so MLB.com and Will Leitch of MLB.com put out a ranking of 10 potential first-time MVP winners. And I was just like, all right, this sounds like an interesting thing. Let me look through it. And, there's some really interesting names on here. The first one that comes up, are you familiar with the Ronald Acuna Jr.?
Yeah, he's pretty
of
good.
The Braves? Yeah, really good. His best finish was a 5th-place finish in 2019. And if you look at kind of the odds that have been put out, or maybe not odds, but I think I saw what was I looking at? I saw an early MVP favorites list. Ronald Acuna was first earlier this month. So that's one that could very much happen. But ranked second of the potential first-time MVP winners is the second baseman for the Texas Rangers, Marcus Semien, whose best finish was 3rd place both in 2021 and in 2019. He's finished third twice, man. It's kind of incredible, but he's a dude who is a shortstop playing in second base, and he has been fantastic this season. Let's see. His 2021 season, his only year in Toronto, was incredible, clearly. But he's been the best version of himself this year, right? Remember, this even goes into last season, because last season he just started so badly that the numbers were never going to look great. But this year, let's see, where was I? I just lost my place. Oh yeah, career high 377 on base percentage. Let's see where that looks at right now, because obviously that does not include today. What does his numbers look like as of right now?
Well, you look at some of the numbers in his projected numbers right now. Projected to play 159 games on the year. Projected to score, 146 runs, 39 doubles, 26 homers, on pace for 130 RBIs this year, 78 walks. His numbers are going to be, granted he stays healthy, are going to be spectacular.
Yeah, okay, so the numbers still aren't updated on Baseball Reference. But yeah, 377 on base percentage, so his on base plus slugging is 866. He's doing fantastic work. And then obviously you could talk about the fact that the defense has been incredible all the way around for the Rangers. He's been very good. Now, I don't think you look at the AL, and when you start talking about MVP candidates, the names that come up are going to make it tough for him. But if he continues playing the way that he does, the way that he has, and he has the platform of the Rangers being good, because that's always an issue, right? If you are good on a team that is middling, it makes it a little tougher unless you are like Shohei Ohtani, who, hey, that's going to be a barrier for Marcus Semien to win the AL MVP. But with the way that the Rangers are playing, if they can keep this level of pace and then maybe even make some trades at the trade deadline, you can have an opportunity to show off what he's been doing as a leadoff hitter this year and maybe possibly have a chance at the AL MVP.
And what I love about Semien is that he is the same guy every single day. Never too high, never too low. What we've heard is a consummate leader for this team.
You know who also loves that? The manager, Bruce Bochy. He's been amazed by the workman nature, the lead by example type of guy that Marcus Semien is.
It's funny because Jonah Heim was on with the G-Bag Nation the other day, and they asked him a question about who would you most trust to watch your kids for you. And Jonah Heim said without hesitation, yeah, Marcus Semien could watch my kids all day. That's the kind of regard that his teammates have for him in that locker room and in that clubhouse, I should say. And Semien has been a model of consistency pretty much since the first couple of months of last year when he struggled, but then has really turned it on and has continued through the course of this year so far as well.
How much confidence do you have in these Rangers? Because I was looking at the latest of the Athletics MLB Power Rankings. which have the Tampa Bay Rays 1 and your Texas Rangers 2nd in the power rankings.
Let Jacob deGrom get back here, in early June and let him stay relatively healthy for the rest of the year. You continue to get what you're getting from Nathan Eovaldi. This lineup clearly is going to continue to score runs.
Even when battered.
Yeah. I'm getting pretty much, I'm close on that, whole legit. Remember I told you.
Yeah. That's why I asked. Yeah. This is the whole reason. It's just been a KG barometer. When are you ready to buy in?
Get me to mid-June.
Okay.
And this team has
a couple more weeks to prove it. Okay.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah. Because here's the thing that keeps me from getting all the way there, is what we mentioned at the top of the segment. It's the bullpen.
Oh, boy.
Like giving away games, you cannot do that when you have seen the Astros walk you down a little bit to close that gap within the AL West. The bullpen still gives me a little bit of, anxiety. But if they are able to get that corrected, this offense is phenomenal. They've got consistency in this rotation right now, and Jacob deGrom's health is the big wild card here. They become legit if all of that becomes stabilized going forward. So, yeah.
And Zach Buchanan of The Athletic, in his little write-up on the power rankings, he says something that I think is really indicative of what's happening. Is perhaps this explains a lot about the Rangers. Aside from a few key injuries, almost everything is going well and very little is going poorly. Of course, I could tell. I'd be like, hey, Zach, have you looked at the bullpen? But it really has been like all the guys that have stepped up and pretty much everybody else has been above average in production. And maybe you could say with the marathon that is an MLB season, right? You can't expect everybody to go above average, everything to be, all positive, and eventually maybe you hit some level of downturn. But you've gotten a decent sample. You were talking earlier mentioning that we are 49 games into the course of this season.
Yeah.
Like we've gotten a nice grip of these games here, somewhere between a fourth and a third of the season already. It doesn't feel at least like that to me. At least in my head, but yeah, you've gotten a nice sample and they've played great baseball all the way through that. So maybe this is more of like the reality than just they have started off really, really hot.
They're going to be a fun team to watch as the rest of the summer goes on. The Texas Rangers get a 3-2 win over the Pittsburgh Pirates. They take 2 of 3 on the road as your first place Texas Rangers continue to play stellar baseball. They are remain on the road when they take on the Baltimore Orioles. They have the day off tomorrow. Then they get back on the diamond on Friday for a 3-game series against Baltimore, and then 3 more starting on Monday against the Detroit Tigers before coming home to take on the Seattle Mariners, the St. Louis Cardinals through June 7th. It's the Get Right, or Reggie KG right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we go around the National Football League, where Todd Monken and the Baltimore Ravens offense feel good about this. Next on the Get Right.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ, a Texas Rangers version of High Low. RJ has a brand new song to get the
3-game series with the Orioles Friday night. Hi, everybody. This is Matt Hicks, inviting you to join Jared Sandler, Mike Peasley, and me. Our broadcast Friday gets underway at 5:30 on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Classic Chevrolet has the Memorial Day savings you want. Just like Texas, Classic is doing its part to drive America forward. Don't miss the one-time holiday savings to upgrade for less. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax. Enjoy the difference. Classic Chevrolet. Fine. New roads.
About to go around the NFL here on the Get Right with Reggie KG on 105.3 The Fan. Kevin Gray, Reginald Atatula.
Yep.
Larry D. Flores holding it down for you here. Really appreciate you joining us here on Odyssey and the Odyssey app.
Before we move along, we were just talking about some of the players from MLB.com that could possibly be first-time MVPs this year. Marcus Semien getting a shout there. I forgot to mention, he leads the MLB, not the AL. He leads Major League Baseball in WAR, Baseball Reference WAR. He leads. So, like, there's reasons, there's absolutely good reason to look at Marcus Semien and the things that he's been doing and be impressed. But beyond that, to be really interested in the idea of maybe him acquiring awards this season.
Yeah, wins above replacement is a really good indicator of a value of a player relative to his team and their success. And if you're talking about leading all of Major League Baseball in WAR, yeah, you're a legitimate MVP candidate. And Marcus Semien has been just that for your Texas Rangers. Again, they are off tomorrow as they continue the road trip to Baltimore to take on, as the 469 mentions, Adley Rutschman for the Baltimore Orioles, who is playing at an MVP-like level as well for the Baltimore Orioles. Larry, let's go around the National Football League right here on your home of the Cowboys. And we start with Baltimore. Todd Monken apparently feeling pretty good these days about his offense and Lamar Jackson. Is that right?
I think you're reading that wrong, actually. Lamar Jackson is one who's feeling great. Apparently he said about Todd Monken's new system, quote, "Coach is basically giving us the keys to the offense." Like I said, I'm loving it.
Oh my.
All right. He went on further to say new offense had to get that down pat before the season rolls in, as obviously he's showed up to OTAs now. But he also said, he went further to say, because the season is getting near, even though we've got a couple months left, but still just wanted to learn the new offense and get with my guys. Just being able to throw down the field, he said of the changes. Running can only take you so far. I feel like with this new era of teams and offenses in the league, I feel like we need that. And Coach Todd Monken, from what I'm seeing so far in this offense, it's tremendous.
Okay, so the question that I have is, what does that look like fully formed?
Well,
that's the question for me, is if you're talking about giving him the keys of the offense, well, what does that look like?
I mean, some of it I always point back to the idea that you remember the last NFL offensive coordinator job Todd Monken held? Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Jameis Winston, chucking that thing up there, dog.
Oh, wow.
Right? Like, I do think that is something that he likes to do. And then you can also look at the Georgia offense that he was cultivating in that beat him down against. We don't need to talk about that part of it.
Oh, okay.
In the national championship game, like, he will utilize running the football, but he likes throwing the football. And Lamar Jackson has run offenses where he can throw the football, get an opportunity to utilize wide receivers. And what I think is Lamar Jackson is capable of getting space and running in space. The idea of getting all these big bodies in the middle, I think can sometimes be counterproductive. So the idea that you have 11 personnel and have your wide receivers out, and you have guys that are going down the field and stretching defenses means that teams can't load up the box, and that gives you an opportunity of having whoever your running backs are, because I don't even remember what class of guys. Is Gus Edwards still there?
Yeah, J.K. Dobbins.
Justice Hill. Oh, J.K. Dobbins is there.
That's right.
Having them and Lamar Jackson have some free space where teams cannot load up on them, and then you run some veers or things like that and just put dudes on. I think that pairing those things can work. But obviously, I mean, in this modern NFL, you need to be able to throw the football some, and having an offense that helps do that, I think. And there's been smart people when it comes to like the technical aspects of this, right? Like the X's and O's of this that have looked at the offense prior and been like, these concepts don't make a lot of sense if you're trying to throw the football a ton. So making it easier in that way, or making it make more sense in that way to be able to take advantage of throwing the ball down the field.
Baltimore's weapons are fun, by the way. I mean, you look at what they have now with the addition of Odell Beckham Jr.
Should he be back to what he was prior to the injury?
I mean, you're hoping so. You got a good offensive line there, anchored by Ronnie Stanley. You got Bateman, Beckham. You drafted Zay Flowers. You got some weapons there, including one of the best tight ends in all of football, and Mark Andrews, and another up-and-coming one in Isaiah Likely.
Yeah.
So they've got some. Notice who I didn't mention, because he can't catch nothing but a cold.
Who, Isaiah Likely?
No, Nelson Aguilar.
Oh.
Come on now. We like Isaiah Likely, right? He's a good player. Nelson Aguilar, not so much.
Okay.
But they're going to have, it's going to be some intriguing offense in Baltimore.
I would like to see it. That's my thing. I think I'm just ready to see it. And I know there's a lot of people that would like to see it as well, or like to not see it if it doesn't happen, so that they can get some I told you so's out there.
As we continue around the NFL, we stick in the AFC. The New York Football Jets working out Matt Araiza, the controversial punter. He apparently got a workout with the Jets. I hadn't missed this particular note.
Yeah, apparently he worked out today, according to Adam Schefter.
Okay, so it just happened today. Okay.
Yeah. So I don't know that there's anything that's been done on that level as far as like getting him signed up or anything, but now that those legal situations have been cleared up and he no criminal charges will be pressed against him, there's nothing stopping him from working. And remember, really good at punting, right? Like we can say whatever we want about him, like being in the situation or the situation happening, right? The situation being like the incident at a house party where he was accused of rape, and he is like the district attorney in San Diego has been very vocal in trying to say that he was like not even around when these accusations, or at the time where the accusations were supposedly happening. So like some level of clearing of his name in that way. And then you go back to the idea that this dude was pretty much one of the main reasons that San Diego State was any level of good a couple seasons ago, because they couldn't do offense and they subsisted off of field position and defense. And the field position was his part. Like he very good punter, like kind of game-changing punter as much as you can change a game from the punter position. And so if you look at a Jets team that's like, yo, it's all got to come together, I kind of understand why they're like, let's give this a look. Let's see if we can make this happen, because that could change some things. Can you imagine getting good field position all the time with Aaron Rodgers and Garrett Wilson and Breece Hall and all these other names, and with the defense that they have?
Yeah. And look, to the point of the 469, why is he controversial? What did he do wrong? Here's the thing. Obviously, they have worked to clear his name and have done so in the legal system. There are, I'm sure, plenty of teams around the NFL that are not going to touch any of this when it comes to Matt Araiza in his situation, no matter how much clearance there is. And you would be naive to not think that an NFL team would look at his situation and be like, actually, no, we're good on that. We don't even want to invite any of that conversation. So to that point, it is controversial when it comes to Matt Araiza having an opportunity to work out, because there are a lot of teams that would look at it and say, we're not inviting any of that. The Jets feel good enough to bring him in for a workout. Whether or not he remains there and gets signed is up to them. But to act like this isn't a controversial situation would be naive in my mind.
KG, is this controversial? Our friend Clarence Hill Jr. got this quote, or got this news. Apparently, Adrian Peterson said that, quote, I haven't officially hung it up mentally. We'll see what happens. My mindset is, if God's willing, maybe an opportunity presents itself and maybe it happens this season, I'll go from there. But nothing happens. But if nothing happens this season, for sure, I'll be hanging it up. How you feel about that one?
So he's just letting everybody know he's just hanging out here.
He's like, hey man, I can still
I'm
tote this
out here.
rock.
Hey, I'm just letting y'all know. I'm out here just waiting for an opportunity.
Yes or no? Adrian Peterson, who turned 38 in March, can still do it.
Do what?
Tote the rock in the NFL.
Oh, like seriously?
I'm asking you the question. Yes or no?
No.
Okay.
No. We're really asking that question in 2023?
Look, if you were asked,
with all due respect,
I thought it was funny too.
Okay.
But this is the thing. If it was anybody but Adrian Peterson, I would just laugh. When it's Adrian Peterson, I'm like, what is he? Like, can he?
Don't do that.
Do you remember how seemingly ageless and timeless and indestructible Adrian Peterson was for so damn long?
You remember how long ago that was?
Yes.
Okay, then.
I remember exactly how long ago it was.
All right, then.
Okay.
Come on, man. We're not kicking the tires on any of that.
Oh, you think I wasn't saying the Cowboys go get that?
Although,
now that you mention it,
relax.
You might need someone to get the short yards.
If that is the case, then you might as well bring Ezekiel Elliott back here. What are we doing? I think I tweeted that the other day. I said, look, if we're going down the Adrian Peterson road, hey, Zeke, hey, number 15 waiting for you. Come on, get this number.
He's
number
putting
15.
out videos, ain't he?
He is putting out workout
Zeke
videos.
letting you know that he's putting he could tote that rock when people are yelling.
Hey,
at him.
workout propaganda strong in these streets these days for Ezekiel Elliott. Shout out to him as he's trying to find work in the National Football League.
All day.
No, man, y'all relax on the Adrian Peterson thing, man. Although, if anybody could get out here and maybe try and tote the rock, I wouldn't put it past Adrian Peterson to try, but not for this team in this year.
What do you do in the locker room at 38 years old, man? Well, I guess you have some offensive linemen and maybe some long snappers here and there, kickers.
Does Adrian Peterson look like the type that would go out there just randomly just kick it with the random special teams gunner?
That's the thing, is like, who do you kick it with at that point?
No one, because you're not on the NFL team.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
That's your trip around the NFL here. Shout out to Adrian Peterson, 2012 NFL MVP, one of the greatest running back years we've ever seen.
There you go. Sprinkle all that nice stuff on the backside, not even talk crazy about him.
What you mean? That's with all due respect.
There it is.
Mr. Peterson.
He's sprinkling it on, yeah.
Just not in the year of our Lord, 2023. No. Coming up next year on the Get Right, the Western Conference Final is in the books. The Denver Nuggets, in spectacular fashion, eliminate LeBron. Hey, man, what was y'all doing at the American Airlines Center throwing stuff on the ice? We got to talk about that next on the Get Right.
The more you listen, the harder we grind. The headlines are created.
Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
With summer savings at the Home Depot, we have laundry appliances that just fit. Fit your space, fit your needs, and fit your budget. Like a new LG laundry set with 6-motion technology, using different wash motions to get clothes cleaner. And sensor dry to automatically adjust drying time, all making laundry quicker, cleaner, and easier on your clothes. Save up to 30% on select appliances, plus up to $100 off select laundry sets at the Home Depot. Pricing valid May 18th through June 7th, 2023. U.S. only. See store or online for details.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studio secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's time for the Get Right on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number 2 of the Get Right. We're Reggie KG on 105.3 The Fan. Kevin Gray, Reginald Atatula.
Making it.
Larry D. Flores holding it down for you here on your Turn It On, Leave It On station. Appreciate you joining us on Odyssey and the Odyssey app, the truck wreck. Here I go again. The regular text line, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053 if you want to get in on the conversation. Having to deprogram that has been a little bit more challenging than what I thought it was going to be, but we're working our way through it. On this Wednesday night, we're live on Twitch at twitch.tv/DallasFanCam and on YouTube as well, 105.3 The Fan on YouTube. Fallout from Game 3 of the Western Conference Final between the Stars and the Golden Knights.
That's right. There you go.
I looked at the run sheet and I saw WCF, and my mind immediately went to what just happened between the Nuggets and the Lakers.
Yeah, why would we be talking about that?
Because, you know, LeBron threatening retirement.
We already talked about that. That's old
Nuggets
news.
making history.
Yeah,
Nikola Jokic a superstar. You know.
We talking about the Stars. The Dallas Stars.
Well, the other part I was going to get to, the reason why I went immediately to the Western Conference Final in the NBA, because what the Stars did in Game 3 was rather forgettable.
Yeah, let's talk about it, right? Like, woof, woof, woof,
on the ice and in the stands.
I mean, we were able to react somewhat instantly last night to some of this, but there's been even more fallout from all of this. One, where do I start here? I guess we start with the Jamie Benn.
Let's start there.
Jamie Benn with the cross check. He ends up leaving that game, and we find out today that he is getting a 2-game suspension, which I know I saw Zach Wolchuk say, well, see you next season, Jamie, because it seems like there is just no confidence in this team at all. I know Marty Turco, former Stars goalie, was on with Sean and RJ this morning, and he sounded dejected.
Oh, it was like that?
That's kind of the incredible thing about it. It's from the 2 and 4 here, there's nothing more sad in professional sports than when a team quits. Do y'all remember the Wade Phillips last game, final game?
Yeah, that wasn't pretty.
Did you view that game 3 last night for the Stars as them just quitting? Because they looked wholly unserious to me.
Well, I can't even go down the road of quitting. I just went down the road of what it felt like was just undisciplined, immature. Like, for a team as good as...
Not composed.
Yes.
Yeah.
For a team that has been as good as they have been all season, for everything to unravel within a matter of moments. We're talking about a goal that was scored within 71 seconds of the game beginning. Jamie Benn gets tossed a minute 53 into the game, and the wheels completely fell off from there. Ottinger gave up 3 goals. He got pulled. Wedgwood wound up giving up another goal himself. It was just a debacle from start to finish.
I'm glad you mentioned Wedgwood, because obviously we're on the air. We've got TVs on, but we can't hear what's happening in the course of the game. A friend of mine was telling me, because he was watching the game, he was telling me that once Wedgwood got in, he got his first save, and then the crowd went wild just on the idea that he saved the puck, and I was like, oh, it's there? Like, that was the place that it was? Also, mind you, I think it was 3 goals given up by Ottinger, and he had only had 2 saves at that point. Like, that was where it was inexcusable. And the question for me is, like, can they bounce back? Right, like, because someone mentioned on the Twitch chat, and I think it's fair. Like, you have the team that can contend with this, with this Vegas Knights team, and that's how we felt coming in. Right, we had the conversation about scoring on the power play and the way that the Vegas Knights have not been good on the penalty kill per se. Like, there's opportunities here. Well, I mean, if your goalie isn't playing very well, that's going to be a real tough part. If your defense is not holding up, that's going to be tough. But like, it really just feels like if you can compose yourself back, if you can, get yourself back composed, maybe you can play. But that feels like the toughest part in sports is the mental aspect of it. Like we were talking about earlier with baseball.
Mm-hmm. I do wonder how much and how deflating it was to lose not just game 1 in overtime, but then back it up and do it again in game 2.
Where at least you felt like you should have won one of those games. Like you played well enough in game 2 that you should have been able to take that.
Yes, I thought that they did everything to earn that victory in game 2 and then to give it away late. And then within the first, minute and a half of overtime, lose game 2. And the carryover, I think where my mind goes is, look, Jamie Benn has been in this league for a long time. He has been the consummate professional and has done so for this team for a very long time. It's sad to me that the lasting image of his season is going to be, it appears, this, based on what this team has achieved throughout the course of this year and everything that this team has gone through, that this moment for him will be the lasting image that concludes his 2022-2023 campaign for the Stars.
Yeah, but that also is kind of why all this was so surreal. Of all the people to make that decision in that moment, whether
didn't think it was going to be him.
That dude?
Yeah,
and
not
then
him.
also to then exasperate that with the decision to just leave. I think that's the one that made me go, oh, this feels like it's the rapidy rap on the season.
Yeah, because you never look. We can get all into the platitudes of what it means to be a captain, this, that, and the third. What you can't do as captain is evade the tough situation and responsibility that you put your team in. Because you shouldn't have to ask your teammates and Pavelski and others to get out here and speak for you. Shouldn't be the case, and that's exactly what happened last night. And he did speak today on the situation itself, and of course the NHL handed down the 2-game suspension for him in this series.
Now, how much of the way that this is viewed? Because I kind of want to talk about this. Obviously, we got the thing where the fans. A section of fans started throwing stuff onto the ice.
Sure.
I know that Corey Majors was out at the game, and he was saying that he felt like in the section that he was in, he heard a lot of folks that were calling that trash behavior. But the problem is, it's hard to be like, well, that was a small subsection, right? Because I was listening to KNC. This is how I heard about Corey's portion of it, and they were talking about, well, we don't do that. Toronto fans do that, and I'm sure that there's people in Toronto that goes, no, that was a small subsection of fans. Like this is how you're going to be viewed as a fan base, as a staff, like record label and crew, right? And so I understand the idea that this was a frustrating game. Like it was frustrating from the start. You didn't get any good times in this game. It started off and it was frustration, right? So with that being the case, I get being frustrated, but that can't be the way it comes out, right? Like there's no that's point blank period. But how can and how should fans express their displeasure? Because I think that there was a lot of fair displeasure to want to express. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Now, whether you're voicing your displeasure when it came to the actual play from the Stars on the ice, the officiating that was happening during the course of the game as well, however you felt like things were going wrong for your team and the circumstances in which that was created for your team, it is completely inexcusable for anyone to decide to start throwing objects onto the playing surface, whether it be the diamond, the ice, the football field, whatever. Not just because it's unbecoming, but two, it's a damn safety hazard.
Sure.
Imagine if somebody's on the ice, one of your favorite players is on the ice, and you pelt them with something, and next thing you know, they get hurt. They had to actually stop the second period with 21 seconds left because of the debris being thrown on the ice. Stars fans have been terrific throughout the course of this postseason, and the way that they go about their fandom for this team, that was not their best moment last night at the American Airlines Center. And me, as someone and I'm going to be completely honest, someone who descends upon the sport at certain points of the year because of the bandwidth that it takes to not only cover, the NFL, the NBA, and everything else that comes with that. This is the time of the year where we get to descend upon the sport and be able to watch this team very specifically. And for this to be a moment in time for this fan base to be remembered by, even if it was a small section of fans that did it, it's not the way that you want your fans to be viewed, knowing how good this fan base is for the Dallas Stars and how well they support this team.
Sure. And I think that this can open up to a larger conversation because we've had a few instances over the last half decade, and probably longer, but just the ones that come to mind for me, where we've had instances between players on the playing surface, whatever it may be, and fans. And, just kind of wanting to parse some of, because expressing displeasure is something that you're going to want to do as a fan.
Sure.
I mean, you can look around this Metroplex and there's folks that are real upset about various things. But within the course
have so
of it,
been for 2+ decades.
If you want to talk about the Cowboys in particular, we can. But what are the ways to do that? I'm interested. What do you feel is inbounds and out of bounds? The text line 877-881-1053. Because the first thing that comes to mind is obviously booing, and sometimes we get out here and we'll even talk about the fans that are booing their team when they get going bad, right? But that one still feels within the realm of reasonable, right?
Sure.
Saying wild stuff from the fans.
Yeah, to a point. We're not going to get out here and start throwing out, racial taunts and, epithets and all that kind of thing. Keep it clean. But yeah, voicing displeasure is part of the fan experience.
Yeah, but there's got to be a certain line, and I'm wondering where that line actually exists and what, because I don't know exactly how to parse this out. But yeah, clearly those folks were upset and they got us. Someone was saying that those fans were found and banned. But yeah, man, we got to be able to get out here and I'm sure there's folks that want to be able to make it known, make it very apparent that, they don't like the way that the Mavs went or they don't like the way that the Cowboys went. And maybe they look up and they go, the boos don't feel like it's enough.
Well, yeah, and that's the part where you have to understand what you are as a fan in those moments.
Mm-hmm.
That voicing displeasure is part of the game. It's part of the experience of being able to cheer on your team, but having a common understanding of where the line needs to be drawn with that ire being put towards your favorite player or your favorite team. Because if you don't understand that line, not only does it affect the experience that you have as a fan, but it also affects the experience of the fans that are around you as well, whether it be children, teenagers, or other adults who are there as an escape to be able to watch their favorite team play, and then you ruin the experience by doing the kinds of things that would not be becoming of a fan who is passionate about their team but unable to express it in a way that's productive, that also allows the experience for everyone around you to feel some sense of community in
right.
that way.
That everyone around you is interesting because we've got people now commenting in. We appreciate you texting in. This is actually interesting because I figured that there were probably some people that thought this from the 972. I don't give a damn if your team is getting swept. If they're in the conference championship, you don't boo. You're a moron if you boo them. So that's actually interesting. They're don't even boo your team. So I find that interesting.
Yeah, if your team's not performing, you have every right to boo your team. Yes, they were playing within the confines of trying to play for a championship or being close to getting to a championship. But if they're not playing well, they're not playing well, and you can let your team know about it. I think that's part of being a good fan. It's hey, y'all ain't playing well tonight. Fix this. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, and we got from the 817 booing, leaving. That's always, I guess,
Which was happening last night.
Yes, there was. Someone said trash talk that's not overtly offensive, all within bounds. And then someone from the 682 says that they were there, and they said luckily they were in one of the suites and didn't get hit by something. But apparently there were some people from the third level throwing things that were hitting their own fans.
See, that's what I'm talking about.
Right.
You're ruining the experience for others around you. And again, on just a common sense level, it's a safety hazard. Because let someone get hit by the object that you threw and they get the gumption to sue you for injury or whatever the case may be. I'm taking it to the extreme, but that's some of the things you have to think about if you're going to be a fan engaging in that kind of behavior. what are the repercussions, not just for yourself, but the individuals that you're involving because of your actions and what that could possibly mean. Not to mention, didn't someone say that those fans got caught for throwing that stuff and they were banned? That's hustling all the way backwards. I'm not going to put my hard-earned tickets, money, and everything else that I tried to get to the game in jeopardy because I'm upset. I'm not throwing nothing on the ice because I want to come back to these games. And I get a permanent ban? No, man. That's hustling backwards in my mind. Can't do it. We'll see if the Stars, though, can find a way to
find something within them.
Oh, boy.
Show the fans something. Because I think that's also part of this is like now you've gotten to the place where the fans have definitely gone too far in their reaction, at least some section of the fans. But the fans in general at large are really disappointed. And
if you're going to go out respectably.
There you go. Like, that's what I would love to see from the Stars. Even if you lose, like, give an effort that is becoming of the great season that you've had.
Correct.
And the ways that the fans have rallied around them during this playoff run.
So get right with Reggie KG right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, 8 players primed to make an all-pro leap in 2023, including this Dallas Cowboy. We'll talk about it next on the Get Right.
Blasting out 100,000 watts of FM sports talk power and streaming 24/7 on the Odyssey app. This is DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan.
Hi, it's Gavin Dawson, and I've got amazing news from Window Nation. You can modernize and reinvest in your home today with new windows from Window Nation, and it's their best deal. 0% interest for 5 full years. On top of that, you'll get 2 windows free with every 2 you buy. It's a double deal. You'll get all the advantages of more comfort, lower energy bills, higher home value, and jealous neighbors, all with the impeccable construction and expert installation Window Nation is known for. They've placed nearly 2 million windows with 96% perfection, making them one of the top window companies in the country. If your home is over 15 to 20 years old, this is one of the smartest investments you can make. And Window Nation is making it insanely easy and economical to do it. Call today, 866-90NATION, or visit windownation.com. Lock in these incredible savings. 0% interest for 5 years. That's 60 months interest-free, plus 2 windows free with every 2 you purchase. Call 866-90NATION or go to windownation.com. That's 866-90NATION or online at windownation.com and tell them Gavin Dawson sent you.
If you turn it on and leave it on The Fan, you know we're DFW sports leader on insight and original content all day long. No need to go back and search for it. We send it to you. Yeah. Sign up for our fan newsletter today at 1053thefan.com. Proudly presented by Bosch Power Tools.
When interest rates rise, it's not all bad. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, helping you understand why now is the time to purchase an annuity. Annuities are the only products that will guarantee you an income you can't outlive. It's those guarantees that are tied to treasury rates. And as we know, those rates are at 40-year highs. If you're in or within 10 years of retirement, use this to your advantage. This is exactly why it's possible to receive up to a 25% upfront bonus for income, and why it is possible to receive up to 10% per year for income growth. It's because of the high interest rates. Don't let anyone tell you it's not true, but also don't wait. Interest rates and these guarantees will eventually come down. Call 469-579-3500, 469-579-3500, or visit TrajanWealth.com.
Guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance.
Hello there, it's Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team with an important message for all HVAC technicians and plumbers. The On Time Experts is looking to add to their team. Are you ready to work for a company that cares about you, your family, and your career growth? Are you ready for paid medical insurance, a 401k match, and no on-call? Then you're ready to apply today. Just go to theontimeexperts.com and click on careers. That's theontimeexperts.com. Click careers.
Join the G-Bag Nation tomorrow in Flower Mound at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio at 1175 Justin Road to celebrate their lowest prices of the season. Come enter to win a pellet smoker or test your luck to win G-Bag flags and Tolo swag. See y'all tomorrow at Southern Leisure Spas in Flower Mound.
Make your next heating repair, HVAC repair, or maintenance job easier with SupplyHouse.com. Get the plumbing, HVAC, and electrical parts you need at the speed you need with Supply House's TurboTrack delivery service and receive your parts in under 24 hours. Visit SupplyHouse.com to learn more or order parts.
I can't wait for what's next. Even with higher stroke risk due to atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Eliquis, apixaban tablets, reduces stroke risk. It's the #1 cardiologist-prescribed blood thinner.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without talking to your doctor, as this may increase your risk of stroke. Eliquis can cause serious and, in rare cases, fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or have antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or unusual bruising, or if you have tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. It may increase your bleeding risk if you take medicines such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Discover credit cards automatically double all the cash back you earn at the end of your first year, which means... Wait, hold up. Question for the audio engineer.
Go ahead.
Did I read that right? Discover automatically doubles all your cash back?
Yeah, that's what the script says.
So if I get a Discover card right now, I can earn twice the cash back.
Apparently. Wait! Unlimited first-year cash back match. Only from Discover. See terms and learn more at discover.com/match.
Maytag month has got it going on. It's all you want with the savings all month long. Baby, can't you see? Maytag month is all you need. You know you can't go wrong when Maytag month is going on.
Upgrade to the performance you need on all Maytag major appliances during May is Maytag month, happening all month long.
Maytag month is going on.
It's finally here. The brand new state-of-the-art Platinum Chevrolet in Terrell is now open on the east side of the Metroplex. Owner Stephen Gilchrist and GM Justin Rudd have spared no expense on this beautiful brand new 80,000 square foot facility to serve you, the Tolos, on the purchase of your brand new Chevy car, truck, or SUV.
I should know because I bought not one, not two, but 3 vehicles from Platinum Chevrolet and highly recommend them on what were the easiest automotive buying experiences ever. Visit PlatinumChevyTexas.com and drive a little further to save a lot more. Chevrolet, find new roads.
Baseball is in full swing. The free Odyssey app lets you listen to local coverage for the team you love. Live stream your favorite sports radio station or jump back and listen to the best segments on demand.
Don't forget we talk to the manager every Tuesday at 2 p.m.
Don't listen to some guy from the other side of the country tell you about your team. Live conversations for your local team. No matter where you are, your season, your Odyssey. Get in the game and download the free Odyssey app today.
Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
8 players primed to make an all-pro leap in 2023 in the National Football League, including this Dallas Cowboy. It's the Get Right with Reggie KG on 105.3 The Fan. Kevin Gray, Reginald Atatula, Larry D. Flores holding it down for you here. Coming up in 17 minutes, got a really fun conversation that's going to get you all involved on the text line, 877-881-1053. What's the greatest y'all lost performance that you can recall?
I'll have to explain that one because I'm not sure if people will get it just yet. But it's coming.
Well, I'm looking forward to that because it made me think of one in particular performance in a y'all lost moment situation that I will never, ever forget. We'll do that at 8:40 here on the Get Right. At Kevin Gray Sports, at Reg Atatula, if you want to give us a follow there on Twitter. Give you an update on what's happening in the Eastern Conference Final in the NHL. It is 2-2 with 12:20 left between the Carolina Hurricanes and the Florida Panthers, as the Panthers are trying to complete the clean sweep of the Carolina Hurricanes. Right now, though, tied 2-2 in South Florida, as it looked like a Hurricane took a puck to the knee. That looked rather devastating.
I'm so happy that I don't have like some level of reference for how much that hurts, having never played hockey. But like even just what I imagine on how much that hurts.
Like my knee's starting to hurt just thinking about. Like,
I'm getting those. What do they call? Do they call those sympathy pains?
Yeah, like that is.
Yeah,
oh boy.
Yeah, that's.
And remind me, which star was it these playoffs that took a puck to the face?
That was Miro Heiskanen.
Yikes, man! Like Hockey players are a different breed, man.
I'd be wearing that whole, because he brought back the fishbowl after it, because you know, obviously when you get hit, you have to protect that. You have to protect your face for a period of time afterwards. I'm like, yeah, I would be wearing that to start. Why did we?
Like, this is mandatory for me. Thanks.
Yeah, it's like I find it to be such a, and of course, like I'm not built like a hockey player, clearly, and I don't mean like stature wise. I mean just like their demeanor and everything. Because they just be out here getting hit in the mouth and spitting the tooth out and never worrying about putting it back in, right? Like I'm like, no. I don't need the completely no face mask or whatever visor. I don't need like this just a small visor. I need the full thing that goes all the way over my face, covers my chin as well. In fact, let me get the whole goalie get up. I'll skate, but I need all these pads.
In fact, just hide me on the bench. Don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it.
Can I get one of these suits?
Yeah, exactly. Just give me the whole face mask. You know, the suit. Just give it all to me, and I'll just sit here and watch y'all work. Yeah, hockey players are a different set of dudes, and shout out to them for their toughness. Because let me tell you something, not me, can't do it. Because those are some real tough guys. Speaking of tough guys, NFL players are comprised of a bunch. The NFL are comprised of a bunch of tough guys. Including these 8 individuals who are primed to make an all-pro leap going into 2023. This comes from Maurice Moton of Bleacher Report. Good NFL writer. I actually respect his work over there.
Oh, wow. Not the actually.
Oh, that was kind of some underlying
shade.
Yeah,
the actually felt shady. Like I respect
that
his work.
That was unintentional shade.
I know it was unintentional, but it hit me.
Yeah. When I said it, and then the way you reacted, I was like, "Ooh, yeah, my bad." Yeah, that was a little shade thrown toward Bleacher Report's way.
Oh man, from the 860 on the text line, they said they played Division III hockey as a goalie.
Okay.
When you get a puck to the knee, it feels like it literally locks your knee bent into place, and you cannot move it without severe pain.
Oh, okay.
Once they had to have someone drive them home. It's awful and usually happens once a season as a goalie.
That sounds hella painful.
Yeah, I don't want it. Do not want.
Nope.
Do not want.
Good on that. From the 860? Right on the top of the knee is the worst. All right. Let us know on the text line. Where is the worst place to take a puck to the body?
I feel like they're all tied for first.
Touche. 8 players, though, who are primed to make a all-pro leap in 2023. Now, this list is very interesting because one of these players actually made an all-pro team last year. In fact, was a second-team all-pro. So I didn't necessarily understand how he was included on this list, but we'll get to that player here in just a second. Number 1, though, on the list, Joe Burrow, poised to make an all-pro leap.
I found this so interesting because Joe Burrow has been incredible as a football player. We understand this in his first 3 seasons. The tough thing about the all-pro list is, are you one of the 2 best quarterbacks in the league? Like it's not expansive, right? It's not the Pro Bowl, which he has been to, by the way, last season. It's not like all NBA where it's like, yeah, there's a few at your position. There are 2 in the entirety of the league. It's why I value personally, not that anybody cares what I value, but I personally value all pros when we start talking about NFL Hall of Fame considerations, because that means that for a season, you are one of the 2 best, at least when it comes to quarterback. And then when we get to certain positions, it expands out just a little bit, but you were one of the best of a very small population of or a very small percentage of your whole position group. And that speaks to your caliber and your quality. What have we been talking about with the NFL? It's just how many good quarterbacks are available. And of course, I understand all pro is not separated into leagues, but even just in the AFC, there are so many really good quarterbacks. So the idea that he is poised to jump up and become, one of the 2 best quarterbacks when it feels like Patrick Mahomes has one of those spots locked down consistently.
Correct.
I understand that he's played well enough to be in that caliber, so I don't want to try and knock him in that way, but it's going to be tough for him. He's going to have to ball.
Because as you mentioned, one of those all-pro spots is on lock every single year as long as Patrick Mahomes remains healthy. Now, the wild card comes in when you look at quarterbacks like Lamar Jackson. You look at the rest of the NFL. I mean, your all-pro quarterbacks, for the most part, are going to come from the AFC.
Yeah. And look, from the 6A too, fair point. They say that they think most people would agree that Joe Burrow is one of the 2 best in the league. I think that he's very likely around that place, but I don't know that I can say that with some certainty. But okay, I guess the idea of poised to be able to jump into it, he is poised to have that happen. He's got a great offense around him. They've got a lot of talent. So very interested to see how that goes for them.
Question is, can the offensive line protect him? And if they can, they are going to be phenomenal. Nick Chubb comes in at number 2, running back from Cleveland, poised for an all-pro leap. Now, he is a 4-time Pro Bowler already.
Mm-hmm.
And, of course, last year ran for a career-high 1,525 yards, along with 12 rushing touchdowns.
Yeah, that's a tough thing for me. Is he played the whole season last year. That was one of the things that you would have knocked him on, is that, but he gets hurt. He misses some time. He played all the games. He was really, really good. Was not an all-pro. And so I'm like, are we getting to a point? Because, again, we've seen 5 seasons. I mean, it feels crazy to do this in football, but then
Who
you're like,
was first-team all-pro from the running backs this year? Was it Jonathan Taylor? No, it wasn't Jonathan Taylor, was it? I'll have to go.
But my point being, is I think we're starting to get to this point where in his career where we start going, are we in or past the prime of what he is and what he's capable of doing? And I think that's where, no idea. So if we can bet on him, if we can bet on him to play all these games again and do this again, all right, poised to do this. Also, you would hope that they are not as bad as they were last season, because that obviously you missed a lot of games with who you wanted to be your starting quarterback, and when that who you wanted to be the starting quarterback came back, he was awful. So maybe if that all flips up and he ends up, Deshaun Watson ends up playing better, and then you have the team success, Nick Chubb's individual success shines. So hopefully that works out for him. But I think I'm starting to look at it like, ooh, if he hasn't gotten it yet, I wonder how much love he'll get in that way.
By the way, it was Josh Jacobs who was first-team All-Pro from the running back position.
So we're talking about first-team All-Pro in this instance, because if we have people that have made, because Nick Chubb was second-team All-Pro, was he not?
I'll have to go back and get the full list. But that just gives you an idea of how good the running back position was.
Associated Press second-team All-Pro. Yeah, no, he's second-team All-Pro.
Okay, I'm sorry. Forgive me, I was looking at the NFLPA first team, because they had their own first-team All-Pro list this past year. I was looking at the NFLPA list, so forgive me for that. I had that incorrect when it came to the All-Pro team. I was looking at the NFLPA one. NFL players primed to take an All-Pro league. Now, here's who comes in at number 3. Now, remember I mentioned a player who actually made second-team All-Pro last year?
Mm-hmm.
Number 3 is CeeDee Lamb.
He was second-team All-Pro.
I guess I'm questioning he wasn't already an All-Pro.
Yeah. So are we just talking about first team at this point?
I guess going to first team All-Pro.
Can I circle back to Joe Burrow now? Or we want to talk about Joe Burrow as the first team All-Pro quarterback? And again, I understand great offense, all those things still, it just feels like Patrick Mahomes gets this off of one, being incredible, but like the name, it feels like we have really easily slotted him as the best quarterback in the league without being able to shake this. Anyways, back to CeeDee Lamb. Supposedly offense is supposed to be like get better for them, be a little less stale, a little bit less predictable. And he has made himself a bona fide wide receiver 1. I see how that goes, right? Like I see how that comes together. Last year he hauled it like almost 1,400 yards. You tell me this thing gets more complete, gets more together?
I mean, the only thing that makes it even better for him is if he goes off for over 1,600 yards, 12, 13 touchdowns.
How do you feel about that possibility with the idea that the offense maybe is better, or with the hope that the offense is more streamlined, but then also with the understanding that you're feeding maybe some more people, and you hope that for like Michael Gallup to be more on pace, he, back to what you would hope, that he gets more yards, and Brandon Cooks is going to have his that he needs, and you're going to have the tight ends involved, right? Like, how do you feel in that regard that he has the opportunity to do that?
Well, if this offense is going to be as explosive as we believe it can be, it starts and ends with CeeDee Lamb being the focal point, which means he has to get 150 targets. He's got to have over 1,300 yards receiving. He's got to have close to double-digit touchdowns because everyone else is going to eat off of CeeDee Lamb because what he represented going into this year based off his season last year is that he has to be accounted for now on every single offensive snap, which means somebody is going to have a chance to get freed up to make plays, whether it be Cooks, Michael Gallup, hopefully Jalen Tolbert, these tight ends. Everyone now is going to eat off of CeeDee Lamb. So I think he still has to have that kind of production to continue to produce at that high level. A couple other names that made this list, one that Cowboys fans are sick of hearing about. Hassan Reddick for the Philadelphia Eagles, who was an absolute monster last year. First Pro Bowl nod, 16 sacks, 11 tackles for loss, a league-leading 5 forced fumbles. He was second-team All-Pro and just 28 years of age and still got a lot left in the tank going forward for the Eagles.
Yeah, and the thing about it is the Eagles it's one of the reasons why Howie Roseman has gotten so much praise is that they have continued to invest in both offensive and defensive line. And so with that being the case, the way that those guys, the individuals on those lines have produced, you anticipate that remains because they have the same support. And if that talent remains, which you alluded to the idea that he has the age, he's in that time where you should be in his prime and still being able to produce, that there's a possibility that you see those numbers again.
And with that defense as ferocious as it is, and Hassan Reddick leading it, should be that much more productive this year. Another one that I'll mention, especially with him being in the NFC East before we go to break, Daron Payne. Daron Payne last year, 64 tackles, 18 tackles for loss, nearly 12 sacks, 5 pass breakups, and a safety.
What?
How do you have 5 pass breakups from the defensive tackle position?
Get your hands up. Get in the quarterback's face.
Look, that's why Daron Payne got paid. Of course, got that 4-year, $90 million contract extension with $60 million of it guaranteed. And here's the wild part. Daron Payne, only 25 years old. Gonna be around for a long time.
Yeah, don't remind me of that.
A long time.
Don't worry, Tyler Biadasz getting better.
Yes, he is getting better.
Yeah. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
That's the spirit.
Yeah. 8 NFL players primed to take an all-pro leap. He is a monster. Daron Payne is a monster.
S-Doc is 7 on the Twitch chat says, I wish he was 36.
We do too.
Move him along.
So do we. Coming up next on the Get Right with Reggie KG on 105 through the Fan.
What's the greatest I didn't lose, y'all lost effort that you can remember in sports? We'll talk about it next on 105 through the Fan.
Coming up today on the KNC Masterpiece, we'll hear from Coach McCarthy live at OTAs, plus My Buddy's an Idiot, plus a special combo platter for National Sing Out Day. You get a full show, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on the Fan.
According to the National Highway Traffic Administration, a car or truck accident occurs every minute of the day. The law office of Bailey & Gallion, the official law firm of the Texas Rangers, has been representing injured clients for over 40 years. We can help you get medical treatment with no upfront cost to you. Accidents happen, but when the wrongful actions of another person causes you harm, you have a right to seek full and fair compensation. You deserve aggressive, experienced, board-certified personal injury attorneys. Bailey & Gallion, the official law firm of the Texas Rangers, has offices throughout Dallas-Fort Worth and across the state for your convenience. Call Bailey & Gallion at 800-LAW-OFFICE. That's 800-LAW-OFFICE, or visit our website at thetexasattorney.com. Let Bailey & Gallion, the official law firm of the Texas Rangers, solve your legal puzzle. If you've been injured in an accident, call 800-LAW-OFFICE, 800-LAW-OFFICE, or thetexasattorney.com. thetexasattorney.com.
After a long, hard work day, treat yourself. It's 5 o'clock somewhere, right? Baby Doll Saloon Dallas is the ultimate after-work happy hour spot. A true home away from home. Daily buffet Monday through Friday from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. Plus our stadium buffet Monday through Friday from 4 p.m. to 10 p.m., Saturday 11 a.m. to 10 p.m., and Sunday from noon to 10 p.m. Baby Dolls is your sports headquarters, including all pay-per-view fights with no extra cover charge. There's always something fabulous happening at Baby Dolls. Baby Doll Saloon, 10250 Shady Trail. The legend lives on.
Friends, are your investments going nowhere? Here's a tip that always pays big dividends. Invest in yourself, your talent, your smarts, your skills. Maybe it's time to make that investment and start a career in IT or upskill to boost your current career. At My Computer Career, you can bank on them. They'll help you get the right skills and the right certifications to start or advance your IT career. IT keeps growing. So go with the growth of My Computer Career. The right training, the right timing, the right career. Invest in you at mycomputercareer.edu. Start now.
It's time to warm up that scoreboard and get ready to bring home the win with Specs. Specs has you covered with lower prices on all your favorite fan fuel. From craft beer, rare spirits, and world-class wine to chips, dips, and gourmet finer foods. And with same-day delivery when you order online or through the app, Specs is your MVP for the biggest score of the game. At Specs, the fun starts here.
Here's to you, cheers to savings.
Meet Joe A, Joe B, and Joe C.
What's up?
3 everyday Joes perfecting their banking with Chase. Joe A is locking his lost debit card with the Chase mobile app. Joe B is cruising toward his new ride with AutoSave. And Joe C's Chase banker is helping him budget to go back to school. Tools that help protect. Support for what's next. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase. Make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Messaging and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
With summer savings at the Home Depot, we have laundry appliances that just fit. Fit your space, fit your needs, and fit your budget. Like a new LG laundry set with 6-motion technology, using different wash motions to get clothes cleaner. And sensor dry to automatically adjust drying time, all making laundry quicker, cleaner, and easier on your clothes. Save up to 30% on select appliances, plus up to $100 off select laundry sets at the Home Depot. Pricing valid May 18th through June 7th, 2023. U.S. only. See store or online for details.
If new Heineken Silver was a bitter breakup song.
I feel so betrayed by you, like a broken shell that can never be glued.
Heineken Silver Sip Break.
But who needs that glue when you got great friends and that barbecue? Who needs that glue?
Get all the taste, no bitter endings. Crisp and refreshing Heineken Silver. Only 3.2 grams of carbs, 95 calories. Order now at Heineken.com/silver. Must be 21 and older to purchase. Enjoy Heineken responsibly.
If you turn it on and leave it on the fan, you know we're DFW's sports leader on insight and original content all day long. No need to go back and search for it. We send it to you.
Yeah.
Sign up for our fan newsletter today at 1053thefan.com. Proudly presented by Bosch Power Tools.
I switched to Boost Mobile and got a free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone. Want to know the best part?
It was free?
Nope.
The fact that it's on America's largest 5G networks?
Nope. It's the ding.
Oh yeah, love the ding.
Right? It's all about the ding. It's the dingarooski, the dingaroner, the ring-a-ding-ding.
Unleash your power to save with Boost. Get a free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone when you switch. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power.
And the ding.
Limited time offer. New customers only. Available on select networks. 5G not available everywhere. One device per line. Tax excluded. Additional restrictions apply. See your local Boost Mobile store for details.
Navien tankless water heaters, the proven leader in condensing technology. Request a Navien because you deserve the best in endless hot water delivery. Learn about Navien's condensing tankless water heaters and find a Navien contractor at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Count on Navien.
I used to get frequent heartburn at night, so I made Prilosec OTC part of my morning routine.
1 pill in the morning, 24 hours, 0 heartburn with Prilosec OTC. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
RJ Chop here for Boomer Jacks, your official game day headquarters and the place for the best drink deals in town. And those drink deals just got even better. How about this? $3 domestic draft beers every Monday through Thursday and $3 Crown and Down. You call it's every Monday and Tuesday. You can't find deals better than this. Can't do it. It's your best weekday hangout spot. These deals going on and more. It's Boomer Jacks, 18 DFW. Boomer Jacks locations. Find yours online, boomerjacks.com.
Get the top stories, exclusive podcasts, video content, and much more 24/7 at 1053thefan.com.
Back here on the Get Right with Reggie KG on 105.3 The Fan. What's the greatest y'all lost performance that you can recall? Kevin Gray, Reginald Atatula, Larry D. Flores holding it down for you. Appreciate you joining us on this Wednesday night. Hopefully happy, safe, and sound as we start to wind down the month of May. My daughter's kindergarten graduation tomorrow.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's incredible. Like, were y'all doing anything special for it? Just going to the ceremony?
Yeah, just going to the ceremony. Here's the funny part. They sent all her stuff home today because they have a half day of school tomorrow. They was like, yeah, take y'all kids home. We were tired of seeing y'all kids.
We'll just bring them back tomorrow so we can smile, take pictures, but take all the stuff.
That's right. Take all that stuff. At the top of the hour, the most complete NFL teams going into 2023. But we won't belabor the time anymore because I'm really excited about this particular piece of conversation we're gonna have here.
Yeah, I love watching sports in general, but you get these instances where a player has an incredible individual performance, but their team still loses. And that always feels to me like that player should go back into the locker room and be like, hey, I ain't lose. Y'all lost. Right? So I'm interested in what are the greatest y'all lost performances that you could think of where just an individual played incredible, but their team just kind of let them down or it just wasn't enough compared to like what they were facing. Is there one that comes to mind for you? Because the Yardbarker actually put together a list of 25 of these sorts of things.
Okay. Yeah. And I wonder how close to the top it made this list. So 214, I'll get to that one because that was one, but it kind of went the other way because he was kind of the culprit. But anyway, right. Okay, let's go back to, was it 2016? No. Hell, the Cavs and the Warriors played so many damn times in the NBA Finals.
Yep.
Is it maybe 2018? Is it 18?
Yeah, it was one of the years where they obviously clearly did not win. I'm trying to remember. Was that 17?
Well, anyway.
It was J.R. Smith.
LeBron went off.
The J.R. Smith year.
Yes, he went, 50? He had over 50 points in the game. And J.R.
It was 2018. You're right. It was the one that ended it. Because
yeah.
Was that the sweep year?
That had to be, or they lost in 5. But yeah. Anyway.
No, that was the sweep year.
Yeah. So LeBron, what was it?
That's the ultimate y'all lost.
He had 50, 51 in the game?
51.
Yeah. And
shooting 60% from the field, mind you.
The ultimate, hey, y'all lost this game, bruh. J.R. Smith, what are you doing?
Like not only y'all lost, like I did everything and I put you in position and all you had to do was remember what's happening in the game right now. Remember the game situation. And J.R. Smith was like, huh? We running out the clock, right? No, we need to get the bucket. Okay.
Yeah, man. That's an all-timer. Now, the one that the 214 mentioned,
yes,
that was the original one that I thought of.
Yes.
When Tony Romo went ham on the Denver Broncos for 5 touchdown passes.
That's right,
day?
506 yards.
He was so damn good that day. And yet, we couldn't say it was on y'all because Tony actually threw the interception that kind of ended it.
Yeah, but somebody got to put in. I put up 506 of these things, man. Y'all can't give me something. Y'all let them score 51 points, man.
You know what's wild about that day? You know who had a rushing touchdown in that game?
Who?
Peyton Manning, the slowest rushing touchdown.
And this is when I started
ever see.
This is when I started calling him Williams Manning. No, this is a little bit before that. Peyton Manning was still somewhat all right coming in that season. I think it was another season or two before it was like, oh, this doesn't even look like Peyton Manning.
That was 2015, anymore. If I remember. Was that?
This is 2013.
2013. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Woo. Yeah. But yeah, Bron in game 1 of that 18 NBA Finals where he just did literally everything, and J.R. Smith's like, well, so what? And then Tony Romo going ham on the Denver Broncos at AT&T Stadium. Phenomenal. Y'all lost that game.
Somebody on the text line from the 214, Jordan had 63 and lost versus Boston. That was a 2 overtime game, mind you.
Yep.
The 86 Eastern Conference Finals game 2. Or sorry, first round game. First round series rather in game 2. I'm trying to look at this box score right now where Michael Jordan shot 22 of 41. Good for 54% thereabouts. Did not take a 3-point shot. So all of these were 2-pointers or getting to the free throw line. 63 points. Only had 4 turnovers. Like, I mean, 4 turnovers is a little bit, but when you consider that he just had the ball in his hands he played 53 minutes in that game. Let's see. What else? All right. Who do you think scored outside? Or like, what do we think is like the scores outside of Michael Jordan's 63?
Did Orlando Woolridge play in that game?
Orlando Woolridge played and he scored 24.
Oh, okay. So he put in some work.
Yeah, Orlando Woolridge was like, I'll help you out a little bit, although he was 9 of 27 from the field.
What was Craig Hodges doing that day?
Not a Craig Hodges. He ain't play if he was in there. Your boy Charles Oakley, Big Oak.
He probably had 5?
He gave you 10 points, 5 solid fouls.
Of course he did.
And then outside of that, nobody else was in double digits.
Sounds about right.
You want to look over at the Boston Celtics where Larry Bird had 36, Kevin McHale had 27, Danny Ainge had 24, Dennis Johnson put up 15, Robert Parrish had 13.
Right.
Bill Walton with them crazy knees came in, was like 10 points for you.
How unfair is it to stare at the other side and you're watching Larry Bird, Kevin McHale with all the old man moves, and then got the nerve to have Robert Parrish out here putting in work. Danny Ainge
Robert Parrish didn't jump, mind you.
That's right.
Robert Parrish was like, I'm going to stay on the ground. It works better down here.
Celtics was so damn good, bro. But yeah, that is a true y'all lost that game type of situation.
Okay, so this one's interesting because I'm trying to remember exactly what the circumstances were. From the 309, they said the Devin Booker 70-point game. And I don't know how, do you consider this? Because Devin Booker was 20 years old.
Right.
At this, and this was a Phoenix team that was no good at that point. This was 2017. Suns Celtics. Oh, this was the Isaiah Thomas Celtics. Oh, boy. All right, here's the starting lineup. See if this jogs your memory at all. Devin Booker, clearly. Tyler Ulis. You remember Tyler Ulis from Kentucky?
Yeah,
Little cat.
Yeah.
Who is this? I don't even know who that is. Derrick Jones Jr. Forgot he played with the Suns. Marquise Chris. Remember when he came through here? That was fun. And Alex Len. That was your starting lineup for the Suns. Like, what? Of course they lost. Who else was he supposed to depend on?
No wonder he had to go for 70 that night.
And Isaiah Thomas pieced them up for 34. Although I guess they said piece them up while he dropped 70.
What was the final score of that game?
130 to 120.
And Devin Booker had 70 of the 120?
Yeah.
That's insane.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see, from the 972, Luka in both series against the Clippers. All right. Yeah.
Well, if we want to talk about putting up all these points, remember the bubble when we had what was like a crazy situation? Jamal Murray dropped 50 against the Utah Jazz, and they lost because the other cat over there was also dropping 50.
Donovan Mitchell. Yeah. That hoop in the bubble was some of the best basketball that you will ever see. Because all they had to do, the only thing they had the time to focus on was hooping. Like, we go into our room, we'll play this arcade game, eat this meal, and we come in the hoop. And they were down there balling in Orlando. Yeah, Jamal Murray was on one, man. That was great.
So apparently there was a game where Barry Bonds took on the Angels. What was this? 02 World Series?
Oh, when he hit a bazillion home runs in the World Series?
Yeah, 30 plate appearances, 4 homers, 2 doubles, walked 13 times. 7 of those intentional.
He hit a home run in Anaheim that still hasn't landed yet.
He struck out 3 times, meaning he homered more than he struck out in that
Of course
series.
he did. You know why?
Because he's Barry Bonds.
Because he's Barry freaking Lamar Bonds.
You want to hear what the numbers were in that series? Batting average starts with a 4, 471. 700 on base percentage. 1294 slugging percentage and a 1.994 OPS.
Boys and girls, I don't think you understand.
And that was not a win.
How good Barry Lamar Bonds was as a baseball player.
They lost that series, man. What are you supposed to do? How much more do you do?
Like, hey, Jeff Kent, can I get some help, please?
How much more do you do?
JT Snow, can I get some backup over here? Good gracious. From the 214, Steve McNair carried the Tennessee Titans in the Super Bowl. from the 682. Marcus Page in the last 5 minutes of the 2015 national title game against Villanova.
Oh, man.
Oh, that's a callback. Wow. Oh, yeah, 325. Yeah. See, you went with a real specific Luka playoff game. Luka, when he had that 46 and 14 assists or something like that in Game 7 against Kawhi and Paul George when they lost that game.
Yeah, but yeah, and I guess that's a good one.
Y'all lost.
How much do we throw that up when it was just like, oh, the machine turned the game up to all Madden? That was because Kawhi Leonard was just like, oh, let me turn the settings up to 11.
Yes.
By the way,
that was that Game 6 in Dallas. Oh my god.
Do we give Kawhi Leonard enough credit for being like just a super incredible playoff performer?
No, we don't. That Game 6 that he had in Dallas is one of the greatest performances I've ever seen. Like, he refused to allow the Clippers to lose that game. They weren't losing that night. I don't care what Luka did. I don't care what anybody did for the Mavericks that night. Kawhi Leonard said, we're not losing tonight. And that's what happened.
I'm trying to remember. From the 682, they say Yu Darvish blown perfect game. Was that the one against Houston?
Oh, boy. I can't remember off the top of my head. We'll have to look that up.
Because he had a couple of them, didn't he?
Yeah, that one's escaping me at the top of my head at the moment.
No, that wasn't against Houston.
It was?
No, that's not because they won that game. They just blew the... So I got to remember what the other one is. Someone mentioned, we already mentioned earlier, 214, the Tony Romo. Tony Romo against Peyton Manning, 5 touchdowns, 506 yards.
No, it was against Houston. Back in 2013, on the road, he was 1 out away.
And they lost that game?
From a perfect game. Oh, they won.
Yeah, I'm saying. So it wasn't no y'all lost situation.
Yeah, that's true.
He just didn't get his perfect game, which he should have.
But y'all keep those rolling in on the text line there.
Barry Sanders' entire career.
Greatest negative 5-yard runs ever. Ever.
Or you could also throw up there Calvin Johnson if you want to do entire careers. Like, just no. Calvin Johnson was not the issue in any of those situations. The Detroit Lions as a franchise feels like a y'all lost situation.
I love Calvin Johnson as a football player, but the one day I hated him the most. You remember that one time he went for over 300 on the Cowboys?
Oh, no. I'm going to have to look this one up.
Yeah, look at that stat line.
Yeah,
look at that stat line.
We'll talk about that on the other side, I guess.
The most complete NFL teams going into the 2023 NFL season. We do it next on the Get Right.
Hey, thanks to Rockwell Ford, it's 35 minutes of commercial-free fan and the Expressway. Sean and RJ mornings at 7:20, KNC middays at 12:20, and afternoons with G-Bag at 5:20. Right here on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Ad paid for by the tax resolvers. COVID-19 was tough on businesses. If you experienced a negative impact to your business during the pandemic, then you need to pay attention. There are some new powerful incentives that have been created specifically for businesses impacted by COVID-19. One such program is the Employee Retention Credit. Its tax incentive could bring you some serious cash back to your business. Even if you received a PPP loan in 2020 or 2021, you were still permitted to receive this credit. There are many ways to be eligible, and taking advantage of this tax credit doesn't need to be complicated. We made it easy for you by doing the legwork to maximize the amount of your refund due. Call us today at 800-818-4178, and we'll set your business up to take full advantage of the Employee Retention Tax Credit. That's 800-818-4178. Again, 800-818-4178. We'll get the ball rolling on getting you and your business some much-needed relief, but time is limited to file a claim. So call...
on the ground, to full-size Broncos, Raptor F-150s, the all-new Ford Lightning. All you need to do is get over to Terrell to see him right between I-20 and Highway 80. You can start the process online at PlatinumFord.com and drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's time for the Get Right on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number 3 to Get Right with Reggie KG on 105.3 The Fan. Kevin Gray, Reginald Atatula.
What's up?
Larry D. Flores holding it down for you here on this Hump Night edition of the Get Right on 105.3 The Fan. Appreciate you joining us on Odyssey and the Odyssey app, the most complete teams in the NFL going into the 2023 NFL season. We'll go over that here on your home of the Dallas Cowboys. At Kevin Gray Sports, at Reg Atatula if you want to get at us on Twitter as y'all continue to pour in on the text line. 877-881-1053. The greatest y'all lost that game performances. Some other ones that were being weighed in from the 2-4 in 2003 when Tracy McGrady had 48 points but lost to the Dallas Mavericks because Dirk had 53.
Yeah, but I mean, something that was known around these parts and has been learned more widely. What was y'all going to do to stop Dirk anyway?
Touche.
Like, really, what was y'all going to do to stop Dirk?
Dirk was just so good. Yeah, keep those flowing in, though, on the text line, 877-881-1053. We'll read some of those as the night continues to go on. Coming up in 17 minutes, we'll go around the association where some disturbing posts came today from John Morant that had the NBA world very concerned about his well-being. An update on that around the association. But, Reds, the most complete NFL teams going into this upcoming season, this coming from NFL.com, is that correct?
Yeah, Eric Edholm, lead draft writer out that way. We've gotten through the NFL draft, and so now we're moving into the time of the season where, like, player acquisition is no longer the part of this. Player acquisition is largely done. Obviously, there's some pieces out there that you need to consider and maybe add on or, work around. But now your team is largely what you anticipate it to be for the upcoming season. Now it's just putting those pieces together. So with that being the case, who are the teams that we can look at and say are the most complete heading into this upcoming season? Who would you guess is on this list? We can just kind of throw this up that way and see if you can nail any of the top 10.
I'm going to go with the Eagles.
That's number one. I mean, it just makes sense. They seemed like the most complete team last year. Did they not?
I mean, both offensively and defensively, they really had no weaknesses. Special teams was good. And the one question that we had about the Eagles was Jalen Hurts that guy? And we have come to find out, yes, he is that guy.
Right. And then the offseason question was, will they be able to keep some semblance of that secondary together? And the answer was, yeah, pretty much.
Yep.
And then they continue to invest, as we mentioned earlier in the show, in both of their lines. So, yeah, still looks pretty damn complete. You mentioned Jalen Hurts. They gave him his money, and they feel confident, like indicating that they feel very confident in him as the quarterback capable of running what they need. They still got that terrible tandem of A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith. Dallas Goedert might work in there. You still got, Kelsey on the line. Mentioned that. So, yeah.
And then they got the nerve to re-up on the defensive side of the ball in the draft by going to get, two talented football players and Jalen Carter. And then, of course,
Nolan Smith. A whole bunch of Georgia Bulldogs.
Yeah.
Yeah, was the way that they went with that.
So we got the Eagles at number 1. Let's see here. I'll go with, I guess the only question with them being in the top 5 would be their quarterback situation, but I'm going to go with the San Francisco 49ers.
San Francisco 49ers are third on Eric Edholm's list from the NFL. Niners' biggest question right now could end up being the relative strength, he says, which is quarterback. Obviously, there's a lot of folks that have that belief in Brock Purdy. We mentioned yesterday that Kyle Shanahan, or was that yesterday or the day before? Days are running together. But Kyle Shanahan has hope that Brock Purdy will be available for week 1 for them. And it seems like they have a lot of belief in him. They also have Sam Darnold as insurance. Trey Lance is still on the team for the time being. And what we do know about Kyle Shanahan, in addition to all these things, is that he will make a quarterback work. Name a quarterback, any quarterback, he will find a way. It's like, hey, man, it's not about you. It's about this system. If you can run this system, we will make some things shake. So you do that when you consider that also they still have, they added Javon Hargrave from the Eagles in addition to Eric Armstead, who was there.
I forgot about that, yeah.
Maybe Javon Kinlaw shows himself. Nick Bosa's still on the roster. And then you talk about the offense and what the Cowboys have seen up close and personal. Christian McCaffrey being back there, Deebo Samuel, George Kittle. They have all of those weapons at their disposal. So pretty well-built, composed team.
They're so damn good, man.
One of the few in the NFC that there is to look at in that way.
They're on the short list of a team that can win the Super Bowl. The big question is at quarterback. But Kyle Shanahan is that guy at head coach there. So we got the number one team and the number 3 team.
Yes, sir.
So we're still looking for number 2. I guess let me not overthink it. Let me go with Kansas City.
Kansas City, number 2. And feel free to play along on the text line, 877-881-1053. But, of course, Ed Home writes, any team with a healthy Patrick Mahomes can overcome roster flaws. But, Kansas City, obviously, they've done the work to try and add something or to make sure that there's some things around him. You obviously talk about Travis Kelce. And with Matt Mahomes, Isaiah Pacheco, the 7th-round pick from last season.
What a find.
Looked like it's been effective. Then you add, obviously, still have Jerick McKinnon and Clyde Edwards-Helaire still there if you need him, to add in that way. They made sure to add new tackles in Donovan Smith and Juwan Taylor.
Mm-hmm.
But their interior of their offensive line is really where it is. When you talk about Creed Humphrey, that draft pick, and then Trey Smith and Joe Thuney, who they paid a whole bunch of money, Joe Thuney. But Sky Moore, they've got Juju Smith-Schuster, Mecole Hardman, Marquez Valdez-Scantling. They don't really show up as like, oh, those are incredible players, but they were solid. They were able to put together the offense in that way. And they still have the defensive superstar, Chris Jones. And then,
that's the dude right there in the middle.
George Karlaftis showed out pretty well. And then they added Felix Anudike-Uzomah from K-State to try and bolster some of that in the draft.
Nick Bolton's a terrific linebacker for them,
there you go,
too.
right?
Yeah.
So they've got some really nice pieces. You're talking about Trent McDuffie on the outside as a cornerback on the defense, along with L'Jarius Sneed. They've got a pretty balanced roster. It's just it's balanced in a way where you might not see a whole bunch of names that make you go, oh man, that's terrifying. But it's good enough when you consider that they have the football equivalent of Michael Jordan on their offense and the quarterback.
And one of the best coaches of all time in Andy Reid.
Yep, can't forget that.
That kind of helps. So we got numbers 1, 2, and 3. So we're looking for numbers 4 and 5 in the top 5 here. Okay. Let me not overthink this. Let's stay with the NFC. I'm going to take a stab at it. Let's go with the Dallas Cowboys.
5th. They are ranked 5th. Obviously, and we know this locally. He writes, Dallas is pretty loaded on defense. Definitely could field another top 5 unit with the addition of Mozzie Smith and defensive central. The one problem that you could say with the Dallas Cowboys last season was what?
Their inability to stop the run.
If Mozzie Smith looks anything like what you anticipate, that is some level of hole plugged, along with the return of Jonathan Hankins. So what's the issue after that?
None.
Sounds pretty balanced to me.
Yeah.
On the defense, and then they added Stephon Gilmore to make sure that the other cornerback position is not any level of pick honorable, to coin a word. And then they add Brandon Cooks to try and even out this wide receiving core that people had issues with. Where are the issues? Especially if you figure out what your best 5 offensive linemen are, you slot those guys in. It's plug and play. Let's go, Dallas Cowboys.
You know what's funny? If the Cowboys were any other team in the NFL and you put them on a blank sheet with this roster, with this coaching staff, this quarterback, and you looked at them and removed what is the history of the Cowboys over the past 2.5 decades and the playoff failures of the last couple of years, you put that team on paper, you would say, yeah, that's a team that's a legitimate Super Bowl contender. But then when you attach everything else that comes with the Cowboys,
right,
you're like, oh, well, probably not.
And so the things that we can point to, S. Dawkins on Twitch points to this. Running back still concerns me a bit. Understand that.
With Tony Pollard, yeah.
With Tony Pollard being the only real staple there, you've got a few other pieces that can kind of undergird him, but not in the same way as you had prior. And then also you need the kicker. You still need to figure out what you're doing with the kicker.
There is that.
And that's a position where you go, it feels not that important, but it's also wildly important because your kicker always ends up being one of your leading scorers on the team, like making sure that you add those extra points, making sure that you can get 3 in some of those situations, and then also pressure defenses, because the longer that your field goal range is, the more the defenses have to like press in some ways, which can also add offensively. So yeah, that's your Dallas Cowboys ranked the 5th most complete team. How do you like that ranking?
I think it's legit.
Cowboys?
I think it's legit. If they were in that 5 to 7 range, I wouldn't have been upset with that either. But the fact that they are at 5, that makes a lot of sense. So we've gotten 1, 2, 3, and 5.
Yep. 1 being the Eagles, 2 being the Chiefs, 3 being the 49ers, and 5 being your Dallas Cowboys.
I'm going to go with Cincinnati at 4.
There you go. You finished out the top 5. Cincinnati is, in fact, 4. Talented roster, and there are some caveats that can derail the season.
Okay.
So they opted not to add significant options at tight end or running back. So Samaje Perine left in free agency. Joe Mixon is still there.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they've got
talented back.
They got Chase Brown, Travion Williams, and Chris Evans are the only options to really add on to Joe Mixon. And then tight end, it'll likely just be Irv Smith Jr. Right? Offensive line, maybe some issues. Now, you did add Orlando Brown Jr.
Yeah, from Kansas City, yeah.
And does Jonah Williams actually stay? Because he requested a trade, but that hasn't happened yet. If he actually stays, maybe you could put him at the other tackle. And Lyle Collins trying to return from a torn ACL, remember?
And he was not good at points last year.
There's some figuring out to be done on the offensive line. And then defense. Jesse Bates, Von Bell.
That's the
both
big
left.
one. Yeah, Jesse Bates being gone, signing with Atlanta. How they fill the back end of their secondary with his presence being gone there.
So Nick Scott and Dax Hill are expected to start for them.
Mm-hmm.
And then a 3rd rounder from this year is expected to get in the mix, Jordan Battle. So the safety position is going to be one that they have to figure out. So there's a few places where maybe it could be some level of problem for them, but then you obviously talk about the strong portions of this. Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, all of these things coming together, and those end up being consistent.
So who are numbers 6 through 10?
The Buffalo Bills come in 6, rock
Okay.
solid throughout, but enough high-end talent in certain places to make this work, which we always have to remember that's kind of the way the NFL is. I don't think you're going to get a team that is the all-stars of the league. 7 is the Baltimore Ravens, adding some offensive, firepower for the quarterback, and then actually signing the quarterback. Also, they brought in Rock Ya-Sin at cornerback to kind of help ease the pain
in corner,
of Marcus Peters no longer being there. But, I mean, in theory, they could also bring back Marcus Peters, Kyle Fuller, maybe. Some of those things happen. The New York Jets come in at 8. Are you a little surprised that didn't come up a little earlier?
I mean, I get it. You add a 4-time league MVP in Aaron Rodgers. You brought some of his friends with him, too.
Made sure the wide receiving core is bumping.
And you get a returning Breece Hall, who's going to be healthy coming off the torn ACL.
With Michael Carter and Zonovan Knight.
You got Sauce Gardner, Defensive Rookie of the Year. And, oh, by the way, you want to talk about monster in the middle. Quinnen Williams was spectacular this past season. He is the man in the middle there. He's looking for new money as well. But, yeah, you look at the Jets on paper.
I thought they would be higher in this regard. But when we actually run this out, you feel like that's the right spot?
I think that's about right,
okay.
Yeah.
9 is the Seattle Seahawks.
How about that, huh? The Fighting Geno Smith's coming to the top 10.
They are the definition of stay low and build. That's the way that they've just been doing this. Remember, during the draft, we were looking up like, oh, they nailed all these picks for what they needed.
They really did.
Right? They add cornerback. Obviously, you still have DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett, and they add Jackson Smith and Jigba as well.
They got the best corner and wide receiver in this draft.
Added Zach Charbonnet. Or Charbonnet, I don't remember which the correct.
Oh yeah, the running back from UCLA.
So now they have a tandem with Kenneth Walker III and Zach Charbonnet.
I like it.
Right. So the idea is, well, Geno's not that great. Fine, we'll give him all the support necessary.
You know, I do think that speaks to though.
What is that?
Kind of how top heavy the NFC is, because Seattle to be able to crack this list at number 9.
But it's a full season or full league list.
Yeah, that's
10 is Kellen Moore's new team, Los Angeles Chargers, which makes me think their issue is never how complete the team is. It's how complete it'll be once we get into these games, because are people going to be injured? Fair or unfair?
Fair.
I don't know what the injury luck is there, but refuses to be there.
I mean, they got Austin Eckler back in the fold, with some incentives added to his contract.
Yep.
So he's happy now. Look, man, if Kellen Moore and that offense is scoring 30, 32 points a game, and Justin Herbert's out here throwing for a bazillion yards with Mike Williams and Keenan Allen and Austin Eckler going off, and we're looking around like, hey, what was going on with this offense that they couldn't be doing that? I'm so fascinated by the Chargers and what they do this season.
They might be in some track meets, though, because Nasir Adderley retired.
That's true.
And then J.C. Jackson kind of had to have a rehab to come back. So, defensive secondary could be a little bit of a pick-onable spot, as I use that phrase one more time, or that term one more time.
How Brandon Staley was able to con that team to keeping his job, I have no idea after what just happened in the playoffs.
He offered Joe Lombardi a sacrifice. That's what he did. He's like, oh, y'all don't like this offensive coordinator? Here, take this.
Hey, come get this.
Mm-hmm.
Come get this right here.
Anyways, there you go. Cowboys, the 5th most complete team heading into the 2023 season compared to, when the words left me as soon as I was about to say it.
Oh, man. They
5th most complete team, according to Eric Edholm of NFL.com.
So get right with Reggie KG right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, we go around the association where the coaching carousel continues to go around. And could this Atlanta Hawk be finding his way to Tinseltown? Next on the Get Right.
The latest from the Star in Frisco, as well as inside information from around the league. It's DFW's top football podcast for a reason. Love of the Star with Brian Broaddus and Bobby Bell. Sponsored by Boomer Jacks on the Odyssey app or wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
He's a former coach with 2 sons who played professional basketball. Satch Sullinger's a competitive individual, but his golf game was suffering because of painful joints.
Right. That's real important. The golf game. Right. As we get older, we create these bad habits because we're relegated to hit a certain way.
QC Kinetics used regenerative treatments, all natural healing properties from Satch's own body, to restore those damaged joints and get his golf game back on track.
QC Kinetics regenerative medicine is regenerating me, all natural. And that's what I'm about. I'm going to tell everybody why I'm better.
Oh, and by the way, looks like the competitive Satch is back.
We're all in the same boat, and I'm getting better, and I'm watching them stay old.
Go to QCkinetics.com. Get relief and your game back. Call for your complimentary consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 972-972-8610. That's 972-972-8610. 972-972-8610.
If you're within 10 years of retirement, listen up, because I know you're seeing what's going on with the stock market and you want answers. This is Sean Sharif sitting here with Jeff Jr. of Trajan Wealth. Jeff, is there anything we can do to offset our losses?
Well, you might be surprised that there is. If your goal is income in retirement, you may qualify for an upfront bonus of up to 25% for opening an account and guaranteed growth of up to 10% per year for income. That'll certainly offset some of these market losses, but keep in mind it's designed for income in retirement. So if you like the thought of getting a check every month that you can't outlive, this could be a great option for a portion of your assets.
I can get up to 10% per year guaranteed?
That's exactly right.
If you're within 10 years of retirement and want up to a 25% bonus just for opening an account and up to 10% per year income growth, call Trajan Wealth today. Call 469-579-3500. Guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company.
Paid advertisement.
This is Colby, owner of Tolbert Garage Door. I'm a Tolo. Call us today for our $50 garage door tune-up special. 469-909-0956 or visit TolbertGarageDoor.com.
At Diamonds Direct, we know your first impression of us is probably bridal jewelry. Engagement rings, wedding bands, and yes, you're right, there's a reason we're the nation's premier bridal jewelry destination. But you're missing out if you don't also think about Diamonds Direct for jewelry gifts for other special moments, like birthdays, graduations, sweet 16s, anniversaries. Our collection of fashion jewelry is second to none. Cases filled with rings, bands, pendants, bracelets, colored gemstones, beautiful jewelry starting at around $300. Jewelry boxes across America are being filled with our diamond classics, like stud and hoop earrings and stunning tennis bracelets. Everyday jewelry that you can wear with anything. And know this, the same quality and value you appreciate in our bridal collections, you'll find as well in our fashion jewelry. No compromises. So as you celebrate all the amazing moments of your life, remember Diamonds Direct. Let us help you celebrate with a gift of lasting value. Diamonds Direct, your love, our passion. Details, store hours, and more at diamondsdirect.com.
Ad paid for by the Sentinel Group. Attention veterans, active duty military, civilians, and contractors. If you were issued earplugs between 1999 and 2015 and were diagnosed with hearing loss or ringing in the ears, you may be entitled to compensation. The manufacturer of these military earplugs recently paid $9.1 million to resolve claims that their earplugs were defective, potentially exposing service members to damaging sound levels that could have resulted in hearing loss or tinnitus. If you or a loved one were issued earplugs and were diagnosed with tinnitus or hearing loss, don't wait. You fought for this country, and our attorneys want to fight for you. Call 800-646-6095 now for a free legal consultation and to see if you may be eligible to file a claim. Time restrictions may apply, and you pay nothing unless there's a recovery in your favor. So call 800-646-6095 now. Again, 800-646-6095. That's 800-646-6095.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same, but at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high commission investment products, right?
No, Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
But you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we have one transparent management fee structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you really do look out for your clients.
That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
Southern Leisure's Battle of the Brands Hot Tub Expo now through May 29th. Up to $2,500 rebates, their lowest prices on Bullfrog Spas, Marquee Spas, and Nordic Hot Tubs. 0% APR financing with no money down. Over 80 models to choose from. Visit southernleisurespas.com.
You've got what it takes to grow your business, but are you feeling stretched thin by the pressure? Expand your possibilities with Insperity. They put over 35 years of HR experience to work, offering competitive employee benefit options while lightening your HR load. See what's possible at Insperity.com.
Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franco and Franco are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Franco and Franco for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
About to go around the association here on the Get Right with Reggie KG on 105 through the Fan. Kevin Gray, Reginald Atatula,
What's happening?
Larry D. Flores holding down for you on this Wednesday night. Really appreciate you joining us, however, and wherever you may be listening to us on Odyssey and the Odyssey app. The text line is 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. If you want to get in on the conversation, coming up in 16 minutes, we'll go inside the gray area where, of course, there is no gray area. But before we do that, a real quick update on what's happening in South Florida. The Florida Panthers up 3-2 as we are into the third period there. They are looking to complete the sweep of the Carolina Hurricanes to get to the Stanley Cup final where they would be awaiting the winner, of course, of the Stars and Vegas Golden Knights series. The Stars looking to stave off elimination. Tomorrow night at the AAC. 11 minutes left in the third period, though. Panthers 3, Carolina 2. Larry, let's go around the association, though, here on the Get Right. We'll get to John Morant here in just a moment, but some news coming in the association with respect to the Washington Wizards.
The Zards?
As, yes, they have their new general manager and president of operations. That is because Los Angeles Clippers general manager Michael Winger has agreed to become the president of Monumental Basketball, which delivers him full leadership of the Washington Wizards. He will also oversee the WNBA's Washington Mystics and the G League's Go-Go franchise as well. Sources tell ESPN's Adrian Wojnarowski there.
I find that really interesting because if there was an organization that I thought you could not be able to poach people for money reasons, it would be the Los Angeles Clippers. with all that money Steve Ballmer got.
Yeah, he just money whip you.
But they were able to do so. Like, I guess I need to look at the organizational structure in Los Angeles for the Clippers, because was he simply the general manager, or was he also the lead executive out there? Because those are different things, right? Like, this would be a step up for him if he was simply general manager and now he gets to be the president of basketball operations. I can understand how that would be like a move upwards. But if this was just we poached the guy from over there, that's interesting, because one of the names that the Wizards had been longing for, lusting after, it felt like, was Masai Ujiri.
Sure.
Of the Toronto Raptors. And for the longest time, it was just like, he doesn't want to leave there, but what if he does? And it seems like they were just like, all right, let's go get somebody who can do this job, and they found one from the Clippers. So good for them, and they probably still not going to win 50 games.
Because if you remember, at least in our lifetimes, they have never won 50 games in an NBA regular season. Apparently, though, Wenger has a reputation as a keen strategist, deal maker, and relationship builder. Arriving from the Oklahoma City Thunder back in 2017, Wenger played an integral part in reshaping the Clippers franchise under president of basketball operations, Lawrence Frank.
Oh, that's right. There you go. So there you go. It was a step up. Quite literally the last time the Washington franchise won 50 games, they were called the Bullets at that point, and it was the 78-79 season.
That's crazy.
And they were still losers because they lost in the finals.
The NBA coaching carousel continues to go around. We do have information with respect to the Suns and their Final Four candidates for the final round of interviews. That will include Nick Nurse, Doc Rivers, Suns associate head coach Kevin Young, and Sacramento Kings associate head coach Jordy Fernandez, sources tell ESPN's Adrian Wojnarowski. So Nick Nurse, a finalist for a couple of jobs, it sounds like. He's also a finalist for the Milwaukee Bucks job as well.
Nick Nurse, I'm going to leave here with some. I'm going to get one of these jobs.
I'm from around the way.
I'm going to get one of these.
I'm going to leave here with
I'm
some.
going to leave here with some.
I'm going to leave here with
Shout
some.
out to Uncle Denzel. Noted Cowboys fan.
That's
but
right.
no, it feels like it'd be wild if we end up with, well, it's possible that we end up with one or two championship winning head coaches still not as head coaches. Oh, by the way, we did get some news or rumors, scuttlebutt, I don't know how we want to classify this, that Monty Williams
yes, I saw this.
was offered good money.
Apparently got money whipped.
Good money to be the Detroit Pistons head coach. Detroit Pistons kind of in this like free fall. Like they just got a whole bunch of young talent. Cade Cunningham, local product. Shout out to Arlington.
They tanked real hard.
Well, I mean, he just got injured. Your best player got injured and you didn't have anything else, right? And the idea of being able to foster the development of this young franchise, and he was like, "No, I'm good." Which makes me think one of two things: either he was like, "I'm just not here to coach the young cats," which is a possibility because I mean, he seemed to
wouldn't be either.
He seemed to have a relationship with like veteran players like Chris Paul, or he thinks that he has a beat on a better job, and it feels like the only one out there at this point is the Bucks, right?
Or behind door number 3, he realized all money ain't good money. Because Detroit's got some young players that they've got to develop, but let me tell you something, that situation is not great. But yes, the opportunity to coach Cade Cunningham, that feels like a job for an up and coming head coach, not necessarily one who's been as established as Monty Williams has been throughout his career, and of course having just coached Kevin Durant, Devin Booker, and Chris Paul among others. Taking a step back to coach some young kids, I don't know if that's where he's trying to be at necessarily in his career.
Now, if I don't know if it'd go well, but hey, Nick Nurse, why don't you follow the footsteps of your predecessor? Go coach the Detroit Pistons, buddy.
Again, probably someone who feels like he's reached a certain point in his career, even though you may feel like based on what he did and how he got there, may not be that kind of coach. But I'm sure he's looking at his situation.
Oh, but Dwayne Casey is?
Well, my point being, Nick Nurse probably feels like, oh, I'm an NBA champion coach. I'm not coaching these young kids either. I'm coaching NBA championship close type teams, Milwaukee, among others.
Okay.
Hey, I'm sure, maybe that's what Nick Nurse is thinking in his mind when it comes to that piece of news. But that coming from Mark Stein with respect to Detroit
That's
and,
right.
and Monty Williams there. So, yeah, all money ain't good money when it comes to that situation. Frank Vogel interviewed for the Philadelphia 76ers job.
Ooh.
Yeah. So there's that as well, as that opening continues to be there for the 76ers job. That coming from Keith Pompey, longtime beat writer for the Philadelphia Inquirer.
Mm-hmm. That is such a weird job because...
Well, there's so much unknown there.
There's that, and then also, are they going to actually have a championship level roster? Because you look at their roster as it was constituted this year, and you can make the argument that it wasn't a championship level roster.
No. I mean, it wasn't. Yeah, you got the league's MVP and Joel Embiid. There's a real possibility that James Harden is going to be back. It's going to go back to Houston.
Right. And so even if you agree, no, they did have a championship level roster this year. That's an argument you can make. If James Harden's not there, like, what is the roster at that point? Is it a second round caliber roster? Possibly. Now, if you take that job, do you think they're going to be happy if you make it to the second round and only that?
Oh, no. No.
Feels like a setup, man. Feels like a setup.
Well, I mean, Brett Brown couldn't do it. They thought Doc Rivers, with his experience, could do it. Nope. Here's an interesting name, though. I know he's in retirement right now, but could you imagine the fit?
Who, Larry Brown?
No.
I just love bringing that up
Really?
because Larry Brown hates going home.
Really?
He's like, let me coach something. How old is Larry Brown at this point?
I think he's like 80, 81. But you know it would be an amazing hire and a splash hire at that. Again, he's in retirement right now, but he knows the area well. Had championship success there. Coaching.
Jay Wright?
Yeah.
That'd be a real interesting instance to get your first NBA head coaching job.
But if you were going to do it, you would want to do it in an area where you're comfortable with. You know the organization would probably know you, having been there. If you're going to make a splash that's outside of the conventional hires of a Nick Nurse or a Monty Williams.
Yeah,
or,
I don't know how comfortable I'd be with that. I'd be more comfortable hiring Jay Wright if I was the Pistons. Not that, but then the idea is like, would he want that job?
Correct.
I got you.
Yeah, if I'm Jay Wright, I'm probably not trying to get my first head coach job in the NBA with a developmental team. If I'm going to jump in, I'm going to jump in with a team that's as close to possibly winning a championship with a couple more tweaks.
Yeah, but the problem is, if I'm close to winning a championship, why am I taking a gamble on a dude who's never coached in the NBA?
Well, like, you need something different.
I hear you.
You need something different, and maybe Jay Wright is that kind of different for Philadelphia. But I'm not going down the road of Budenholzer. No.
Isn't he on their short list?
If I'm Budenholzer, like, I understand wanting to get back in the coaching ranks, like, fairly quickly. I might need to chill out for a second.
Well, I mean, this has been a wild year for him anyways.
Yes. Yes.
Personal life, he lost his brother.
Yes.
That was one of the things we talked about in the course of that first round exit.
Like, a reset might be good for Bud.
And I mean, we can't tell him what he did, what he needs and does not need.
Yeah.
Right? Like, maybe for him, he's like, yeah, but I would need to continue going. Whatever. I don't know exactly what it is for him. But yeah, I can imagine. I could also see it if he was like, yeah, I just need time for me. Yeah, I get that.
Finally, around the association, John Morant was back in the news today. Police in Tennessee conducted a welfare check on John Morant following cryptic messages on his Instagram account earlier today, with officials telling ESPN that he's just, quote, taking a break from social media, end quote.
So the messages were on Instagram stories. He had a picture of him with his mother, a picture of him with his father, a picture of him with his daughter, and then just a blank screen. So the picture with him with his mom said, love your ma. Accordingly, love your pops. Accordingly, love you, what does it say? Love you, the greatest baby girl. And then he said, bye. And so for some folks, I think his fans were reading it as like some level of goodbye letter, which sounds kind of dire. And I don't know, like, do you view this as like the police going too far, or just kind of just, you can't do too much in that situation just to make sure that people are well?
No, I think they responded in kind.
Okay.
Given what we have come to learn about Morant over the last several months, unfortunately, no, I think they acted appropriately here, because the last message, the bye one,
Yeah.
it was him and his Memphis Grizzlies jersey. Like it felt very odd and eerie based on the previous messages leading up to that particular one.
Well, someone from the 214 said social media they think is a main contributor to mental health, and I don't know if I necessarily want to say that in particular as like the tool itself, but I do understand what you're talking about,
especially as some kind of definite.
And for him, like the attention of the social media and like being on these lives, it's tied up in the issues that he's dealing with. So I can understand how him, or just really anyone, I've seen many people in my life personally been like, yeah, I'm just taking a break and I'll catch y'all later. And it works for them. So I can understand how maybe he would want to try, like, look, man, we just need to take this time off. Didn't Nike kind of shelve his shoe?
They did.
Well, he's in this oddly pivotal point in his life where it seems like he needs to do some reflection. So if this helps him do that, more power to the young man, who is 23 years of age, mind you.
He's got such a long future ahead of him that I just hope that whatever help that he needs to get, that he takes the real time to find it and to deal with it so that he can be and reach all his potential, because he's got boundless potential to be an incredible face of the league. But more importantly, his quality of life is paramount here for him. That is your trip around the association here on the Get Right. Reggie KG here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next here on the Get Right, we're going to go inside the gray area where these drug-fueled seagulls are doing this.
Huh?
Next on the Get Right.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we will be live in Flower Mound at Southern Leisure Spas. Join us 2 to 7. Full show on the Fan.
According to the National Highway Traffic Administration, a car or truck accident occurs every minute of the day. The law office of Bailey & Gallion, the official law firm of the Texas Rangers, has been representing injured clients for over 40 years. We can help you get medical treatment with no upfront cost to you. Accidents happen, but when the wrongful actions of another person causes you harm, you have a right to seek full and fair compensation. You deserve aggressive, experienced, board-certified personal injury attorneys. Bailey & Gallion, the official law firm of the Texas Rangers, has offices throughout Dallas-Fort Worth and across the state for your convenience. Call Bailey & Gallion at 800-LAW-OFFICE. That's 800-LAW-OFFICE, or visit our website at thetexasattorney.com. Let Bailey & Gallion, the official law firm of the Texas Rangers, solve your legal puzzle. If you've been injured in an accident, call 800-LAW-OFFICE, 800-LAW-OFFICE, or thetexasattorney.com, thetexasattorney.com.
Hello, I'm Howard Mackler, founder of Innovation Refunds. You've heard me talking about the payroll tax refund for months. I'm so proud that we've helped over 15,000 businesses claim over $5 billion in cash incentives. If you own a business, even if you've asked your CPA about this, you owe it to yourself to take another look. Every client is assigned a licensed and insured tax attorney who evaluates your company at my expense to accurately determine eligibility. Innovation Refunds has hundreds of 5-star reviews on Trustpilot and Google, and your business might be entitled to receive up to $26,000 per employee. Businesses of all types can qualify, including medical, professional, construction, even nonprofits. Please don't miss out on this. Even your doctor would tell you to get an expert second opinion, and we do a lot of work for doctors. Download the Innovation Refunds app now or go to getrefunds.com to potentially get a payroll tax refund of $26,000 per employee. GetRefunds.com. GetRefunds.com.
Meet Joe A, Hi. Joe B, Hello. And Joe C. What's up? 3 everyday Joes perfecting their banking with Chase. Joe A is locking his lost debit card with the Chase mobile app. Joe B is cruising toward his new ride with AutoSave. And Joe C's Chase banker is helping him budget to go back to school. Tools that help protect. Support for what's next. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase. Make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Messaging and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
With summer savings at the Home Depot, we have laundry appliances that just fit. Fit your space, fit your needs, and fit your budget. Like a new LG laundry set with 6-motion technology, using different wash motions to get clothes cleaner. And sensor dry to automatically adjust drying time, all making laundry quicker, cleaner, and easier on your clothes. Save up to 30% on select appliances, plus up to $100 off select laundry sets at the Home Depot. Pricing valid May 18th through June 7th, 2023. U.S. only. See store or online for details.
At Reliant Air Conditioning, we provide comfort to homeowners who are tired of being taken advantage of. Schedule online at ReliantAirConditioning.com.
Reliant Air Conditioning.
Gilbert worked in retail and restaurant management for 14 years. It was time for a change.
I recognized where I was at was vulnerable to the whims of the economy.
Then he heard about My Computer Career. Gilbert went for it.
In as little as 7 months, I got all of my certifications at a fraction of a cost for college.
He became an IT pro in just months with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
I can work from anywhere. I have more time for my family as well.
It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Nate Newton here with my boy, super lawyer, Josh Alexander from J. Alexander Law. Being a 3-time world champion, I know what it takes to win the big game. When you're in a wreck, there's no case too big or small for J. Alexander's team. They can tackle it all.
Nate, I couldn't have said it better myself. We have the experience and resolve to get our clients the compensation they deserve. We fight hard for them all.
Call 972-534-8888. Visit SevereInjuryLawyers.com, Dallas, Texas.
Does your car registration require a smog test? Be ready with CRC, guaranteed to pass emission system cleaner. Just pour 1 bottle in your half-empty gas tank prior to testing. Drive till empty and refill. Now you're ready to pass your smog test. Guaranteed to pass is just that, guaranteed. Or CRC will double your money back. That's right. That's all it takes. 1 bottle of CRC, guaranteed to pass emission system cleaner. Learn more at crcg2p.com. Available at your local auto parts store.
I did a brand new treatment for regaining thicker hair, all in an easy 30-minute ultrasound massage at Elite Skin Center. Zach Wolchuk here, and I had half an inch of growth on my hairline and saw a noticeable difference in the fullness on the top and sides after just 1 treatment. Support a family business run by fellow Tolos and set up your free consultation today. First 10 callers get all 3 treatments for half off at only $2,000. Payment plans available. Results guaranteed. Visit EliteSkinCenter.com.
We heard you loud and clear. You love the WNBA and want more analysis and insight on your favorite players.
Welcome to Queens of the Court, an Odyssey original podcast. I'm your girl, Cheryl Swoops.
And I'm Jordan Robinson. All season long, we'll be bringing you the post-game analysis that you crave and sitting down for interviews with athletes across the W.
You can listen to Queens of the Court on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Get the top stories, exclusive podcasts, video content, and much more 24/7 at 1053thefan.com.
It's the Get Right. Reggie KG on 105.3 The Fan. Kevin Gray, Reginald Atatula.
What's happening?
Larry D. Flores holding it down for you here on this.
What you laughing about?
Wednesday. Now, you know exactly why I'm laughing.
I have no idea what you're laughing about.
This is one of Reggie's favorite songs on the Get Right. That's a particular bum. That and Remember the Name from Fort Minor. Reg loves those songs.
Wait, why do you hate this song?
It stinks. I mean, really, more than anything, it's just.
You've probably heard it so many times at this point.
Overplayed is probably part of it. Yeah, it's all right.
Oh, text line 877-881-1053. What's the most overplayed song that you've ever heard?
Party in the USA, Miley Cyrus.
Oh, wow. You had that ready off rip.
So here's the thing about that one. Here's the thing about that one in particular.
Okay.
So I was at Kansas State University in, what was that? Fall of 09, spring of 2010.
Mm-hmm.
I was at Kansas State University, and I did not take my car to Kansas.
Oh,
so I was up there, and I was hitching rides and hanging. If I needed to go places, you lean on your community, right? It feels like a joke, but it also was so strong that I don't think it was a joke. I felt like every time I got into a car that year, Party in the USA played.
It's a Party in the USA. It's goal!
Go ahead and clip that for me. Appreciate that. You want to explain what happened there?
The Florida Panthers, with 4 seconds left in Game 4, score a goal to take a 4-3 lead. This is just a couple of moments after. Yeah, after Carolina had tied it at 3. The Panthers, with 4.3 seconds left in Game 4, get the goal to go ahead 4-3. They're going to review the goal, it looks like. But the Panthers, who were trying
right at the end of the third period.
Yeah, they're trying to complete the sweep.
Right. Ooh. Somebody asked earlier, like, because obviously, you had the game yesterday with the Stars where it was the beat 'em down experience from the start.
Mm-hmm.
What's worse, like a sweep beat 'em down experience or a last second heartbreak? And we are getting kind of that in the conference finals of the Stanley Cup playoffs here. Ooh, boy, I don't know which one's worse.
Yeah,
Is it knowing from the start that your team just looks unserious, or is it Tkachuk taking the life out of you?
I guess they're going to review if there was a player in the crease when the puck.
Goalie interference?
Yeah, but it doesn't look like.
Yeah, that looks like his own player falling over.
Yeah, I think
it looks like another hurricane.
I think that's going to stand. Matthew Tkachuk with the goal with 4.3 seconds left as they have reviewed the goal, and it looks like it's going to stand.
Was that a rat trick? Because it looked like there's rats on the ice.
Is that what's being thrown on? Oh, they're still reviewing. I'm sorry.
Are you not familiar with the rat trick?
No, I am. I'm just saying I couldn't tell exactly if that was what was actually on the ice there. We'll let you know if it actually does stand.
They're not real rats, KG. I just want to make sure.
No,
it seemed like you were concerned.
No. From the 682 Ushers, most overplayed song that they've ever heard.
Fair.
From the 903 Thunderstruck. From the 817 any Taylor Swift song.
Another 817 said The Reason by Hoobastank, and I immediately knew what you're talking about, which means possibly, quite possibly.
Oh, damn. IndyCar Tim is coming for Bohemian Rhapsody. Now, come on now. Let's leave Queen alone.
How can it be overplayed when it takes 7 minutes for it to get through? Actually, I'm pretty sure. How long is Bohemian Rhapsody again?
It's long. By the way, the goal does stand.
Wow, just ripped their hearts out.
Yeah.
With 4.3 seconds to go in the game.
Yeah, Brooks Koepka in the crowd as well. But yeah,
it's 5.5 minutes.
That's still long.
6 minutes, basically.
Let's go inside the gray area here on the Get Right.
All right, y'all doing a lot. Now Get Low.
Oh, y'all think that's the most overplayed song?
Ain't no way.
Damn.
Ain't no way.
Oh, they're not feeling. Oh,
Apple Bottom Jeans got a lot of run.
Say it again.
Apple Bottom Jeans.
Oh yeah, Apple Bottom Jeans.
It got more run than it should. It got more run than it should.
Oh man, Larry, do you have a candidate for most overplayed song that you've ever heard?
When Usher and Little John came out with that was that got played a lot.
You agree with 682 there, huh? Yeah. Okay.
They wasn't shaking booty to around where you was at.
Uh-oh.
No, yeah, they were. I'm just
saying
it
sounds like it was played the right amount to me.
Oh boy, yeah. Keep those rolling in on the text line 877-881-1053.
Oh, Poker Face was played a lot.
Poker Face,
Lady Gaga, Poker Face.
Oh yeah,
it was played a lot. That's a great point.
Oh, what's the Katy Perry song?
Fireworks.
No, but the other one.
Oh, I think I know what you're talking about.
I got the Eye of the Tiger.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Yeah. All the time.
The Roar is the name of that song.
Yes, yeah. Roar. Yeah. By the way, it's a final in South Florida.
Sweep.
The Florida Panthers are your Eastern Conference champions. They're going back to the Stanley Cup final for the first time since 1996. Do you know who they played in that Stanley Cup final?
Brain's not working. No.
If memory serves me correctly, it was the Colorado Avalanche.
Your memory serves you correctly.
A couple expansion franchises doing their thing there. The headline goes like this, gentlemen.
Oh yeah, I forgot about the drug-fueled seagulls. That's a great tease that somehow we let go until halfway through the segment.
Because we found something that was going viral on the text line. Oh, Lil Nas X is Can't Tell Me Nothing.
No, that's what is it called? Old Town Road?
Oh yeah, that's the line. That's one of them.
Yeah.
But the headline does go like this. Drug-fueled seagulls are terrorizing beachgoers in the United Kingdom.
Yeah, that's their beach, clearly. What you doing going to the beach in the United Kingdom? You know it's rainy. Go
home. Apparently, according to the Daily Star,
is that one of the real ones that we could trust, or is this one of the salacious ones?
I think you can go with this one.
Okay, if you say so.
As the article goes, some seagulls in the United Kingdom have apparently developed a taste for a different type of fix that's reportedly led to drug-fueled zombie birds wreaking havoc around the country. According to the Daily Star, the issue can be traced back to what is called K2.
Oh, the synthetic weed.
Mm-hmm. A form of synthetic marijuana that exists in a, get this, legal gray area.
Yeah. But the thing about it is, didn't we have a spate of like stories about the K2 making people go wild?
Well,
now, I don't know if that's like propaganda to be like, yo, don't be doing them drugs or whatever, but that does feel like something I distinctly remember. Anyways, continue.
While the downsides of the drug are very well documented.
There it is. Thank you. I should have just waited for you to read it. My bad.
This hasn't stopped plenty of people and seagulls, apparently, in the United Kingdom from using it. The outlet reports, Larry, people in multiple resort towns, as well as major cities, including London and Liverpool, have reported a number of encounters with seagulls who've grabbed a bag of K2 or nicked a spice joint while it was being passed around, which reportedly has turned some of them into, quote, psycho gulls.
Oh, yeah. I saw this movie.
that sounds like a movie. Hey, man, look.
Cocaine Bear just came out.
There you go. We could do a whole series. No need to call names. Why are you calling names on the seagulls? Psycho gulls, that's too much. Look,
as opposed to drug fueled
seagulls. That's also unnecessary. See, clearly they are victims of the drug epidemic in our society, and they also need treatment and help, not this stigma that you're placing upon them.
Wow.
Yeah.
AA for seagulls.
That's right.
Really? Well, apparently these psycho gulls,
I don't like it.
They have a tendency to terrorize people more than seagulls already do. Based on the health risks, it's probably best just to avoid the substance in the first place. But you just might want to keep your head on the swivel.
Yeah, give them seagulls like real natural cannabis, right? Like that's the way to handle this.
From the 325.
It's from the earth, I've been told.
Oh, that's where you're going with this?
That's right.
Oh, okay. It's a natural herb.
That's right. People have told me it's from the earth.
From the 325, K2 is horrible. From the 817, Psycho Gulls versus Robo Sharks.
That's a tough battle.
My answer would be no.
I don't know. I'm trying to think who
in that
wins.
particular case.
Larry, who wins? Psycho Gulls or Robo Sharks?
I don't know. I feel like the Psycho Gulls just they go in flocks and yeah.
That's a good point. I didn't even think about the numbers game on this. That's tough. Okay, I'll think on that one. Appreciate you, 817.
Oh boy. Yeah, I would not.
I'll take the Psycho Gull over the Cocaine Bear.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
The Psycho Gull over the Cocaine Bear.
Oh, that's a great point. 860. How are they high if they aren't real? Open your third eye, Larry. Open your third eye, Larry.
Okay, Kyrie. All right.
Wow, don't do that. He said y'all need to keep his name out your mouth.
And finally, inside the gray area, shout out to Jeff Bezos.
Why?
He's engaged. The 59-year-old billionaire reportedly proposed to 53-year-old Lauren Sanchez.
No shouts out to him.
Lauren Sanchez.
What kind of research you doing over there, buddy?
Her list of who she has been married to.
Images.
Is that what we're doing?
Oh, okay. I see what's happening here. I see what's being done. I knew that she sounded familiar though. She's been a media personality, or she is a media personality who's been like an entertainment reporter and stuff. I was like, that name sounds kind of familiar, but not like I actually know it.
Okay.
No, shout out to Jeff Bezos' ex-wife, whose name is
Mackenzie Scott.
Mackenzie Scott, correct.
That's right.
Because she's done more money with that half that she came up with than it feels like Jeff Bezos had with all of it. If we keeping it a buck.
Sanchez at one point was dating Pro Football Hall of Famer Tony Gonzalez, and the two actually had a child together.
And she was like, you know what the upgrade from that is? Jeff.
Well, she was also married to a gentleman by the name of Patrick Whitesell, excuse me.
That's not going to help me at all.
I don't know who that is, but they were divorced in 2019.
Executive chairman of William Morris.
Is this some kind of financial firm or something?
And William Morris Endeavor. The Endeavor portion will.
He's a Hollywood agent.
You know who Endeavor is?
Oh, that's the company that just bought the WWE.
There you go. I was like, you'll be back in
Whoa,
here. There you go.
Wow.
Yeah, no,
so she messed with dudes that got money.
Well, clearly.
Okay. Apparently, she had been with Bezos for 5 years.
Good for her. And him, I guess. Y'all enjoy that.
So, okay.
From the 817, the methed out monkey. All right. I don't like where we're going here. I don't like what we're doing. This is not right.
That's your trip.
Leave them animals alone.
Inside the gray area, where, of course, there is no gray area unless you're a drug-fueled seagull.
Still doesn't feel right. I'm going to get a lawyer on the case. We need to sue for libel. Y'all slandering the good names of these seagulls. They ain't do nothing wrong.
Coming up next on The Get Right, we get you caught up on the latest headlines, including this deal being announced for the Oakland Athletics. Next on The Get Right.
We have you covered, Stars fans, with exclusive content from two-time Stanley Cup champion Greg Ludwig and NHL reporter Sean Shapiro. It's Spits and Suds, 3 times weekly on the Odyssey app or wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
Ad paid for by the tax resolvers. COVID-19 was tough on businesses. If you experienced a negative impact to your business during the pandemic, then you need to pay attention. There are some new powerful incentives that have been created specifically for businesses impacted by COVID-19. One such program is the Employee Retention Credit. Its tax incentive could bring you some serious cash back to your business. Even if you received a PPP loan in 2020 or 2021, you were still permitted to receive this credit. There are many ways to be eligible, and taking advantage of this tax credit doesn't need to be complicated. We made it easy for you by doing the legwork to maximize the amount of your refund due. Call us today at 800-818-4178, and we'll set your business up to take full advantage of the Employee Retention Tax Credit. That's 800-818-4178. Again, 800-818-4178. We'll get the ball rolling on getting you and your business some much-needed relief, but time is limited to file a claim. So call 800-818-4178. 800-818-4178.
Lone Star Park at Grand Prairie, your exclusive home for betting in North Texas.
Right there down on the inside, coming to the wire.
Join us on Memorial Day Monday when someone will drive off in a brand new Ford Escape. We'll have great racing, live music, and family fun activities. The horses are ready. Are you? Visit LoneStarPark.com/tickets to make your plans today.
When life sounds too much like this, it's time to consider more of this. Sometimes a little shift is all you need. A dose of perspective. Dos Equis Lager. Get a dose. Enjoy Dos Equis responsibly. Copyright 2021. Imported by Cervezas Mexicanas, White Plains, New York.
Hi, it's Gavin Dawson, and I've got amazing news from Window Nation. You can modernize and reinvest in your home today with new windows from Window Nation, and it's their best deal. 0% interest for 5 full years. On top of that, you'll get 2 windows free with every 2 you buy. It's a double deal. You'll get all the advantages of more comfort, lower energy bills, higher home value, and jealous neighbors, all with the impeccable construction and expert installation Window Nation is known for. They've placed nearly 2 million windows with 96% perfection, making them one of the top window companies in the country. If your home is over 15 to 20 years old, this is one of the smartest investments you can make. And Window Nation is making it insanely easy and economical to do it. Call today, 866-90NATION, or visit windownation.com. Lock in these incredible savings. 0% interest for 5 years. That's 60 months interest-free, plus 2 windows free with every 2 you purchase. Call 866-90NATION or go to windownation.com. That's 866-90NATION or online at windownation.com and tell them Gavin Dawson sent you.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. Through HIMS, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, and the process is 100% online. To start your free online visit, go to forhims.com/joy. That's FORHIMS.com/JOY.
RJ Chop here with my good friend Dr. Mark Bashar. Have you been losing your hair? And I was, trust me, steadily losing my hair. You don't have to go through the rest of your life bald. You can go do something about it with Dr. Mark Bashar, the first in the Southwest to have this robotic hair restoration treatment. He's done more of these than anybody else. You can go see him. 817-473-2120. Mansfield and South Lake offices. Dr. Mark Bashara. Hit up markbasharamd.com. Tell him RJ Choppy for the Fan sent you.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studio secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's time for the Get Right on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour to Get Right with Reggie KG on 105.3 The Fan. Kevin Gray, Reginald Atatula.
Yep.
Larry D. Flores holding it down for you here. Appreciate you joining us on Odyssey and the Odyssey app. The text line, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053 if you want to get in on the conversation with you until 11 o'clock on this Wednesday night. Also live on Twitch at twitch.tv/DallasFanCam and on YouTube at 105 The Fan. On YouTube, hit the subscribe button while you are there. Going to get you caught up on the latest headlines in the world of sports here on this Wednesday evening at Kevin Gray Sports, at Reg Atatula if you want to get at us on Twitter. Coming up here, in about 18 minutes or so. What's your go-to time-filling content?
Yeah, we're coming up on that time of year where you might have to...
Sports calendar starting to slow down a little bit.
Today was kind of one of those nights. Like, we were looking up here in the studio because, we got the TVs in here. And we're like, all right, where are we going to put on the TV?
Looking for some hoop.
I was like, oh, man.
Nope.
Stars not playing, clearly, because they played the night before. I was like,
That's about to be a thing of the past here in a second.
I was like, obviously we remembered, Eastern Conference Finals on. Put that on. But, there's and then for some of us that have multiple TVs, it's like, I got to put something on one of these other ones too.
Yeah, because if I saw one more episode of The Last Dance on ESPN, I was going to lose my mind. From the 8-1 set, really, Sean?
Sean in here talking about the Golden Knights again?
Yeah, yeah, relax.
There is no WNBA tonight. There's WNBA games tomorrow night, and Friday, your Dallas Wings are back in action.
By the way, real soon I have to purchase my my Aces Wings ticket.
Oh, okay.
Because
you're not missing that one.
Are you?
You sure you want to? Let's go as media. We'll go to the game.
I don't know if I want to go as media. I think I want to kind of
sit down and okay.
Yeah, I think I want to enjoy that hoop.
You don't want to ask no questions?
Okay. I kind of just want to enjoy that hoop because this may be one of the final times Candace Parker makes her way to Dallas. Yeah. Maybe when the Mystics come here.
Oh, I need to. You know what?
With Christy Tolliver, Dallas Mavericks assistant coach. I may go to that game as media. But yeah, no, I want to enjoy Aces.
We'll discuss further.
Wings as
discuss further.
As a hoops fan.
With our luck, we'll be on air both of those days.
They don't come till July though.
We'll see. We'll find out.
We'll have to find out.
Mm-hmm. That was us having a just personal discussion on the air.
Yep, you're welcome. You were invited.
Hope you enjoyed that.
Shout out to the good guys today. Your Texas Rangers take 2 of 3 from the Pittsburgh Pirates as Marcus Semion's leadoff homer for your Texas Rangers sparked a 3-run top of the first inning, and that is all the runs that they would need as they get a 3-2 win over Pittsburgh. Shout out to Martin Perez. 7 innings, 2 earned runs. He moves now to 6-1 on the season with an ERA of 3.83. And the Rangers now 31-18 after 49 games. Rangers rolling right now as they have the day off tomorrow, but continue the road trip when they take on the Baltimore Orioles.
Yeah, I was doing a little bit of poking and prodding on Baseball Reference earlier, and it's not like something groundbreaking, but all of your starting pitchers are above league average when it comes to ERA. It's just that's something that very obvious, and then also when it comes to starting pitching, your innings pitched per game started is the second highest compared only to the Toronto Blue Jays. Like, you're doing a fantastic job getting as much as possible out of your starting pitchers, both when it comes to the quality and quantity from them. So, like, kudos to the starting pitching of these Texas Rangers. They've just been phenomenal.
The Rangers' rotation is a top 5 rotation in terms of ERA this year.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just more numbers to give you kind of context of how good this rotation's been. And this is without Jacob deGrom right now. So the Rangers continue to roll as, again, they get the 3-2 win over the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Oh, boy. One thing I will say is sometimes I get on the, get on the stats website. And I'm like, oh, man, there's a whole bunch of letters here. LTM, WTM, LSV.
What?
Just letters. Like, I am not dyslexic, but if I ever felt like it, I feel like this is what it would kind of
just go to Baseball Reference.
Oh boy. I was like, I got to definitely hit this glossary and figure out what some of these things are. But you hit the glossary and you're like, oh yeah, no, I knew that. I just needed to bring that back around. And oh yeah, Shane McClanahan is really good at pitching. Did you not realize that?
Really, I mean, yeah,
really
but
good.
The numbers are kind of absurd.
He's helping me out when it comes to this fantasy baseball thing. Again, nobody cares about your fantasy baseball team, but Shane McClanahan, the ace of the generic baseball team. Yes, that's the name of my fantasy team. Thank you.
He came into the game tonight with a 7-0 record in ERA under 2.5.
And it just gets better.
Yikes, man. Yeah, I mean, Tampa Bay is just beating the brakes off everybody.
Except for the time when the Toronto Blue Jays put them through a table. Was that last night?
That's a great wrestling reference. Look
put
at
them
you
through
go.
A table,
what was it? Was it 20-1?
20-1. The Blue Jays were like, hey, man, this is for all the teams that y'all done beat up this season. Get it back in blood right quick.
Tampa was like, don't worry about it. We'll send Shane McClanahan to the mound tonight and get y'all right back. And that's exactly what he did out here dealing 7 innings, 4 hits, 1 earned run, 7 strikeouts for McClanahan.
Like, good luck.
Good gracious.
Good luck.
As we continue with your headlines, shout out to the 918. Thank you so much. Love watching and listening to 105 Through the Fan. Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Did we even talk about any of the headlines that we were supposed to talk about?
We have so far. Okay. Shout out to Will Smith, his 100th career
There we
save.
go. My bad. There we go.
Yes. Handling his business for the bullpen. Now help me out with this one here. The Washington Commanders in litigation.
Oh, goodness. Oh, yes. This is what I was talking about. So the Washington Commandos, obviously the commander's name is one that they selected.
Correct.
And then, you want to trademark it so that you can do all of the different things that you need to as a football team or as a, organization. Well, apparently their trademark was denied by the U.S. Patent Office.
Uh-huh.
And so the Commanders are still in this place where the shenanigans are afoot because they do not own the exclusive trademark of the name Washington Commanders.
You got to be kidding me.
I'm not. They
don't own the.
That is what I'm telling you. They were denied the trademark.
Good luck to Josh Harris and him owning that football team.
Yeah, so the Patent and Trademark Office denied the application of Washington Commanders, which was adopted in 2022 of February. It was denied on 2 main factors. The first was a conflicting trademark for the quote-unquote Commanders Classic, which is an annual football game played between Army and Air Force, right? The other was due to a D.C. area man who previously filed trademarks trying to guess the team's new name. So they got by a squatter. Somebody was like, I don't know what these names are going to be, but let me see if I can find one of these.
So they just got all the names?
They got, maybe. Or maybe, do you think that he filed trademarks on a whole bunch of them, or do you think he just got lucky and picked the one?
He probably bought all of them. I mean, that's what the surefire way to kind of ensure that you get it, right?
I guess so. And I guess if you're willing to go and try and actually file a trademark before the team,
that's so ridiculous.
You might as well go all the way. But what that does put them in a place of is, let's see, what this does, it throws a wrench into the team's immediate plans to protect their brand name, right? Commander spokesperson relayed confidence that they would be able to eventually get the nickname trademark. So it doesn't seem like maybe they're going to go ahead and change. But if it gets even more hairy, maybe they just go and change the name again.
Well, maybe they could get it right this time.
What makes you think that?
And be what I thought they should have picked the first time.
What did you think they should have picked the first time?
The Red Tails.
Okay.
The Washington Red Tails.
Someone said Red Hawks also. Red Hogs has come up with, kind of that.
Yeah.
Would you like the Washington Sentinels?
The what?
The Washington Sentinels. I would kind of like that just because I really, really enjoy The Replacements as a movie. Did you watch The Replacements?
Yes. You might as well call them the Generals at that point.
I mean, you could do that as well. Actually, you couldn't call them the Generals because...
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, okay.
For the 817, they have a suggestion for you.
Mm-hmm.
The Washington Psycho Gulls.
Are there even seagulls in DC?
That's a great listener. Look, elite text.
Really? That gets the elite text?
Of course it does. That means they were listening and paying attention to the show.
That's all it takes for KG. Just listen and pay attention.
I show love if you show love by listening to us.
That's fair. That's fair.
That's right, 469. Diva! Get the tables! Shout out to Bubba Ray.
I fear you from the 214. I love the name Washington Football Team, or even bolder, Washington Football Club, but I understand why you needed to change the name.
Actually, they didn't have to.
No, they did.
That's the name they should have stuck with. The Washington Football Team.
The problem is, you changed the name from what it was previously because on the account of it being a slur.
Yeah.
So you got to give somebody else. You've got to give folks something else to hold on to, right? Because the folks that are inclined to change are going to change with it. The folks that are not inclined to change will fall back to that name prior if you don't give them another name to hold on to. So Commanders was that fill-in. Just couldn't get that trademark. Not yet, at least. Not yet.
That is hilarious, man. Congratulations to the Oakland Athletics and the state of Nevada. They have announced their stadium deal.
I don't know why, but the way that you said the state of Nevada sounded like Keenan Thompson.
Shout out to Good Burger, too. You see that they're officially filming that?
They are filming that, which is funny because the photos that I've seen on set, it looks like Keenan Thompson is playing Keenan Thompson.
That's right.
And of course, Kel Mitchell is in all of the whole good, and Keenan Thompson just looked like he's chilling on his day off from SNL. And I'm like, how does this work?
Good Burger fan, Larry?
Absolutely. You gotta have the orange video cassette. You remember the orange video cassette that they had? Oh yeah.
I know some of these words.
So you excited for Good Burger too? Then it sounds like.
Yeah, and I hear they're gonna do a lot of cameos. So
this is gonna be entirely fan service. Might be light on the script. Although to be fair,
yeah,
don't kill me for this. Was the first one all that heavy on the script?
That's part of the reason why we enjoyed it.
Have you ever seen a burger that you go, that's a Mondo burger?
Mondo burger.
It's still if I see somebody kind of pack that burger a little fat instead of kind of smashing that out a little bit, my head goes, oh, that's a Mondo burger.
Oh man. So when are they made this official now? The Athletics?
It's expected. This comes courtesy of one of your favorite places, Front Office Sports.
Okay.
The A's and Nevada legislators they did announce their agreement on a new stadium in a joint announcement earlier today. The team is aiming to move to the Las Vegas Strip into a publicly owned 30,000 capacity stadium with a retractable roof. So, hey man, keep it cool, right?
They really gonna stick with this 30,000 seat stadium?
Yeah.
Ooh. Good luck with that.
30,000. That's
tiny for a baseball stadium, a baseball only stadium. That is tiny.
Yeah, but I mean, it's also it's Vegas. You'd much rather sell out than be where they have been. And then also you got to consider I imagine fitting into the profile ends up being a little bit of an issue for them.
Are they gonna turn this into the Cameron Indoor of Major League Baseball?
It's possible, and that's not not necessarily a terrible way to go about it or even think about it. Remember when we were talking to Jay Cornegie, one of the things he was talking about is when it comes to the local portion of this market, it's not that large. We think of Vegas being big because of all the lights and all the, but when it comes to the actual fan base that's there, it's not that large. So maybe keeping it on the small side is a smart thing because I don't know that you can depend for baseball on tourism to help build up your viewership and your ticket sales. But the venue is expected to cost $1.5 billion, and the state is expected to contribute $180 million in transferable tax credits. And then Clark County, which is the actual county, is expected to add another $120 million in bonds.
Here's my thing. Will the Athletics actually invest in being a good baseball team? Because
oh, no. Why would they do that? That's not who they are.
Well, my point is, like, there's a lot of things that divert your attention in Vegas, especially with the growing amount of sports teams that are there now, that you got to put a winning product on the field and do so fairly quickly to keep the attention of the local.
Especially in Vegas when there's always something to do.
Always.
There's always something else to do. So, but the problem is the A's as an organization, as a, just historically have never been willing to put money in. So, do they change that? Maybe if they get good, I guess. But remember, we could point to how many different times that they've groomed stars and put together great teams and broken them up and sent stars on their way just because of the money aspect of this.
That's crazy. Well, hope that works out for Vegas and their baseball team to be. Shout out to Brooks Koepka. On Sunday, of course, he won the PGA Championship in a cool $3 million. He attended the Panthers-Canes game on Monday, which was Game 3. He attended the Heat-Celtics game, Game 4 on Tuesday. And then tonight, he was in the crowd to watch the Panthers clinch their first Stanley Cup berth since 1996.
Must be nice to have all this money.
I mean, Brooks has put himself in rarefied air as one of the, best golfers to ever do it. He's got now 5 major championships. I think I heard Choppy say the other day, I think that only Tiger and Phil Mickelson have more major titles since the year 2000 than Brooks Koepka.
Yeah, it's wild to think of it that way, but we really have kind of stabilized this golf thing back into what is probably more normal golf after the advent of Tiger Woods just being a supernova?
Yeah.
Like I was like, what's the equivalent? And supernova is the thing that comes to mind. Yeah, that's incredible, man. That's crazy. So good for him, man.
He's living his best life right now.
If he wasn't, I'd have an issue with it. If you can't live your best life in those circumstances, when can you?
Good call. Good call. Those are some of your headlines here on this Wednesday night. As I mentioned, Panthers sweep the Carolina Hurricanes. Matthew Tkachuk's goal with 4.9 seconds left delivers the Panthers their first Stanley Cup final since 1996. There you go. And I forgot to mention, if we didn't mention earlier, if you missed it earlier, Jamie Benn suspended for 2 games for his hit in Game 3 for cross-checking Mark Stone. So he will miss not only Game 4, but a potential Game 5 as well. That game, if it does get to a Game 5, would be back in Vegas. So the captain going to be missing the next couple of games. I'll bite 469, who says that apparently my laugh sounds sometimes like Chucky from Child's Play. So, Reggie.
I honestly, my brain has not archived the sound of Chucky's voice from Child's Play. I'm not going to lie. So I will listen during the break and maybe compare and then get an answer to you, 469. Is that sufficient?
Larry, do you have an answer to that?
Yeah, because your daughter watches Chucky a whole bunch, so you should have
to be
this.
The expert on this.
Yeah.
I can't remember off the top of my head what his laugh sounds like either.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you.
Okay. All right, we'll move on. You're welcome, 469 there. Coming up next year on the Get Right.
Yeah, we're getting to that time of year where, as a sports fan, a lot of your time is often used in sports and maybe there's more time free for you. So what is your go-to time-filling content? Let's discuss it next on 105.3 The Fan.
Keep the volume turned up all day and night. And thanks for being a Tolo. We're DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan.
According to the National Highway Traffic Administration, a car or truck accident occurs every minute of the day. The law office of Bailey & Gallion, the official law firm of the Texas Rangers, has been representing injured clients for over 40 years. We can help you get medical treatment with no upfront cost to you. Accidents happen, but when the wrongful actions of another person causes you harm, you have a right to seek full and fair compensation. You deserve aggressive, experienced, board-certified personal injury attorneys. Bailey & Gallion, the official law law firm of the Texas Rangers has offices throughout Dallas-Fort Worth and across the state for your convenience. Call Bailey and Gallion at 800-LAW-OFFICE. That's 800-LAW-OFFICE, or visit our website at thetexasattorney.com. Let Bailey and Gallion, the official law firm of the Texas Rangers, solve your legal puzzle. If you've been injured in an accident, call 800-LAW-OFFICE, 800-LAW-OFFICE, or thetexasattorney.com, thetexasattorney.com.
If you turn it on and leave it on the fan, you know we're DFW's sports leader on insight and original content all day long. No need to go back and search for it. We send it to you. Yeah. Sign up for our fan newsletter today at 1053thefan.com. Proudly presented by Bosch Power Tools.
It's time to warm up that scoreboard and get ready to bring home the win with Specs. Specs has you covered with lower prices on all your favorite fan fuel. From craft beer, rare spirits, and world-class wine to chips, dips, and gourmet finer foods. And with same-day delivery when you order online or through the app, Specs is your MVP for the biggest score of the game. At Specs, the fun starts here.
Here's to you, cheers to savings.
Hello, it's Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. If your air conditioner breaks down, don't get ripped off. Call the On-Time Experts. They'll be at your home same day, or the service and diagnostic fee is free. And their number one goal is to fix your air conditioner and not try to sell you something you don't need. Go to theontimeexperts.com and set your appointment time today. Theontimeexperts.com, the choice of the Consumer Team.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone. I went through it a while back. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The patented key ingredient is something called Testofen, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text BEAT to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text BEAT to 42424. That's BEAT to 42424.
Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
You've never had anything like Kentucky Fried Chicken's new chicken nuggets. They're so good, you'll hear a random choir singing every time you open the box. Don't believe me? Just listen. Box open. KFC, chicken nuggets, KFC. Box close. Open. Close. Can we get a remix? Order KFC's new chicken nuggets on the KFC app today. That's finger looking good. Prices and participation may vary.
Navien tankless water heaters, the proven leader in condensing technology. Request a Navien because you deserve the best in endless hot water delivery. Learn about Navien's condensing tankless water heaters and find a Navien contractor at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Count on Navien.
Gillette Intimate gives guys a gentle and easy shave on there. And around there. And even under there. Don't treat your groin like junk. Respect it with Gillette Intimate, the best a man can get. Buy now at a retailer near you.
The Venture X card from Capital One gives you premium travel benefits, perfect for seeing Taylor Swift The Eras Tour. Presented by Capital One. Oh, I do love her. Earn 5 times miles on flights and 10 times miles on hotels through Capital One Travel.
Enjoy your stay in Suite 13.
Whoa, 13? That's Taylor's lucky number. The Venture X card from Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Next up, straight talk from Doug. Ever notice that saying no offense is offensive? Like, no offense, but you're overpaying for your wireless. See? Offensive.
That's the Straight Talk talking. Get unlimited plans as low as $35 a month from Straight Talk on America's most reliable 5G network. Available at Walmart and Walmart.com. On the $35 plan, first 10 gigabytes data at high speed, then 2G speeds. Refer to the latest terms at straighttalk.com. Based on most first place rankings, Root Metrics, second half 2022 assessments of 125 metros. Experiences vary, not an endorsement.
Friends, are your investments going nowhere? Here's a tip that always pays big dividends. Invest in yourself, your talent, your smarts, your skills. Maybe it's time to make that investment and start a career in IT or upskill to boost your current career. At My Computer Career, you can bank on them. They'll help you get the right skills and the right certifications to start or advance your IT career. IT keeps growing. So go with the growth of My Computer Career. The right training, the right timing, the right career. Invest in you at mycomputercareer.edu. Start now.
Back here on the Get Right with Reggie KG on 105.3 The Fan. Kevin Gray, Reginald Atatula, Larry D. Flores holding it down for you here. What's your go-to time-filling content as we are getting a tad leaner on the sports calendar? What do you use to fill the time as you go through the rest of the sports calendar going into the summer? The text line is 877-881-1053 if you want to get in on the conversation, where apparently 469, you got an answer to your question.
Yeah, apparently Larry was what do they call it, sandbagging? Is that is that the right use of that word? Because he was like, no, I can't remember, and then immediately he was like, here is the audio of that laugh. That does kind of sound like KG.
Really?
Fantastic. Thank you, sir.
Where apparently the 469 felt like my laugh reminded them of Chucky.
It's spot on.
Is that the way you feel?
Yeah, I do. I'm not going to be able to hear your laugh the same anymore now.
Oh, really? Wow. Okay. Feel good about that? Feel good about that?
Look, I didn't do this. My name's Ben and I ain't in it.
Oh, right? Now you don't want to?
What did I didn't do nothing. Why are you mad at me?
All right, cool. All right.
Why are you mad at me?
I feel like the last couple of days, Rez, that you haven't had my back the way that I thought that you would, given, some of the situations that I've, found myself faced with.
What am I supposed to do
on the text line or,
Wait, what am I supposed to do in this instance?
I'm like, no, it doesn't sound anything like that.
No, Larry, it doesn't sound anything like that.
It's supposed to just... The other night I asked you, would you come fight with me?
Oh no, that remains a.
And then he was like, no, I need to know the circumstances.
I need to know what it is. Like, how did you end up in this situation where a fight broke out? Did you deserve it? Because if you deserved it, you might need to get that. If it was comeuppance, who am I to stand in the way of that comeuppance?
But you're supposed to be, no matter what.
No, I'm not. Hey. Who told you that? They lied. Who told you that?
We're supposed to be partners on this show.
Yeah, on this show. Who's trying to whoop our keister because of this show? If that's the case, all right, cool. But what you're talking about
under those circumstances?
That's
nothing outside.
Real contractual, buddy.
Wow.
Yeah, buddy.
I thought we were like real life friends.
Sure, and you can ask my friends if they earned an ass whooping, they get an ass whooping, buddy.
What was that drop you just played? What was that? What was going on there? I had that coming.
Let me know if Child's Play is what you're going to be watching when these sports get a little lean, because I found myself, and of course this isn't exactly a sports lean situation, but I found myself just kind of sitting on the couch a little bit more recently where I'm like, I don't really have anything that I particularly need to watch. I'm like, what am I going to throw on there? And this week I've been going with 30 for 30s that I either haven't watched or just don't recall. But that made me think, like, what are people throwing on? Like, what do people just, in the instance where they're like, I want to just throw something on, and especially with this time of year, I feel like there's more opportunities. I'm interested in what people go to. Dan Garcia on the YouTube said, gotta enjoy some comedy, stand-up, sitcoms, something to laugh at. And I appreciate that, because, like, stand-up is absolutely one of the places that I go. But I also don't frequently circle back. Like, I know some people are just like, tried and true comedy special, let me put this on. Like, I want to hear, okay, is there a new comedy special out? So that also then limits the things that I throw on, unless there's a very particular feeling, like I very much want to go back to a certain one. It's not just like, all right, well, let me just throw one on. But I can hear you on the sitcoms, stand-up comedy. That's definitely something that I rock with. Is there anything that comes to mind for you, KG?
Let's see. For me, any of the Avengers movies.
Oh, okay. So you're just like basically like a TNT. If the Iron Man is on, or
if Iron Man is on,
Spider-Man Homecoming, or just something like that.
Yeah. Like I said, if Hitch is on, Failure to Launch, any of the Oceans movies, there's some series that I need to actually catch up on as well. I wouldn't mind going back and watching like 24 or something like that.
Oh wow! See, that's definitely going to be on a whole bunch because they put out a whole bunch. You remember when 24 was running the game?
The show was so good.
Like, do we still have shows that are like?
It was that and Prison Break. Remember, Prison Break was really popular.
Yeah, Prison Break was popular, but
Break, yeah.
I don't think it had the same appeal as 24. Like, people would get together for like watch parties of 24. Did y'all have had that same experience?
No, not for me personally with 24. I saw it after all the hype.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, it seemed like people were really in. But yeah, the 30 for 30s that I watched recently, for some reason, I'm in kind of like a college basketball bag because I watched Phi Slamma Jamma. And then I went and watched what did they call it? It's the one about the establishment of the Big East. And so that's been a weird thing that I've been in. But let's see. Someone said go play more golf. I hear you on that. Sports movies. Just any sports movie. Is like Brian's song? Is it Rudy? Like
Brian's song. You doing what? Some recreational sadness if you're going Brian's song.
That's why I was trying to establish a range. I was trying to establish a range because I was gonna say Space Jam. Like there's a lot of range that you can go when you say sports movies. Little Giants. Like where are we going? Someone said watch some anime. Oh yeah, that'll take up some time, especially you put on like that. What is it? One Piece that has like 17,000 episodes of some sorts.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
17,000.
That was me just making up a number, but it is a crazy amount of episodes. Somebody said watching the Dana White Slap Championships League on Rumble. That's a Mad Lib. I don't understand the words that you just put together. Dana White Slap Championships on Rumble.
Hey man,
I've seen some of those. Those are pretty crazy. Just little short clips.
Is that them bringing the Russian Slap League to America? Is that basically what that is?
Basically, yes.
Who are the suckers signing up for that?
You'd be surprised the amount of people who out here watching Power Slap.
Oh, I'm not talking about the people that are watching it. I'm talking about the people that are doing it.
Yeah, well, yeah, that too. But yeah, don't let Dana White get out here lying to you about the numbers on that too, because he's trying to convince y'all that all y'all watching Power Slap more than y'all watch the NHL, NBA, the NFL, the social media numbers combined. Apparently, y'all watching Power Slap more. Don't let him get out here lying to you. Stop.
One Piece is over 1,100 episodes and counting now.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah, brother, it's a lot.
From the 972, they'll watch Remember the Titans, and please, KG, we don't need to hear your Denzel impression.
Wow. Well,
I tried it one time.
They came for you.
No, for good reason. It wasn't great.
Have you worked on it at all?
No, I haven't had quite the time to do it.
No problem. No problem.
Other ventures and things, but
Someone said Hoosiers. Okay. All right.
We'll have to have a conversation about that at some point.
Will we?
In the annals of sports movies, like where that ranks.
Okay.
Where is that for you in best basketball?
I'm not in the right headspace to do this right now. I'm just gonna be honest. Somebody said pretty much anything that, what does they say? Anything that Hulu best on FX. Or The Bear. Sorry. Okay, so that was just The Bear on FX is very good. Now, I think there's only one season. The second season should be coming out soon. And then also, I wonder what's happening with that because of the writer's strike. I don't know. Did they already produce all those episodes for the next season? But yes, The Bear is very good. It's about a young man who comes into ownership of his family's restaurant in Chicago as like a Michelin star chef.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's really interesting the ways that maneuvering a local family-owned business.
Okay, now I'm trying to decide here because I've been waiting for this particular show to end before making a final decision if I'm going to watch it or not.
Mm-hmm.
So I've been waiting on all y'all to quit talking about Succession.
It sounds like it's elite TV.
That's what I keep hearing.
It's amazing.
All the people that I trust on television love it. So,
and this is like the final season of this show, correct?
Yes.
Are we all the way done now?
Like we're done now with Succession?
It's supposed to be done. So like I'm about halfway through. I'm still trying to catch up on that last season. But I mean, the first 3 seasons are just I don't want it to end, but I mean, I'm guessing you kind of want it to end before it's supposed to, rather than a little too late. So, but it's good. It's good TV.
Okay.
So it seems like a lot of folks watching either scripted dramas or kind of like comfort movies, sitcoms. Those three things.
Yeah,
Feels like
you're
a lot
trying
of
to
folks.
find a way to escape a little bit, suspend reality.
Although, except for this person from the 469 who sounds very much like me, OJ Made in America, the 30 for 30. Because that one was a good 7-part series, something like that.
If you just want recreational wildness,
but that was such a good documentary.
No, it was
by
excellent.
Ezra Edelman. Oh my goodness,
it was excellent.
And you know what? There was also a lot of comedy. Although, if you want comedy from the OJs, right? Remember that was like, I don't know if it was a summer, but like that felt like the year where there was a couple of OJ things that came out. The OJ FX series, that was comedy where they had Cuba Gooding Jr. playing OJ Simpson. Hilarious. Let
me tell you something. All y'all who keep making these unauthorized, scripted dramas and movies and all, y'all got to quit it.
Somebody's summoning me watching baseball. Fair enough. Especially if you got that MLB TV. I was almost called it League Pass, but that's not the right word, and the actual name escapes me. But if you can watch all the baseball games, it actually is a pretty good way of going about that. So that's fair.
Into the Badlands. Okay,
not familiar.
Real quick, is there a new Walking Dead series about to jump off here?
There's always a new Walking Dead series.
Like I saw a commercial that there's a new one. I'm like, y'all not done making these Walking Dead series?
They're getting meta because now the show is a zombie. You feel me? Do you understand what they're doing here? Like it's really some intellectual stuff. You know what I mean? It's really avant-garde, as they call it.
Oh,
so
really?
It's like the show was alive and now it's dead, but it's still going like a zombie. You feel me?
All right, Kyrie. All right, cool.
That's the second time you done tried to shade Kyrie on this program. You got beef? You want to talk about something?
Ain't nothing shade to be thrown out there when it's just
crazy
in front of our faces.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, FX does produce some really good television shows. One of my favorites, as the name immediately escapes me, Sons of Anarchy. You want to talk about quality television?
That was the one that led into Mayans, right?
Yes.
Got you.
That and a show called Justified.
Yeah. Timothy Oliphant.
Yes.
Yeah, got you.
Good television there as well. From the 469 Hip Hop Evolution on Netflix. Okay.
Yeah, that's interesting because that one, if I remember correctly, is kind of like a documentary series, and I was interested to see how many people, because that's where I want to go. I'm trying to go find some documentaries that I really want to watch, and I was trying to go like other types of documentaries. Like I watched one called, I think it was Muscle Shoals, about it's about the music industry, or no, actually, it's like 20 Feet Away from Stardom is the one that I watched, not Muscle Shoals. Which about backup singers in the music industry, especially talking about like early rock and things of that nature. But like sourcing documentaries and sifting through and finding the ones that I want is a little tougher. And you know what's an easy way to find a documentary that you know what's going to be good? The ESPN app for 30 for 30. So that's how I ended up in that place. But been really interesting to see the different things that people are getting into when they have a little free time. A lot of sitcoms. Somebody said Super Troopers Friday, Hangover, kind of the comedies. Somebody said sports movies. MLB Extra Innings. Thank you, 918. Oh, yeah. Shout out to you, 214. Power and The Wire. Never go wrong watching a little bit of The Wire. Let me tell you.
From the 469, rewatching The Sopranos.
If you go back to peak HBO, not really going to go wrong there. You watching Oz,
or whatever
Sopranos.
they're calling it these days now.
Max.
People still through with HBO, man.
It's not even HBO themselves. It's Warner Brother Discovery. We don't have
That's
time
true.
for this.
Yeah.
All right.
Shout out to the 469. I watched Locked On Mavs on YouTube and the Get Right on Twitch.
Hey, shout out to our guy Nick Angstadt, by the way.
Y'all looked real comfortable, by the way, courtside.
Like 2 rows back from the bench. I'm telling you, and he will attest. Next time we have him on, you can ask him. What was I doing during timeouts? I looked like I was on the bench.
You look very serious. There was one picture. You look very, very serious at the Wings game.
Yeah, I was very locked in. I was very intrigued because I went under the guise of I want to see what this new team is. So like
I was doing some real like scouting and evaluation.
Yeah, I'm a basketball dork.
You weren't trying to like actually enjoy yourself.
No, I'm a basketball dork. You know this.
You need to enjoy yourself a little bit. these games.
I agree. You want to do that next?
Do what?
Enjoy myself.
It's the final call next on the Get Right.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ, a Texas Rangers version of High Low. RJ has a brand new song to get the Stars back on track and another concert ticket giveaway during the 720 Expressway. It's a Thursday morning on The Fan.
RJ Choppy here for my good friends over at QC Kinetics. Live life to the fullest. You hear that all the time, right? But it's easier said than done. QC Kinetics is in the business of giving people back their quality of life, just like they did for me. They provided much needed relief for my chronic joint pain. I had a pain in my right elbow. I had pain in my right shoulder. And it's not just relief. They're actually fixing the problem in the most non-invasive way you could possibly do it. Regenerative treatments for your body's own natural biologics. Where's your joint pain? Knees, hips, shoulders, back, elbow, ankles, wherever. QC Kinetics concentrates these impactful treatments right at the source of your pain, applying those healing properties where you need them the most. No drugs, no steroids, no surgery, no downtime. I went through 2 years of steroid shots. Could not be more grateful to QC Kinetics. 972-972-8610. 972-972-8610. Free consultation. QC Kinetics. 972-972-8610.
Wendy's $3 breakfast deal is a bacon or sausage egg croissant plus small seasoned potatoes for $3. It's the breakfast that don't miss. So if you did miss Wendy's breakfast, don't imagine fresh cracked eggs, sizzling sausage, crispy bacon, and block out those hot, buttery, flaky croissants. Croissants don't really make a sound, but if they did, for a breakfast that don't miss, Wendy's is that breakfast. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's $3 breakfast deal.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Select a request $3 breakfast deal to obtain discount. Not valid for a la carte or combo orders.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you know that these days, generating growth is a challenge. By teaming with Bank of America, you'll not just stay ahead of the curve, you'll move it. With access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2023 Bank of America, N.A.
Tolbert Garage Door, your go-to for commercial and residential garage installation and repair needs. Call Colby for a free estimate today. 469-909-0956. Tolbert Garage Door is open 24/7. The door that separates you from the rest of the world. Are you secure? TolbertGarageDoor.com or call Colby at 469-909-0956.
Tolbert for garage doors. Tolbert today.
What's up, Tolos? This is Bobby Belt for State of the Art Weight Loss, and I want to tell you about how you can change your life for the better just like I did with SOTA. That's SOTA. I'm down almost 50 pounds now, and almost every day someone I know is stopping me to ask what it is I've been doing. Just recently on a family vacation, my 7-year-old daughter came up, patted me on the stomach, and said, "Your tummy isn't big anymore." As we head into another blistering Texas summer, now's a great time to go see the team of expert nutritionists at SOTA and get rid of that excess weight. SOTA isn't about counting calories or using your best white-knuckle discipline to avoid junk food. It's about developing a better relationship to food and realizing the key to a healthier, happier lifestyle. And even better, you don't have to go on that journey alone. The SOTA team is with you the whole way, giving you the tools, information, and support to reach your weight loss goals. They have 7 beautiful in-office facilities around DFW. I've loved working with the team at the Hillcrest location in Dallas. So join me, Bobby Belt, as I'm now fitting into a smaller belt. Visit SOTAweightloss.com. SOTA Weight Loss is, say it with me now, state of the art.
At Reliant Air Conditioning, we provide comfort to homeowners who are tired of being taken advantage of. Schedule online at ReliantAirConditioning.com.
Reliant Air Conditioning. Call 877 your hero.
Back. And Phoenix. Together. The Summer Odyssey Tour. Live in concert in Dallas. Dos Equis Pavilion, August 21st. Beck and Phoenix for one night only with special guests Wise Blood and Sir Chloe. Get tickets now at livenation.com.
Hi, it's Gavin Dawson, and I've got amazing news from Window Nation. You can modernize and reinvest in your home today with new windows from Window Nation, and it's their best deal. 0% interest for 5 full years. On top of that, you'll get 2 windows free with every 2 you buy. It's a double deal. You'll get all the advantages of more comfort, lower energy bills, higher home value, and jealous neighbors, all with the impeccable construction and expert installation Window Nation is known for. They've placed nearly 2 million windows with 96% perfection, making them one of the top window companies in the country. If your home is over 15 to 20 years old, this is one of the smartest investments you can make. And Window Nation is making it insanely easy and economical to do it. Call today, 866-90NATION, or visit windownation.com. Lock in these incredible savings. 0% interest for 5 years. That's 60 months interest-free, plus 2 windows free with every 2 you purchase. Call 866-90NATION or go to windownation.com. That's 866-90NATION or online at windownation.com and tell them Gavin Dawson sent you.
Get the top stories, exclusive podcasts, video content, and much more 24/7 at 1053thefan.com.
Final time here on the Get Right for Reg KG on 105.3 The Fan. Kevin Gray, Reginald Atatula.
Yep.
Larry D. Flores holding it down for you here. Really appreciate all of you who have joined us on our 4-hour program tonight. You can find me on Twitter at Kevin Gray Sports, at Reg Atatula, at Larry D. Flores on Twitter if you want to give him a follow there as well. We'll be back with you tomorrow evening from 7 to 11 p.m., full 4 hours. Rangers the day off as they're traveling to Baltimore to take on the Orioles for a series beginning on Friday. So tune in beginning at 7 p.m.
Well, tune in earlier than that, you know what I mean?
Well, of course, turn it on, leave it on all day.
That's right.
Beginning at 5:30 a.m. with Sean, RJ, and Bobby. They'll get you set for Cowboys going to be practicing tomorrow. Actually, I'm going to make my way out to Frisco.
So you're going to have a Cowboys report?
What, for the show tomorrow?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and pencil that one in.
Yeah.
KG's Cowboys report.
Yeah, the players will be made available for the media tomorrow. So, yeah, we'll be able to kind of talk about some of that. We're just playing the show on the fly here a little bit.
Yep.
Yeah, cool. So look for that tomorrow as the Cowboys get back on the practice field as OTAs and, of course, minicamp taking place beginning next week. So look for all of that here on your home, the Cowboys. 105 through the Fan. It's the final call here on the Get Right before we get out of here on this Wednesday night. Shout out to Dak Prescott and True Brand. This Friday, apparently at 11 a.m., they are releasing limited edition Dak Prescott signature caps. And each cap will have Dak's signature embroidered on the side, and some caps will even have a hand-signed autograph.
Oh, wow. So that's Dak Prescott that's now also partnering with True Brand. I know that the Dallas Wings have a partnership with True Brand. They're definitely trying to branch out in the DFW space. And I kind of like this as an idea. Like, you know, you give people an opportunity. Obviously, having that upside down Dallas, the True Brand, branding has been something that's really picked up. But I also gives people an opportunity to connect with some of the other, Dallas focused things as well, or maybe show their personality through that. I think that that's a really smart way of going about things. So shout out to True Brand, shout out to Dak Prescott, clearly, in the Dallas Wings.
All proceeds from this collaboration will be donated to Dak's Faith Fight Finish Foundation. So money going to a good cause there for one Rain Dakota Prescott.
Oh, good question. Is it going to be upside down Dak? Is his signature going to be upside down? Or is it simply just going to be the upside down Dallas and then Dak on the side?
We'll have to wait until Friday.
I guess that's a good point. We will see.
At 11 a.m. Appreciate you. Was it 918?
Yeah, 918. Because 918, they said that they appreciate us.
Well, thank you.
We appreciate you right back. Someone from the 817 said it's their 40th birthday today. And I want to shout them out, but I need your name. So let us know, 817. Happy birthday to you. Hope it went well.
Mm-hmm. Shout out to Bruno Mars. Did y'all see this?
No.
Well, he sounds so excited about it already.
Is he the psycho goal?
No.
Okay.
Bruno Mars is going to be releasing a new solo album.
Okay.
He's also going to be planning a tour for the album in 2024 and 2025. It'll be his first solo album in 7 years. Of course, he's doing his thing with Silk Sonic these days.
Yeah, not for me.
Anderson .Paak.
Mm-hmm.
Did you not like the Silk Sonic album?
Not really for me. I would have preferred an album that was driven by Anderson .Paak than Bruno Mars, more aesthetic, and that was more of a Bruno Mars aesthetic. It's cool. It's fine.
Okay.
Just not for me.
You an Anderson .Paak fan though?
Big
Okay.
Anderson .Paak fan.
Okay.
So yeah, it was like Bruno Mars new solo album. Cool. Not quite for me. For the people that it is for, jamming. Like I remember, what was it, the 24 Karat Gold album? I listened to that the day that it dropped. I ran it, and it only took me about 2 songs in. I was like, oh, this is not an album for me. Like,
oh really? That's all it took?
yeah. And I mean, like I listened to all of it, like to give it a good fair run. But it was
Mhm.
like, all right, man, this sounds like it sounds good. The production and like the 24 Karat Gold, the theme of it, like it sounded like that. It gave you that impression, like audio wise. It was just like, oh, but this is not. I'm not the intended audience on this, which is fine.
This coming from Front Office Sports. Pat McAfee already making waves at ESPN. Did you see this? So apparently, Pat McAfee will be taking over Max Kellerman's This Just In Time slot on ESPN.
Oh, so they getting rid of that show already? Which, you know what? To be fair, it just felt like Get Up 2.
Well, they had to try to find a spot for Max after, Stephen A was like, well, it's time for him to go.
Yeah, I get it. The opportunity to have a Max Kellerman driven product. It just felt too much like something that you already had, which is Get Up, which is a Mike Greenberg driven product.
Correct.
That does suck because now where is Max Kellerman? Like, because if he no longer has that product,
well, he does have his own boxing show,
but that's not an everyday and it's a very good boxing show.
It's a terrific
right?
boxing show,
but
yeah.
it is more of a specialty program than it is an everyday program, and so I wonder how they are going to utilize Max Kellerman.
From the 972 Tater from Denton, can you shoot some Rangers talk? Just got done with the Boomer Jacks Company softball tournament. Much love.
Let's see. Can we do a quick recap of the Rangers that we talked about earlier?
Marcus Semien leadoff home run. Very good.
Mm-hmm.
3 runs in the top of the first. All the runs that they needed. Martin Perez went 7 innings.
He had a 5-out save from Will Smith because Leclerc kind of did the thing again.
Yep.
Good stuff, but just the confidence doesn't seem to be there. Also, Marcus Semien could possibly be, on the short list of guys that could contend for first-time MVPs because he's been playing so very well to start the season.
Josh Young doing Josh Young things today with a double.
I think that's a real expedited form of our Rangers talk for today.
But yeah, Pat McAfee taking over Max Kellerman's This Just In Time slot on ESPN is one of the many changes over the next several weeks, sources told Front Office Sports. ESPN will target NBA, NFL talent as the network seeks to cut $30 million in salary. Got to make room to pay Mr. McAfee, it sounds like. So
those business decisions,
not
ones that I would make, but I am nobody's executive.
Yeah,
so.
Jimmy Pitaro and that group over there. Good luck with that. From the 682, you guys ready for the fight between Terrence Crawford and Errol Spence? I said I'd have it at my house for the party.
If it actually happens, I'm still in a place where I'm in a level of disbelief.
Reg is not going to be convinced until those two literally are staring at each other in the face inside the boxing ring. Apparently this news coming down real quick. Malcolm Brogdon has been playing through a partial tear of a tendon in his right arm. This according to Jarrett Weiss of The Athletic.
Well, I mean,
okay,
that's not good. It makes sense as to some of why he's not been as effective, but I mean, it doesn't excuse the entirety of the team, but you're not
going to explain that away with
that is tough when it comes to having a player of that caliber who's been really good, kind of bench option for you in some ways. Also, then it makes me ask questions about the way that the rotation came together. But we don't necessarily.
Shout out to Joe Mazzulla.
Yeah.
Hoarding all his timeouts. Appreciate you all who joined us tonight on the Get Right with Reggie KG here on 105 through the Fan. Appreciate the hard work of my man Larry Flores. Appreciate you, sir. Thank you as always. For my partner, Reginald Atatula, my name is Kevin Gray. This has been The Get Right with Reggie KG on 105 through the Fan. We're back with you tomorrow evening at 7 p.m. on your home of the Cowboys and Texas Rangers. Y'all be good. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Be easy.
Text away your thoughts to the guys right now on the truckwreck.com fan text line at 877-881-1053. This is DFW Sports Station 1053 The Fan.
Meet Joe A, Joe B, and Joe C.
What's up?
3 everyday Joes perfecting their banking with Chase. Joe A is locking his lost debit card with the Chase mobile app. Joe B is cruising toward his new ride with AutoSave. And Joe C's Chase banker is helping him budget to go back to school. Tools that help protect, support for what's next. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase. Make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Messaging and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
With summer savings at the Home Depot, we have laundry appliances that just fit. Fit your space, fit your needs, and fit your budget. Like a new LG laundry set with 6 motion technology, using different wash motions to get clothes cleaner. And sensor dry to automatically adjust drying time, all making laundry quicker, cleaner, and easier on your clothes. Save up to 30% on select appliances plus up to $100 off select laundry sets at the Home